It's going to give us okay, it says we're live. Let me check over on YouTube to make sure that this translates. They're going to hear me say all of this, and it's going to suck. It's going to be embarrassing.
Eric is a professional.
I am a professional. That's a really good point. I'm always saying this. Okay, now it looks like I am live over there. Welcome, my gentle and, of course, very modern apes, to a live stream where me and a couple of my friends are going to debunk young Earth creationism from a geological perspective to raise money for our friend Jon, who you can see below. He's a geologist, for him to go do some pretty important work that he's going to tell us about here in a minute. The goal for today is to raise the money and have fun and make some friends along the way. So you guys know me. My name's Erica. I'm Gutsy Gibbon. This is my channel. You're on it right now. What I do is talk a lot about like the latest discoveries in my field, which we're not going to be talking about at all today, which is biological anthropology. And I also debunk a lot of pseudoscience. And we will be doing a lot of that today. To my left, this direction, is Jordan. Jordan, introduce yourself in case people don't know.
I'm Jordan. I run the channel Reason to Doubt, where I debunk stuff wearing a bow tie. So very similar to Erica, just a slight change in wardrobe.
It's true.
Yeah. I also occasionally play Star Trek RPGs with this guy down here.
It's true.
Yeah.
I feel like you're missing a pretty important thing that you do, which is you debunk Shroud of Turin. You're the Shroud of Turin guy.
I am the Shroud of Turin guy. In fact, my latest video is on the really cool result on the Shroud of Turin. A guy did a 3D model of the shroud, comparing it draped on a body to draped on like a relief, and saw which one more closely matches the observations we see. Bet you can never guess which one it is.
Wasn't the relief?
Tell
it
me
was. Yeah.
Wow.
You spoiled it. What?
Now you don't have to watch the video.
Yeah, now you have to watch the video. Done. Yeah. But there's like a really cool animation and stuff the researcher did. It's really neat. So,
man, what cool guy shared that with you and was like, hey, you should check this out?
Many different cool guys. One of them was Gutsy Gibbon, but
maybe someone. Thank you. And I have to leech credit where I can, because I never get it anywhere in my life. Dapper, tell the lovely people in our audience who you are, perhaps why you're a dinosaur here with us, and what it is that you do and where people can find you.
Well, I'm a dinosaur because I can't be anything else, because that's just what I am, obviously. This is my webcam that you're looking at. This isn't a looping video. So I run a channel that mostly focuses on debunking young Earth creationism, although there is some other pseudoscience that gets mixed in there. I've done some flat Earth stuff. I've done some mud fossil stuff. I've got some geocentrism videos that I'm working on right now. Talk about why we know that the geocentrism is in fact not true.
It isn't?
No, it turns out that the Earth is not literally the unmoving center of the universe.
That's unbelievable. I can't believe that.
It's disappointing, I know.
But Dapper, why does everything look like it's moving away from us if we're not the center?
Yeah, I do go into that a little bit. So you'll have to watch the video when they come out, either in a few days if you have early access to my stuff, or like, I don't know, in like January if you don't, because that's how my channel works.
Yeah.
I do actually, hopefully after this ends, I do have another show over on my channel that starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 Pacific, or 8 p.m. this time zone, where we're going to be going over something from Sal Cordova, who likes to respond to me specifically without ever having watched my video that he's claiming to respond to. So that'd be fun.
Sal. Oh, Sal.
It's funny because he'll start his response video by saying, I haven't watched the video I'm responding
Yeah,
to.
it's a very strange thing. In this one, I don't think he does start it that way, and he does actually play one small clip from my video. But he also doesn't actually really address much that I said in the video. So again, I don't actually think he watched all of it.
I don't know why he thinks that ever is going to go well too. Like he starts things off, and many of us here, actually I think all of us here in the room, are familiar with Sal and have been familiar with Sal since the days when we haunted Reddit and forum posts. But it's like Sal is just notorious for being in a certain way, and he has his ups and he has his downs. He's had some downs lately. But I don't know why he would start a video and be like, all right, so I'm about to debunk this fool diaper dino, but I didn't actually watch the video, unfortunately. So, like, where is he going to go with it?
His most recent video response to me that was before this one didn't actually talk about anything I had ever mentioned. I had said that I thought that John Sanford was lying when he said that large sections of The Origin of Species were written in German, which is a language that not only is it not written in, but that Charles Darwin absolutely hated and tried to avoid at all costs, and generally had his son help him with when he had to read it. Like, there is no way in which you could come up, give a talk about The Origin of Species as if you're an authority on that, say that, and then not be lying either about having the qualifications to give this talk or about the book. Like, one of those has to be a lie. And then Sal goes on, he's like, Dapper said that Sanford was lying about genetic entropy. I didn't talk about genetic entropy one single time in that entire series.
Well, we're going to get to that because Dapper hit us with a spicy opinion that no one is going to see coming, that I want to pick his brain about in front of everybody here in a little bit. And I want to hear everybody's opinion on it as well. Because for those of you who don't know, I'm not that good at hosting these kinds of live streams, and I'm not that good at directing the conversation. So we have a lot of sidebars. We have a lot of how would the kids put it? Like a gap session, right? Is I believe the term for it right now. Those of you with kids can tell me if I'm hitting the nail on the head here. But first,
help us olds out.
Man of the hour, John. Welcome to your own fundraiser live stream. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, and then we're going to use that as a smooth segue into John telling us precisely what it is that we're raising money for today. Because I think it's important. And it's not just because it may or may not have tangential impacts on the field that I study, which is biological anthropology, the coolest field. So the fact that it impacts that in any shape, form, or fashion means that it is, by its very nature, important. John, tell us.
Yeah, we just study plain old boring rocks, and they don't move, they don't behave, they just sit. I mean, I know it's a substandard field. It's not what you're into, but I'm very, very grateful. Very grateful that you're hosting, and for Jordan and Dapper both being here to support as well. Like I said, we'll just hope we have a fun conversation talking about our favorite topics in geology, which are the ones that everybody misunderstands, right? Those are the most interesting, the ones that society gets wrong and hampers our education system with. So I hope that we can address as many as possible, and I'll encourage all of you, there's a chat window. We've got a schedule of things to cover, but if you've got something you find interesting you want to talk about, then throw it in there. So to introduce myself, my name's Jon Baker. I got my PhD in geoscience, specifically to study paleoclimatology, or more specifically, speleothem paleoclimatology. That's where we take speleothems, or cave minerals, mineral deposits in caves, and we examine their chemistry very closely to figure out how old they are and how the surface environment or climate has changed over long periods of time. That's, we'll talk plenty about that, and that's the main subject of my research, I suppose. I'm currently at the University of Innsbruck in Austria. So unlike many of you, I'm on Central European time, which I believe is God's time zone. But that means we're starting here at 10 o'clock my time and going through the middle of the night. So I hope I make it. I'm starting off with a North Yorkshire organic chocolate stout. We'll see how long that lasts. I've got a couple other local to move things along. Yeah, but so I study rocks. I got my beginnings coming out of my bachelor's degree. I did some paleontology research and field work. We collected microvertebrate fossils from the late Cretaceous strata of southern Utah, mainly around Bryce Canyon. So if you've been to Bryce Canyon and Grand Escalante National Park, it's a beautiful region, but there are lots of bright pink and red rocks, and that's the stuff that all the tourists go to see, that makes up Bryce Canyon. But underneath those are the boring gray rocks. Those have the dinosaurs in them, and the fish, the turtle, the crocodile, everything else we're looking for. So we we'll talk more about this later, collected thousands of fossils to catalog and understand past ecologies, right? And it was amazing to me at that time that you could see shifting ecologies. This isn't just a collection of dead stuff, of billions of dead things all over the world. This is a very it's a lively community, and it makes sense in terms of the fossils that you find together and the weathering patterns you find and the preservation potential of each type of fossil, like meaning each body part. It really opened my eyes to the difference. I mean, because I had a lot of background studying what you'd call flood geology. I read Henry Morris. I read Dwayne Gish and Ken Ham and all these others, you know, trying to say you've got one view and another view, and this fits better if you just look at the evidence. I was like, no, it's not like that at all. One doesn't fit at all. And it was, so I really loved that experience. Going my master's, I studied ancient limestones, meaning like Cambrian age limestones, about 500 to 490 million years old. And got to study a unique aspect, the isotope chemistry of those limestones, to understand how big, you know, large-scale changes in the ocean and atmosphere system occurred alongside these like extinction events and trilobites and whatnot. So that was pretty cool. Like going from that, I went into the speleothem world. So now I'm studying just very recent things, you know, very recent meaning the last 100,000 years or so for the most part. Although maybe we'll talk a bit more. Excitingly, we've pushed that back, some of our cave deposits on the order of millions of years. And we'll, yeah, getting back into the Miocene even.
Okay, okay. The best of our epics. I love that.
Yes, yes. And you know, we've got one paper accepted now and should be more or less in press. So in the coming weeks, I'm sorry I can't announce it now, but it should be up soon. Let's say. So that's my quick story. I've got just a few photos and slide kind of thing to introduce the project, like why we're trying to raise money, which I guess I could share with you when you're ready.
No, I'd love that. While you get that ready and hit that to me, this has become something of a annual thing for me here on the channel. First, it was like, oh, I'm doing a live stream to raise money for myself to go do field work, which incidentally, that turned out to be a good thing because, as we all know, you know, shit really hit the fan with grant funding here in the United States. And so being able to fund myself early in my PhD ended up actually probably in all likelihood making it possible for me to finish it all, which is not a luxury that enough people have been afforded. Last year, we had another friend of the channel, Doc Dino, different dinosaur, but he came on and we did some fundraising for him to go do some field work out west here in the United States to look for a very specific dinosaur fossil that had sort of been lost in the records of the museum that Doc worked at. And so this year, we're continuing it again. And, you know, hopefully this will be a tradition that continues for a long time, because if there's one thing that I love, it's helping raise money for people to do science. Because that should be something that we shouldn't have to do things like this for. But if I can use my platform and my friends can come on and give their time to help, it's something that, you know, it's sort of the least we can do, I think. If we're at a point right now where citizen science is something that is required, hopefully we'll live to see a day where it isn't. Citizen funded science, I should say. So, John, last time we had Doc Dino sort of give his spiel, and the year before I gave my spiel of like, okay, what are we actually raising money for? What's the project? Because if people donate to a project, to a research project, they want to know what they're actually donating that money towards. What are we trying to figure out, and how are we trying to figure it out? So tell us a little bit about that. And then once you're done with that, we're going to get to our first video. We're going through some of the greatest hits here today, folks. I'm going to tell you top down what we're planning on covering, and then you guys can take bets in the comments as to how many of those we actually get to, because we can't shut the hell up. John, tell us about the project.
Okay, I'll be brief. This is the basic title, like the project title is a question: can speleothems fill gaps in the archaeological record of the Armenian Highlands? Just to reiterate, I got a nice photo of the landscape here. I'll talk a bit about the geography and the reasoning behind this project. But to reiterate, you may want to know again, who am I and what do I do? I mean, I gave you a brief bibliography there. I mentioned I'm currently at the University of Innsbruck in Austria. Just want to give you a sense of where that is and where I live. So I'm sitting right at the end of that arrow right now, listening to the calm rains outside. But it's a beautiful place, maybe underrated. If it's not on your bucket list already, like make the Austrian Alps part of it, please. Like it's a wonderful place to visit. So, but that's where I'm in currently, and the projects that I'm working on. Like I said, we collect cave deposits from around the world to reconstruct past climates, to understand what's happening, during the ice ages, or during past warming periods or abrupt climate changes, or just to get a record, like to see, like to put another record on the map. Cave deposits are quite cool because they grow in all sorts of climates. You can see, like here, we've got stuff from the tropical deserts up to the north end of Greenland. So I, for my PhD, mainly studied sites in the Ural Mountains in Russia. And I'll say that, I mean, this was my PhD project that ended up being completely self-funded, I should say. I mean, for the most part, it was self-funded, like going there, flying there, getting the train to the smaller village, to the bus, to the taxi, and hiking out to the cave sites. It was fantastic time, but it's always nice to get some help in the funding. So that's part of why I'm here too. So we are focusing on this sort of the Transcaucasus range, which is right in the middle of the map here, that the landmass and mountain ranges between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. I say it's got a unique geography and climate. It's functioned both as a like local barriers, but also a bridge for hominin settlements and expansion. You get hominin expansion from Africa, from the Arabian Peninsula, the Persian Plateau, eventually into northern Eurasia, right? You've got groups moving through like quite early in the Pleistocene, long time ago, but then what we call anatomically modern humans moving out more recently, like in the last 100,000, 150,000 years, but especially in the Middle Paleolithic, right? Some 50,000 years ago or 40,000 years ago, we really get a wave of anatomically modern humans that kind of move up into this region. Neanderthals are already settled there. There may or may not be competition in this region we're talking about. There definitely is if you move to the west and some other areas. And there's still questions as, why Neanderthals disappear and human settlements pop up. But, it forms a bridge, more or less, like from Asia to the rest of Europe. And there are like settlements everywhere. It's also got a unique climate, meaning this, look at these two water bodies, the Black Sea to the west and the Caspian Sea to the east. These temper the climate. You have some of like the northernmost subtropical climates in the world. If you look at the west end of Georgia and southern Russia, it just feels unreal because you're at the same latitude as like New England and Quebec. But it doesn't feel anything like that. You're on the beach and you've got these subtropical plants and stuff like that. So this zone here in the Transcaucasus forms what's called like a refugia, a climatic refugia, especially through the ice ages, where even though the rest of the world is shifting around to very harsh extremes, too dry, too hot, too cold, or sorry, mainly too cold, but unlivable terrains. This region, you see a lot of species survive or kind of get together and find refuge in this tempered climate. What we don't know a lot, though, is you have a lot of little microclimates. We don't know precisely how those responded to changes in the past, and we might be interested, like, well, what's the future of this region? What challenges might we expect for the local economies and populations in the Transcaucasus? So, as I mentioned, the hominin occupation goes back at least a couple million years, but a lot of the sites, are from the last 130,000 years, and that's going to be the focus of this project. So I've got this map of Armenia on the right, just showing culturally important sites, where there's some evidence of ancient humans or Neanderthals that have lived there, settled there. Maybe it's bone fragments, evidence of continued occupation, settlements, or it could just be artifacts like stone tools and so forth. But I just kind of summed up, the sites that we find throughout Armenia. But we've also got a number of karst caves, meaning caves formed in limestone or carbonate rocks, what you would typically think of as caves. There are also rock shelters, lots of rock shelters that are like formed in volcanic rock or something. That's not what we're looking at, but it does make a nice house for ancient humans, right? So we have plenty of well-documented archaeological and cultural records going back tens of thousands of years. we don't have a lot of good high-resolution paleoclimate records to understand why these occupations occurred when they did, and why are there certain gaps in those occupations. I mean, there are cultural hiatuses that occur around 40,000 years ago, around 20,000 years ago. These do coincide ostensibly with major climate events, but again, we don't have the constraints to figure out how those line up or don't line up. Could one be the cause of the other? So I've got at the bottom here, this is just the Greenland ice core record, NGRIP as it's called. This is the oxygen isotope curve, showing if the left is the modern day and at the right side, you're going back 125,000 years. We see it's highly variable climate, especially through the last glacial period. What's labeled there is MIS 2, 3, and 4. And you see these red lines, these are abrupt warming events. Like we know that in Greenland, in the North Atlantic, these are abrupt warming events. They definitely impacted Europe. We find evidence of that there. But we don't know in this particular region, this unique geographic setting, do we have the same responses? Do we have a shift toward adverse climatic and environmental conditions that would cause the region to be less habitable, for example, for hominin groups, or does it get better for them? We don't know. So that's one of the major questions that we want to address. We're also going to use a few novel analytical techniques. We'll also be looking for biomarkers and ancient DNA and stuff like that at the cave sites that may help elucidate where there weren't, there may or may not have been human groups or even other biological taxa of interest. So why use cave samples? This is, as I put it here, nature's time capsule. Just giant underground refrigerators, literally, that just store samples of Earth's history, of the surface environment in a nice little cavern that's, not destroyed by the elements so readily. And you can go in there and collect what's been deposited over thousands of years and analyze it and reconstruct that history. So I've got the example. This is us hiking out to one cave in the Melkseefruit area in Switzerland a couple of years ago. This was in July, and just beautiful weather and scenery. You can see I'm on the right side there, I'm climbing down into the cave, and somebody took a picture of me as I'm about to jump through. It was a good time. So we find these karst terrains. This is just a schematic view of what's called the Siebenhengste system also in the Western Alps. But you can see, like in cross-sectional view, these cave systems can be massive and very complex, but they generally dissolve out along the bedding of the limestone, those weak plains where you've got layers and layers of limestone laid down, and the water that's flowing through kind of exploits weaknesses in the rock and dissolves it out into bigger and bigger caverns, right? So these are formed over really, really, really long periods of time. All right, well, I'm sure talk about that later. Actually, I want you to, if you take note here of that pattern, because we'll watch videos later where people want to talk about sulfuric acid stuff, and sulfuric acid caves are very different. They don't look anything like this. This is a classic carbonic acid system for how it's dissolved out and branches out along the bedding planes of the limestone. Okay, so we specifically sample speleothems, and the most common with which everyone's familiar are stalagmites, stalactites, growing here, one drip at a time. They're called drip stones because you've got drips from the top of the ceiling, onto the floor, forming little bits of mineral deposits, very slowly over time. I mean, sometimes these drip once per minute, once every several minutes. It's a very slow process in most settings. We generally understand how cave system works, like the schematic on the right, just to show you there are many variables involved that affect how fast these deposits form, the chemistry of the water as it's moving down, the size of the stalagmite in response. Like, we have that very well modeled and constrained, right? So keep that in mind, especially when creationists talk about caves. Like, we know how these form, how long it takes, and what factors are involved. We've definitely thought about this before. But the cool thing is, like, the water is, like, the cave itself is connected to the surface environment through these variables, right? You've got the soil and vegetation interacting with water that goes into the ground, and that goes through the bedrock, and it picks up certain minerals, and then it goes and elements, and it goes into the cave and deposits those just one layer at a time as these speleothems. And when you collect those and cut them open, you can see beautifully they've got these concentric layers growing from bottom to top over time. And they're wider often when there is more water flowing through, you get faster drips, and then they kind of get narrower if things dry out. Or they can stop growing, or the drip can move around, and I mean that happens. But just breaking that open, we first determine how old each layer is, and then the chemistry of each layer to interpret what was the climate or environment of the time like. So just to give you an example, here's it's just a figure that went along with my PhD work, and the oxygen isotope record from that figure showing the development over the last 12,000 years in the Ural Mountains of Russia. And a couple nice close-up photos that my colleague took of the stalactites above our stalagmite. You can see like the active mineral growth there, which I think is very cool. And she would do time lapses of these, every year take a photo of the same stalactite, and you can see exactly how fast they grow. It's on the order of like 0.5 millimeter a year. It's not that fast, but it's very noticeable in real time. So that's the basis. How do we know the age of these? Like, can we figure out how fast they grow? Do we just take a guess? Do we look at the modern rate and extrapolate that blindly back in time? No, we don't, right? We take advantage of the fact that water dripping down carries some amount of uranium with it, and uranium, which is nicely soluble, it can be held into the crystalline matrix of these speleothems. That uranium decays at a known rate into thorium. Thorium is not present generally at the start of this process because it's not soluble in water. There are ways you can get thorium. We know how to correct for that and detect whether there's some thorium at the initial condition. But yeah, generally you start with some uranium, no thorium, and the decay through time is predictable, by the rates, and we measure what's in it today, the ratio of these two isotopes, 230 thorium and 238 uranium. And the activity of 234 uranium with respect to 238. So it's a complex system. It's not your typical hourglass radiometric dating model, right, where you've just got one isotope decaying into another. It's actually like a series of 5 or 6 different isotopes involved, right? So we, but we can measure that. I've shown even like on a live demonstration video what it looks like to measure that and get the results. And I'll just give you an example here of a figure in the bottom left. We've got one speleothem that I worked on, and these are the ages from the top of the speleothem down to the bottom. Notice how they get older as you go from top to bottom. That makes sense because these things grow from bottom to top. The black bars are the error bars, which you can see are very, very small relative to the timescales we're looking at. So yeah, that's how we figure out how old these things are. And that's what we'll be doing with the samples we collect. I wanted to give this as an example. Like these, I can't tell you where this is from. These are unpublished data, right? But it's a typical example of an age model that we get when we want to know like how fast it grew through time. The steeper this line, right, you can see age going back from left to right, and then depth from top to the bottom of the sample, right? So as you go toward the bottom of the sample, the age increases as you would expect. And this, like the slope of this line relates to the growth rate. So the steeper the line, the faster the growth. The shallower the line, the slower the growth. You can see this one started off growing a bit slow, then it sped up for some time, and then it slowed down again, which very much relates to the overall climate changes of the time, which is cool. I also wanted to share this graph because you see there are 2 red dots here. These are ages we measured, and we did not get correct results, right? I mean, we did not get a consistent result. These ages have to be wrong because they don't make physical sense. They don't fit into the overall age model. So I just want to admit that, yes, sometimes this doesn't work exactly right. And there are reasons for that. I think I know why. This was in our early batch of samples, and I think I was not careful enough because I was preparing with other uranium-rich samples, and there could have been some cross-contamination. It does happen, but here you can see at least like the rate at which it happens. We've got 2 of those ages that fall slightly off, like 2 or 3% off the line, but the rest of them in perfect order, right? So this is how we determine the age. Another thing we compare with that, sometimes we'll see this nice annual lamination, or this fluorescent banding. The sample that I showed earlier with that age model, based on the uranium thorium dates, they're about 5,000 years covered. There should be about 5,000 of these layers. And given the thickness of that sample, these layers should be on average 30 to 40 microns wide, right? So look at the scale bar down at the right. You can measure these individually. The average width of these is about 30 to 40 microns, right? It fits perfectly in with the uranium thorium age model that we have. Right. So we're hoping, I mean, this doesn't show up in every sample. It depends on the setting. If you've got, an annual or a seasonal flush of organic matter into the system, then those humic acids kind of concentrate in small layers, and those humic acids become fluorescent under certain types of light. And so you can pick out this banding pattern. It's really cool. So there are multiple ways, that we can figure out how old they are, how fast they grew, and so forth. So we end up with, though, our records that look like this. Give you an example, like a textbook example, literally, of some, speleothem collections from Southeast Asia, representing the Asian monsoon system, or so they think. If you look at these oxygen isotopes just plotted against depth, you can see like all of them are completely different, right? But not all speleothems are growing at the same time or at the same rate. So what we have to do is, we apply that uranium thorium method, figure out how old each layer is, and then we can put it on a time scale. And when we do put all of these records on a time scale, this is the result we get. They line up very, very well, showing a coherent pattern of change over time. Well, here specifically for the Asian monsoon system, right? So that's what we hope to do, get this detailed breakdown of climatic changes, and use that to fill in what we think are gaps in the cultural record. We will work hand in hand with archaeologists and anthropologists from the region, geologists from the region, who also have their own research questions to pose. But that's the project in a nutshell, and that's why I'm trying to go there. Good question. Why do we need money? I have a full-time job. I have a position at the university. And in fact, this project, the larger part of this project, is already funded by federal grants, right? So what we're doing now is a scouting trip, a reconnaissance scouting trip. And part of this, in tandem with this, I have a master's student who's working on a project, and he needs to complete some more geochemical analyses. We thought we had some funding lined up for this, but given the atmosphere of things in the US right now, that became less reliable. And so if we want to complete these preliminary trips and complete the work for his master's thesis, it will have to be self-funded, right? So I've done some self-funding in the past. I'm willing to do it now. If not for other circumstances going on, let's call them personal issues that are costing me some money, then maybe I could even front this money myself. But obviously I'd rather not do this, just like anybody else would rather not pay for their own work supplies or pay their own salary. So, and I want to give everyone the opportunity also to get a hands-on experience with the research we're doing, the opportunity to contribute to it and get something out of it. Right, so I've given a detailed budget here, I think, and this is just to cover travel costs, accommodation, the absolute minimum for like daily food and supplies. We've got train tickets, plane tickets. I say apartment here in Yerevan. I'll coordinate with locals, make sure we're not looking at a very expensive accommodation or anything. So I'm going to keep it as simple as possible, which I've done in the past, and I think there's pretty minimal budgeting. Also have a few supplies listed on here, which we'll use to collect water. We'll collect mineral samples. We'll set up stuff in the cave to monitor the temperature, the relative humidity, and stuff like that over time automatically. I think it's vital that we get a jump on all of this to figure out which sites are going to be good for the project, which ones won't work for the project, and so forth. The second trip here is just a quick trip to Germany, which for me it's not that far, right? So, but there's a train. We need train travel, hotel, and we have to pay, most importantly, for the instrument itself. Like they can't cover that cost. So that's the big chunk right there, 1,200 euro, or approximately $1,380. So combined, we're looking at just over $4,000 to cover absolutely everything. This is the part of the project that's not funded. Everything else will be, which means that if we're successful here, the long-term funding guarantees that your money doesn't go to waste, right? That I can continue working on this for 2 to 3 years to get everything done that we're going to need. But this will greatly accelerate our research timeline if I can make this trip, and also my student's timeline if he can finish that lab work and get his master's thesis done, move up in the world, go work for a living, and we'll collectively hopefully make the world a better place. So what do you get in return? I'm hoping some entertainment. We've got a live stream here just to talk about your favorite geology topics. I hope you'd consider this a good cause, and that everybody agrees that collectively as a society should be advancing basic research, contributing some bit of it, and budgets have been slashed everywhere across the board, at least in the US, but elsewhere, even where people prioritize, where governments prioritize it, it does get tight, in all countries. It's always difficult to get basic research funding going. But you will be advancing our knowledge not only in paleoclimate, the stuff that I talked about, but also archaeology and anthropology, for a region that frankly is a little bit understudied, needs to be studied more, right? And I think there's good reason to draw more attention to this region and pour resources into especially local scientists who have an interest in representing their home. So lastly, as some educational resources, I'm hoping to turn this into a number of videos. You can see the field work, you can see the lab work, and some formal lecture style explanations of how this all works. I mean, I just talked briefly, how do caves form, how do speleothems form, how do we date them? I'd like to do that at length and provide hands-on video of what the lab procedures look like, the chemistry procedures, stuff like that. So you can see what does it actually look like? I mean, you've all heard something about radiometric dating. You've got the crash course in school and stuff, but there's a lot more that goes into it. And I think it'd be really cool to see in person what that looks like. I would hope to come back. Eric and I talked about this before, do a formal presentation, just looking at quaternary proxy records. The last couple million years, we've got cave records, coral, oceans, marine records, sediment records in lakes, in tree rings, ice cores, there even more. How do these all go together? Do they go together? And do they give us an independently corroboratory view of Earth history? I would say yes. And this, I think, is one of the easiest ways to just flatly refute young Earth creationism, because this is just scratching the surface of Earth history, but it's so complex and it goes back already 2 million plus years in time, right? So I'd like to come back to do that. Lastly, and I think most importantly, what you get for this, any scientific publications resulting from this field or lab work will include the following statement: that preliminary fieldwork was collectively supported by the gentle and of course very modern apes of the Gutsick given YouTube community. So if you're good with that, I'll just leave you with some more beauty, local beauty of the Alps, and let's get started on some fun videos.
Absolutely. John, that was awesome. I feel like I got a little crash course in how speleothem dating works, and we had talked about the concept before. So to me, this very transparently shows what the goal of the project is. I hope that everybody watching feels the same way. And what I'm hoping to do as well is maybe in the background while we're doing one of these videos, get the timestamps out for that explanation and maybe repin a comment. So it's if you come in late and you're like, what's this for? I can be gestures wildly to the to the timestamp so people can go and catch up on that as well. Yeah, I think I speak for everybody. I certainly speak for everybody I know who's in academia or adjacent to academia that now is a horrible time to be seeking funding. Unfortunately, there's been a chilling effect, not just here, but also abroad, for funding for projects like this. And this gap in our ability to go out and procure the data needed to answer these super important questions for understanding, from my perspective, what we are and how we got here, they need to be filled if we expect to move forward at a steady pace. Otherwise, we're going to start backsliding, and nobody wants to see that. So, for those of you out there who are looking for a cool opportunity, as John mentioned there at the end, to interact directly and again see the transparent results of a donation to a project that you can track through John's channel, this is a cool opportunity. I certainly think so.
I've got a few quick questions already that came up. Number one, this is 5% If you can see there, this is 5%. All right, I hope I didn't cut out there. Yeah, another question about the Hobo data loggers. We've used these for years and years. I installed a few, for example, in 2012 that are still running. We replaced the battery once or twice, but they're still going. And they've been sitting at the bottom of a cave that's 6 degrees Celsius for, more than 12, 13 years. So they are highly reliable, I think. Battery is something we change out every couple of years, maybe.
Hold on just a second, real quick. Okay, go ahead, Dapper. You were going to say something, and then I'm going to go ahead. What we're going to do, and this is going to be the structure for the entirety of tonight's show, because Super Chats have already been rolling in. I love my community, and I know my community is shared. The Venn diagram of our collective YouTube presence is essentially a circle. We share a lot of the same really cool folks.
Erica, it's a few circles that are smaller than your circle, all of which are inside your circle.
No. Not necessarily. That's not true. That's not true. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm complimenting all of our audiences when I say we've already gotten a ton of super chats that have come in. So what I would like to do while I pull this up, I want to hear you guys banter. But in between each of these videos that we're going to be going through, we're going to stop and then do the super chats for that video. I'm also going to periodically check the fundraiser link and keep people updated as to how far along towards the goal we are, and read any comments that have been pinned to those donations as well. I want to acknowledge everybody who puts even a dime towards, even a penny towards this cause. It's that important to me. So while I pull this up, Dapper, you were going to say something, you were going to yap. Go.
Yeah, well, first, the chat seems a little bit confused about why it says Diaper Dino under here. And so I thought I would explain that, because it is sort of the deep lore, we're citing the deep magic to Aslan here. So that basically started when I realized that Donnie Deals was a piece of shit sexist. And I decided to just, entirely cut off any contact. He noticed my shift in attitude towards him, and so he and his crew were coming up with insulting names, and the best they could do was Diaper Dino, which I think is pathetic. And it's such a bad insult that I just occasionally put it up as a name when I go places occasionally. So that's why I'm Diaper Dino. It's because it is one of the least interesting and least creative insults that I've ever been given. And it's like, there are so many better insults. I'm not going to feed them the better insults, but we all have come up with better options for an insult name for me than Diaper Dino, all of us independently.
I feel like Dipshit Dino is right there, but they can't use it because it's got a swear in it, So
Dapper Dino rhymes, so that helps.
Yeah,
it works.
It works, but they can't. I've said this many times on this channel, but it's been a while since I brought it up. The least they could do is be funny, but that's actually beyond their abilities. They're not very good at making or telling jokes, and part of that is because they're sort of roped into a very narrow corridor of what is allowed to be funny. Mostly the things that are allowed are like really dumb jokes, usually like slurs, depending on which creationist community we're talking about. Racial stereotypes, they love those. Those are always fair game because it's anti-woke, of course.
Yeah, it's weird. You mentioned a little bit of like, oh, no, that joke is about sex. I'm like, unacceptable. Oh, that joke uses a whole bunch of crazy like racist or transphobic slurs or something. Perfect. Let's go. It's like, yeah, okay. So bigotry, yes. Ever mentioning sex, no.
Juvenile potty humor, it's really funny to see, funny in a horrible way, but to see the marriage of like juvenile potty humor, that's okay. Like Diaper Dino is fine. Dipshit Dino, that's not okay. But yes, slurs, all of that is also fine. Threats of physical violence, that's fine too. Like the classic make me a sandwich kind of joke, all of that is on the table. And unfortunately for them, it's like just none of that is actually funny for me. And humor is subjective, but to me, I never laugh at those kinds of jokes. I find them they're very pun level to me in that they suck.
Well, the thing is, you can tell a joke about bigotry and make it funny, but it generally has to be about the fact that bigotry is stupid in order to be funny. Otherwise, you're just actually being a bigot.
Bro, what? You can't tell me that, Dapper. Surely they don't know that. I bet if we just tell them, they'll stop.
No, because the thing is, they're proud of their bigotry.
Of course. Yeah,
So-
that's part of it.
Yeah. The only time you can point out bigotry and have that be a problem for the bigot is when being a bigot is something that someone doesn't want to think about themselves, which used to be fairly common for bigots. It seems not to be anymore.
For me too, that grossly reduces the amount that I care about those people's opinions as well. It's not just the bigotry, it's also the not being funny. There is an opinion though that I value very deeply, and that's John's opinion on this first super chat that is directly for him from Anna the Elephant for $2. John, Elephas, Mammuthus, or Loxodonta? So we've got a real Proboscidean style question here. John, this is critical. We need to know which of these Proboscideans is actually the best.
Specifically,
and also
by the way, these are all in Elephantidae.
True. That's true.
You better choose right, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better choose right. There's a right answer.
Is there a right answer? And is it not Mammuthus? Is that the right answer? I hope it is. I mean, I don't have much
I
experience.
don't know. Final answer?
The funding
Yeah,
of your
that's
entire
my
project
answer.
depends on this answer, right?
Yeah, you
here.
get this wrong, and Erica keeps all of it.
Yeah, the money goes into like a John smear campaign for having the wrong Proboscidean opinion. Sorry, Elephantidae opinion. Dapper wants us to be more specific.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
if you included like Platybelodon or something, then I would be much happier with saying Proboscidean.
That's true. That's true. Or like, yeah, we could take it back pretty far, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. We'll keep it Elephantidae. I feel like that's also, people can interpret that a lot easier than Proboscidea.
I mean, all I know is that just about everywhere I've gone, we've had Mammuthus fossils somewhere in the vicinity, and it was really cool to see those as a master's student, like dug up and preserved, like these giant tusks brought into our lab and stuff. So that and the teeth, especially. Like I remember our paleoecology course that we did once, just looking at the structure of the dentition, determining the age, and then creating like a population ecology of the mammoths that lived there. That's why I chose that answer, if that helps.
Luckily, that was the right answer because
Okay, good.
Fluffy, of course, and Dawn, and we want what we can't have. So you hit the nail on the head.
That's deep, Erica. That's deep.
I know. I'm here to bring you not just science and access to scientific minds, but also deep philosophical takes. Jordan, speaking of which, Rusina Rip Inside Jokes Keller for $1.99 says bow ties are cool. I don't know if you want to concur with that or.
That is an objective fact. It's not an opinion. It's just true.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Actually, Rusina, painting that as an opinion, I don't know about that. I don't know. I think I might be a little bit more specific. Big Bad Mama for $2 for your hard work. That's a given. Not just mine. The entire panel is taking time out of their day to do this. So this is $2 for all of us. From Andrew Cuts for $25. First time I've ever caught you live, but I'm a recovering YC, born and raised, who's trying to play catch up on all the science I've missed out on now that I have kids of my own. Forever grateful for channels like these four. It is our pleasure.
Yeah, I think you're in good company there too. All of us have some history there on years missed out or time missed out, right?
My high school textbook was Exploring Creation Through insert subject. So right there.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've seen those.
Exploring creation through sex education.
No, not that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Just kidding. That was not on the table. That was
Creation through sex ed goes like this. Don't have sex or you'll die until you're married. Then it's fine. Go for it.
No, not just die. Burn in hell too.
Well, yeah,
Which
obviously.
we also don't. And of course,
Did you guys ever play a game where you wrote like? Did you ever play a game where you wrote down the names of venereal diseases on cards and you would like go around the room handing them to each other because you just shared it?
Yep. I've seen that. Mm-hmm.
You know this? Oh man, you did not go to the right youth group. I'm sorry.
Clearly not.
I definitely missed. Okay, chat. Let us know how common this is. If you played an STD style game in your youth group or sex education, where you passed around cards with venereal diseases on them, sharing them with one another metaphorically, or I guess symbolically, let us know. I need to know how much I cleared this by.
I feel
When
like you
I-
have to like collect them all, like Pokemon. You know, like,
Exactly. That's
Well,
how it works.
when I did this, I noticed that I very keenly noticed that there was no tracking of the order in which any of this happened. And so what they did is when you revealed like who had what on what card, anyone who could ever trace any line connecting to that person was now, oh no, now you've got this. Except that that's not how real life works. Like if I have sex with person A who's clean, who then has sex with person B and now has syphilis, I don't get retroactive syphilis.
Honestly, this just supports the, if it's touched by creationism, or if it is a science in general, it debunks creationism, theory stays winning, because it's like they just can't get anything that they deign to talk about correct, right? It all ends up as our old pal, what is it, logical plausible probable used to say, it is fruit of a poison tree. That's also deep lore for those of you who are keeping track at home.
Is that guy even still alive? But
I don't know.
I asked last time I checked, like living in his van.
I ask myself this question all the time. I actually said at one point and on a live stream, I was like, yeah, sometimes I think about Nephilim Free. Like, what is Nephilim Free doing? And then it was just a lot of
He's
comments
just
being like,
eating lots of
you
paper.
think about Nephilim Free. Yeah, he's in some cavern like a pack rat, surrounded by crumpled up pieces of paper that he's just like.
Those are his emergency supplies for when the apocalypse happens. He's got all of these reams of papers just stacked in his little cave in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly.
He's like the Saint Anthony of eating wood pulp.
He's really incredible at it too. He's still kicking. I saw a clip of him somewhere the other day. Anna the Elephant for $2. Platybeladon, more like shovel mouth.
True.
That's okay. Anna the Elephant is allowed to say that because Anna is themselves an elephant. Fred Harvey for 20 Australian dollars. I hear and obey. Thank you so much for your donation, Fred. It's going to a cause that's good, as you've already seen. We got Where is Waldo for 20 Canadian dollars. Well, if Erica's raising money, it's a good cause. I like that I'm afforded the moral property of like Donald Trump or the presuppositionalist God, where it's like, if I do it, it's good by definition. Thank you.
Command theory for morality.
Yeah, given command, exactly. We have 0 cents for $9.99 for science. Thank you. We have Adam Puckett for $19.99. I'm blind. I write code and I love your content. Adam, that is super cool. And thank you for your donation. We appreciate it greatly. Paul Cooper for $25 with nothing to say. Okay.
When you've got nothing nice to say, you say nothing at all.
So you think it was going to be a dunk?
No, I
No,
think
I'm
the
just kidding. It's
stream
not. I'm
speaks,
sure it's
for
a
itself.
warm-hearted, generous donation.
No, Jordan, what were you going to say? It speaks for itself?
I'm saying the stream speaks for itself. Paul doesn't feel like they need to add to it because the message is self-explanatory.
Wow. That's so true. Paul, thank you. Thank you for putting our minds towards what we should really be thinking about, which is this stream. Anna the Elephant for $2. Does this relate to the Milankovitch cycles?
Absolutely, it does. Yes, the time scale we're looking at, we go through several of these precession cycles and obliquity cycles. We'll come to a video later where he talks about like the failure of us to explain the ice core patterns and stuff. But yeah, it's the obliquity cycle that really drives the glacial advance and retreat through time. That's where we see the strongest relationship. And we're looking at these periods of time, like around 30 to 40,000 years ago, where it's, in a completely different phase in that obliquity cycle. There's a warm period within the last glacial, this marine isotope stage 3, that kind of coincides with obliquity coming back up, melting back a lot of the ice sheets before they go back into a deep freeze and get to their maximum and stuff. So this is absolutely driving the background climate. A lot of what we're looking at will be things like what are called Donsgaard-Oskar events and Heinrich events that are known to be more abrupt. And by abrupt, I mean they take place on the order of hundreds of years rather than 20,000 or 40,000 years, right? These are abrupt changes, at least in high latitude climates that may or may not propagate down in certain ways to the subtropics and the tropics or the mid latitudes. That's what we want to investigate mainly. But we'll get a bit of both. I mean, I think in our record, we'll have to consider the Milankovitch forcing of the climate of the region. So it's, yeah, that's the first order, main driver of these long-term changes.
I'm excited to get to, well, in theory, to get to that video because one of my favorite one of my favorite directions that you and Maddie of Science Side Up also pointed me towards is like the nature of Milankovitch cycles, the orbital monsoon hypothesis, and how that just absolutely craters the global flood. But we'll get there when we get there. We got Doc Dino for $10. Y'all changed my life. I just wanted to say thank you. Doc Dino was the one who we were raising money for last year. Thanks to you, I've made a ton of discoveries. I'm getting ready to move on with the next stage of my life. Much love and hail science. Thank you so much, Doc Dino. That is just wonderful to hear. Truly. I'm so
that
glad
was a
to
good
hear
time.
that.
I remember that
It was a
last
good
year.
time.
It was a lot of fun. And I'm, really happy for him. So
We might be revisiting again, time pending, a video that we did not get to finish last time, because in case you've noticed, since we're almost an hour in and haven't gotten to a video yet, we get a little rambly on these shows. Vandalia, 1998 for $4.99. Hey, Vandalia, going into work, so I'll have to catch it later, but you missed my super chat on the line on Tuesday because my camera went down for the 30 seconds that it was on. Don't feel bad, Vandalia, because my camera went down like 8 times during that stream, so I'll have to go back and read your super chat so I can figure out what it said. We have Anna the Elephant for $2. Already covered this one, thankfully. What ABV is the chocolate stout? We established it was 5%. I'm going to be, you guys all know me. I'm going to be white clawing it up here in about 58 minutes once it hits 5 o'clock in my time zone. From MetaGeeky, Platypus Librarian for $5. I was going to ask about your remote sensor setup. We covered this one as well. I manage HOBOs for my library archives. How reliable are they in terms of battery or connectivity? We established that they are, was it pretty reliable?
yeah, these are, oh gosh, I can show you really quick.
Okay, pull that up.
They're cool devices.
Pull it up while I'm
Yeah.
reading the next one. Vivid for $19.99. Hey, Erica, I've been following for nearly 2 years now. I adore your videos with how damaged American science system has become. I hope beyond hope that people like you, Dan, Dapper, and everyone else can pull it back. We are doing our best. Fortunately, on social media is a platform that actually can have a lot of influence, for better or for worse. So we and also many, many other incredible creators here online are doing what they can to make science as cool and accessible and worth fighting for as we can, so that people don't let this slip through our fingers. Because once it's gone, it's hard to reestablish. The institutions that make and maintain science in the United States should be cherished. And unfortunately, they're often not. 0 cents for $4.99. I'm a gentle and, of course, very modern ape. I'm in the Gutsy Gibbon YouTube community. He's talking about me. That's true, 0 cents. And because I know that everybody watching this, all 652 people currently having their eyeballs on this channel, are, of course, subscribed, right? To my channel, to Jordan's channel, to John's channel, and of course to Dapper's channel. You guys are all gentle and, of course, very modern apes. And if you want that statement to apply to you, you'll, of course, subscribe, right? Just in case, on the off chance that some of you aren't subscribed. I know you will. And also like the stream. That's a given. I know you guys have already done it. I don't even have to check. Sam M for $20. I love it when almost all my favorite YouTubers, missing Dan and Dave, get together. Even better if it's for a good cause. It's almost like we all know each other.
Like maybe we have a group chat or 2 or 3 that we talk about things in the background with.
The evil science cabal in the background networking.
Yeah, formed about the same time as COVID-19, right?
Oh no.
That was part of the impetus, though. It was like we all needed people to connect to talk to things about, to help deal with the
Also,
crazy isolation.
We have to make sure that we were all getting our Soros checks when that was going on too. Because sometimes these guys get their checks before I do. And I feel like I'm doing a lot of legwork keeping the Smithsonian giant bones hidden. So I feel like I should be high on that list. But
Like, it's not a lot of work to fake dinosaur bones day in and day out.
that's true. There are more of them. That's fair. That's fair. And you guys have to come up with the designs for all these fake dinosaurs.
Yeah, and then we have to come up with like weird names that only sometimes fit, because if they fit too much too often, then people will call out the
People get
bullshit. Like,
suspicious. They get
it's-
suspicious, exactly.
the fake dinosaur branch of the Soros empire is a pretty tough place to work.
Jordan and John have to keep up with keeping nuclear decay rates seeming like they're constant,
Yeah.
making it look like they work
You have to fiddle with all the dials in the nuclear decay control room.
in the
Yeah.
rocks.
That's the hardest part, is faking all the data in a consistent way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for hundreds of years at this point.
For hundreds
basically.
of years.
Yeah.
It's we've been a long time coming. You know, we come from a long line of evil cabals, of course.
We actually have like a microphone in the nuclear in the power plant in the control room. So whenever anyone notices that the decay rates aren't changing, they just get tackled and dragged out.
Where I work, we have a big pit where we throw people. Like with
That's how you make new human fossils.
That's exactly right. They get recycled back into faking the hominin fossils. Wow. I love these little get-togethers. And then the elephant for $2 says, "I'm a mammoth. Congratulations. You win your cash." We all knew it.
I'm so happy. I'm relieved.
Sydney Raptor for $5 Australian. What does this button do? It gets you more content like this. Chris McCarthy for $10. Creationists claim nuclear decay rates change. It's been almost 100 years since the first half-lives were measured by Fermi and colleagues. What limits can you place on the rate of change? Okay, I know 2 panelists who can give us an opinion on this. Probably 3, probably 4, because me and Dapper can yap about anything.
Yeah, Jordan, what do you say?
Well, I'd say that you can, at the far end, you could put a limit of at least 2 billion years on a rate of change. Like it couldn't have changed in the last 2 billion years because of Oklo, which we're going to talk about later. The coolest thing to have ever happened ever. So yeah, we're at least good for 2 billion years. You know.
I think you can. I think you could effectively establish this for Earth history, like the entirety of Earth history, using concepts of secular equilibrium. A lot of the decays that we look at are not. It's not just one thing decaying into something that's no longer radioactive. Like there are such cases, you know, radiocarbon decays into nitrogen and then it's stable, right? It doesn't turn anything else. But there are plenty like uranium that go through a long decay chain of multiple elements. And it doesn't matter what that arrangement looks like at the beginning. If you let it go long enough, these will equilibrate, meaning like the one at the top, the 238 uranium decays down into this, and the rate of that decay into the next one depends on how much is available. And so eventually you get a rate, like you reach a point where every time this decays into this, the next one, then one of those will decay into the next one, and one of those will decay into the next one, so that the proportion of one to like everything in the sequence to the next thing in line, that proportion stays the same. And everywhere we look, for example, we see these, you know, common proportions that are in equilibrium, suggesting that that decay has been happening for a long time at the same rates that we measure today. So
I like to throw this into the ring because I'm not an expert like these 2 guys are, but I have done a lot of recreational research into nuclear decay for the purposes of dealing with yahoos on the internet. And they've got these sources that they like to go to where it's like, oh man, they you know, increase the decay by 100 billion gazillion fold of this one in this one hyper-specific scenario. And it's like when they manually strip electrons from an element, like in a lab in stellar conditions, which we'll be talking about that later too.
That one always bugs me because what they'll do is they'll point to something like, oh, look, they changed the decay rates in this one instance. And it is almost every time electron capture decay. And almost every time. And that is like the one that can be kind of subject to environmental conditions, because if there's no electrons, guess what? You can't capture any, right? So like, sure, you can change that decay rate, but that has no relevance to any other decay rate. Right.
When we talk about constant decay rates, we mean spontaneous decay. There are induced decay events, and those can vary. And the thing that I like to point out about, oh, well, what if the decay rates change? It's like, the decay rates are dependent on fundamental like constants in physics, like the fine structure constant, the strength of the strong and weak nuclear forces and whatnot. In order to vary them, you have to suggest that those fundamental aspects of physics changed. And do you have any evidence that they even can change? No, you don't. So what you're suggesting is that, well, what if physics just stopped working? Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
We're gonna cover some of that later, because that's one of my favorites. It's like, how do you know
the quickest answer is a simple sanity check. Like if those changed substantially through time, like then none of this would work. Like what we do in geology, what have been doing for 100 years, like it would not work. We wouldn't get coherent. The fact that we have any reasonable coherence when we talk about a timeline of Earth history tells you that any, whatever change there could have happened must have been negligible, because otherwise we don't have coherence. We do have coherence, you know. So it's it's a simple like you can't, if it didn't work so well, then why does it work so well?
So one thing I want to point out is I've been keeping track of the fundraiser, and it is currently at 35%, and we've only been barely going for just over an hour.
Congratulations, gang. We did. Let's go. I love this. I love that. Dapper, first of all, I'm glad that you're checking in, but also it's selfishly, it's always a pleasant surprise for me to like lose track of time and then check for these kinds of fundraisers and see just how badass this audience actually is. Because just while we're yapping about nothing or again, esoteric subjects that for whatever reason, we've cultivated this wonderful audience that cares about as much as we do, finds interesting and chooses to donate to a project that's super important. I love that whiplash of like refreshing the page. And then it's like, oh, there's another couple $100 for the project because people rock. I love it.
It's 1,600 right now.
Jesus Christ. It's my stream.
Well, I guess we're going, and I've got a lot of work to do, right?
You got a lot of work to do. And I was telling Jon this, and I'm going to tell everybody this now so that you guys can hold him to account. I want TikTok Jon. I want Jon's ass on TikTok, posting from Armenia, showing us what he's doing. I want Jon maneuvering through caves with poor lighting and poor audio through TikTok, keeping us in the loop. That's what I would like to see. Hey, if you'd like to see that, let us know in the comment section. And if
maybe I'll find Noah's Ark while I'm out there. I don't know.
You might. Actually, I wanted to say a hominin thing about the Armenia Demonisi connection, but we're actually getting super chats faster than we're reading them. So we need to read them a little bit faster.
Let's go.
We got from Kent Jeffrey of Arimathea, like Joseph of Arimathea. Is that the
Yeah, he's making math errors. That's great.
Okay. For $6.66, you cheeky little goon. Woo, names are back. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the donation. We got Rosina, Rip Inside Jokes, Keller again for $1.99, retroactive syphilis. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's how it worked. For $5 from Pavel Nadolsky, just for reminding me of Nephilim Free's existence. Oh yeah. Let me remind you of a couple more just while we're at it. What about Cy 10 Brudenkate?
Oh jeez.
Yeah, let's talk about him. We could talk about, I already told you about LPP. Smoky Saint. Saw a Smoky Saint community post on my freaking timeline a couple of days ago, and that was like getting slapped across the face.
I saw a comment about me from him on someone else's video, like I think about a month ago.
We run in a weird circle. We got Adam Bender for $10. Have some dollars. Use them quick. They're losing value. Yeah, we know. Red line go down. We got Jamin Busak for $20. Godzilla versus the Monad. Which one is more powerful? The Monad. The Monad is also Godzilla, you must understand. It's everything and nothing. It's 1 and 0. It's all of human consciousness. So that includes Godzilla. So we've really got an infinity plus one kind of situation going on here. And I'm going to move on to the next one to keep Dapper from answering. From FSM is the dog for $2. Megalomania just doesn't suit you, Erica. No, it does. I'm very megalomaniacal. Anyone who knows me will tell you. You should ask these guys that I have the group chat with that may or may not exist, the Evil Science group chat, just how anime villain arc I can get. It gets really serious sometimes. From Stop the Stupidity for $2. Love you all. Thank you for what you do. Again, it is absolutely our pleasure. From Doc Dino for $5. If you want, I'd be happy to come on and update people on how my little expedition is going. Got to get a drink first, though. Doc, I'd love to have you on for this stream or another stream. If you want, shoot me an email and bug me in the chat if you'd like to join, because I'd love to update everyone, too. I was under the impression there was an update video on your channel, but if I'm wrong on that, I think it'd be great to update you or update everybody, because I assume a lot of the people who were here for your stream are here for this one, too. From HC Nash for $10. Erica, you ever consider doing a video covering your favorite books, both fiction and nonfiction, or sort of book club where each of you picks a book and has a group discussion? Do you have any idea how many collective hours this group would waste? if we did a book club and we had to discuss even a single chapter of any topic ever, it would be a 12-hour stream once a month. And it would mostly be about unrelated things. So I think we should do it, actually.
Yeah, I'm sold.
I think that would be a great idea.
We could do nothing but SFT/fiction.
Oh, no.
I'm about to boot you from the stream just for putting that in my mind. That's absolutely inappropriate. Homo erectus HUF 4,000. Or wait, 4,000 HUF coins.
That's
What
Hungarian.
is this? Hungarian. Well, thank you very much. Don't spend it all on rocks.
I
We're going to
won't.
spend it all. We're going to spend it all on rocks.
Köszönöm szépen, by the way.
Land at Axolotl for $5. Where can a guy get a nice dinosaur bone t-shirt like the one Erica has? I need some fossiliferous fashion. Tropical Geek needs to be paying me. Jordan saw this at BajaCon recently for the amount of advertising for free that I'm doing for these people by wearing their button downs absolutely everywhere. It's, hold on, let me get the tag so you can
Sponsorship when?
Sponsorship when Geek Tropical or Tropical Geek or something like that. I'll find it for you in a second. I'll put a link. No, actually, they need to pay me first. There you go. Geek Tropical. You can buy all sorts of button downs. My sister gets me them every year because I wear them almost exclusively. Thank you for your donation. Holy mackerel, Corey Smith for $50. I hope you might have a stalactite time. So Corey, you might not know this about me, but I'm not a big fan of puns. Now I'm a really big fan of this wonderfully kind donation, but I am going to have to come to your house and kill you for this.
I'm going to take it and go with the flow, Stone.
John might protect you. If John can get to your house first, he might be able to fight me off, but I don't know. I'm pretty strong. We've got the coolest bro for $20, which is the D&D humanoid. I'm so like ant-brained. Humanoid fantasy races would be considered hominids. This is a phenomenal question. I would actually argue most of them. Probably not any of your exotic, like Dragonborn, you're sort of like a half, quote unquote, half animal type races. But I think halflings, I think you could do orcs. I think you could do elves. I think you could do half versions of any of those races. Humans, obviously. You're really going to be able to do a cool hypothetical hominin family tree for most of them. And what I think would be really fun would be to sort of do a descendant ancestor relationship with all of them and also living hominins to see how they would connect with one another. Because obviously there's got to be a Homo floresiensis halfling connection. There's got to be a Neanderthal dwarf connection where there's a lot you could do with it.
So when are you making this video?
Well, when am I going to get some time, Dapper? I swear to God, I have no free time, and somehow I still manage to feel like I'm wasting it all the time, constantly. But when I do it, I'm going to invite this usual crew because you guys have better D&D knowledge than I do. Although,
may have played a few games.
I'm starting Baldur's Gate this week. I'm starting Baldur's Gate 3 this week. I've never played it. Husband gave me a Steam Deck. I'm going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3 on the Steam Deck. I'll let you know how it goes. I think I'm probably gonna absolutely slay it, but we'll see.
Carlac
Cake for $9.99. Super sticker. Thank you. I can't see what it is, but I'll have to check regular chat because we're slowly catching up to the super chats so we can do our first video 1 hour and 15 minutes in. From MS Ty for $10. I've learned so much from you and your YouTube friends. So glad I searched Gibbon on YouTube years ago looking for videos about the best apes. The fact that you knew they were the best apes means that you're well suited for this community. Thank you, MS Ty. And you've got a wonderful, what is that? That's either a macaque or a female hamadryas baboon, it looks like, as your PFP.
I think it's one of those Japanese macaques.
It could be. The paleness of the face makes it look like that, but female hamadryas baboons have a similar pigmentation to their faces. So it's possible. MCU should make a Science Friends movie. Who would play you, Erica? From Stevie Bowen 58 for £8. You know who would play me? Do you guys remember? Oh, what's her name? She played a side character in the Disney Channel original movie Camp Rock. She was the one who played the horrific, she played like a what would you call it? Like an EDM kind of song that sucked. And then Demi Lovato, there's like a meme where she's like, wow, she's really good. That's who would play me. Her name's Allison something, I think. Someone find out and let me know. That's who would play me. Or you could just get an actual gibbon who is an actor and put it on screen. Post for $10. Thanks. No post. Thank you. Joseph Pratt. I just want to say thank you to GG for $5. Again, it's my pleasure. You guys like to, I'm sure everybody who is also on this panel feels similarly, but when you guys thank us for doing what we do, I really mean it and I know they do too, when we say it's our pleasure. Like, what a privilege to get to do this.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Tuttle for $10. What do you call a duck with a PhD? An old quack. Hey, Tuttle, what do you call a band member of this YouTube channel? Thank you for your donation. Sparse Oasis for 15 Ron dollars. Thank you. Super sticker.
Did you call them Ron dollars?
Yeah, because
Romanian.
You know, I've got some Ron dollars right here, actually.
I hope they're colorful.
They are pretty cool. Well, I picked out the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Find the most colorful one and I will judge it. We've got It's a Rubik's for $5. There's totally no reason to think the Earth is 4.6 billion years old if you ignore all the evidence of it being 4.6 billion years old and not 6,000 years old. This is so true. If you just take all of science and put it away, there's actually a lot of proof for the Earth being 6,000 years old.
There we go.
Oh, it's so small.
It is.
Wow, that's charming.
Yeah. National Bank of Romania.
I wish our money was colorful. I think that would actually fix us as a nation, I think. $5 Canadian from Matt. Listen to your videos at work. Thanks for helping educate me out of alt-right creationist pipeline. Now I'm going to school for archaeology. Hell yes. I love that. Overall, phenomenal news, Matt. Thank you for your donation. And again, it's absolutely our pleasure. I happen to think that our content is best consumed while doing another task. I had a throwaway line in one of my recent way too long videos where I was like, stop what, it's like, I know for those of you who are only partially paying attention because you're cleaning your house or you're mowing the lawn or you're on a long drive. I
was hiking at the moment. And I was like, I know you're not looking at it. It's like, okay, I'll pull my phone out.
Yeah. I know my niche. I thrive in it. For $10 from Sapphire Science Nimby's Light. This is all very enlightening, but what do rocks taste like?
Yeah, that all depends what you've been doing on them before you tasted them.
So, like, never mind. I'm not gonna. I haven't had enough to drink yet.
Gets again realizes there's absolutely no good way for that sentence to end.
No, there's not. Red Shrek for $100. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Have you seen BBC's Human series? If yes, anything stand out to you? I was caught by surprise by a statement the presenter of the series made about how modern science has led to the weakening of natural selection on modern humans. I haven't seen BBC's Human series. Most of my documentary consumption is sort of backloaded to when I had time to watch documentaries. These days, unfortunately, I find myself spending a lot of time watching content that is directly related to my sort of job side hustle with YouTube. But it wouldn't, that's true. Natural selection is weaker with modern humans because of the advent of modern medicine. That's a wonderful thing because that means so many people who would have originally not survived to adulthood get to, and they contribute to society in phenomenal ways. But what this also means is that you see interesting changes in human morphology. So the average width of the pelvic inlet for folks who end up having kids is getting smaller, right? And that's because people who would normally be killed by pregnancy complications aren't. And they end up having healthy kids through C-section and things of that nature, or just general medical intervention. I
would like to slightly disagree and say that rather than weakening natural selection, what is happening is that the fitness peak on which Homo sapiens currently exists is broadening and widening out on the fitness landscape.
Dapper, I like that better. I'm going to acquiesce to you on this because I think that's that's a better way of thinking of it than how I would propose it. We're seizing control and widening our own fitness landscapes.
Well, ultimately, the niche of humans is taking the environment and molding it to become better suited to humans.
That's true. We're environmental manipulators to our core.
We're like
one of
beavers
the best
on speed.
We're beaver or elephants. Elephants do a lot of environmental.
Yeah, elephants too. Yeah, elephants times beavers times stimulants.
And termites as well with their enormous colonies. We're really an odd mix of critters. I have a video about this coming out soon. It's one of my anti-human exceptionalist tirades. Kate for $9.99. Hiya, a research trip. Yay, have a blast. Hugh theme song for Bones. Awesome. So glad to catch you on a live stream. Hint, that never happens. I'm excited. Kate, thank you for your donation. And Bones is a blast to watch once you've taken like an intro.
I haven't watched it in so long. I'm like really trying to remember what that theme song sounds like, and I can't. But I do remember the scene where she's talking about oxygen isotopes, and she calls it she talks about percent values rather than per mil. And I was like, oh, they didn't teach her.
They do some great stuff with human osteology in that show too.
Just imagine that she said per mil and then shift the decimal point over in your brain, and it'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, John. Yeah, John.
Yeah, except then the value doesn't make sense. I think she just read it as a percent.
Well,
so that they typed it in the script because they didn't know the difference or how to make that symbol. It's fine.
I like to imagine they knew, and they did this because they dislike you and geology in particular.
Okay, you might be right.
$10 from Owen. Shout out to Anne. Hey, girl. Cheers. Anne, Owen really likes you and decided to donate to this show and to a wonderful project to shout you out. Hey, girl.
I'm thankful for both of you now.
Me too. In a way, Anne is what brought that about. Gordon Mandel for $9.99. Erica, you're my new superhero. If the power is talking for too long, then damn it, that's true. That I'm about as powerful as they come in that avenue. Red Shrek again for $100. I really like Erica's work. Red Shrek, you are so unbelievably generous. Every time I see you here or on the line or any other fundraiser, you're rolling in with the big bucks. Thank you so much for this kind donation. I'm trying to think of a fun fact. I've got one for you. This is one that I'm hoping will stick in everybody's minds. We talk a lot about how special humans are for our enormous brains for our body size, but there are other critters that have interesting tissue ratios that are unexpected. And the one that I learned about recently was the Arctic copepod, which is 70% lipid by dry mass, which is really weird and interesting, but it makes a lot of sense for a critter living in the climate that it lives in. 70% fat. Isn't that insane? A little copepod.
It's like my mom.
I'm
kidding. My mom isn't 70% lipid by mass.
Dapper!
Sorry,
you can't
Mom.
say that about your own mom.
Sorry, Mom. Love you.
Dapper, you just hear Dapper's like a bunch of knocking in the background as Dapper's mother shows up to blow
She's
away.
flown in from Massachusetts all the way to Arizona.
It'd be hard to get a dinosaur on a plane, to be fair. I'm assuming your mother is also a ceratosaur.
Oh, no, I'm talking about my adoptive human parents that, introduced me to human society. It's part of the Dapper lore.
What a heartwarming story. Federal agent for $10. How many creationists does it take to dig a hole? 2. One to hold the shovel and another to cover the first one's eyes every time they find a fossil. That's true. We don't see as many dinosaur denying creationists as we used to because Ken Ham found a way to make money off of them.
Yeah.
For Erdania for 22 euros and 22 euro cents?
Yes.
Mhm.
My seen apes together strong. I mean, ook. That's so true. I can just imagine a little Limnopithecus sitting on the branch, reaching out to another Limnopithecus. Obviously, they're both Evan's eye, and they do a little what? Like a gibbon sound, because obviously the last common ancestor was gibbon-like. From Freya Olsen for $10. Perfect stream for prepping my chem classroom for the students coming on Monday. Oh yeah, I imagine.
Yeah, that assumes that we're going to get to some chemistry, though. We better.
I'm trying. I am trying my best.
We're like flooded. This is incredible. They're absolutely incredible.
They're the problem. Yeah, no,
not a problem.
Okay.
Keep them coming.
I was gonna gas up the audience a little bit more later. So I will, because we need to get to the videos. Mary for $1.99. You're one of the reasons I'm going back to uni. Awesome. Yes, I love that. This is one of my favorite kind of comments to receive. And every single time, I feel nothing but joy in my heart. And I just want to grab you in a hug and tell you congratulations. You're going to have a phenomenal time. And I'm jealous because going to school rocks, and I'm in a period of my academic journey where I'm done with classwork. And I miss classwork. It was my favorite part. Oh my God. Okay.
Liebenswürdig, sorry, Liebenswürdig.
No. John, this one's you.
That's it. Liebenswürdig Scheusel. Sorry.
Liebenswürdig.
Austrian taxpayer here. Is the project funded by is it funded by the Academy of Science or another federal research promotion agency? It's funded by the Austrian FWF, right, which is let's call it the Austrian equivalent to the NSF in the US. Something like that.
Maybe they'll take us under their wing. From Andarius Rosethorn for $2 Canadian. How can I guarantee that I become a fossil after you die? You got this, John. You got this.
Go back in time 4,351 years and be a bad person. You'll get there. That's how all the fossils work.
Thank God for the global flood. This is so true. What if we all just pulled our masks off at the end and we were like, we've been young Earth creationists this whole time?
It is the deepest of like deep ops, deep cover.
Well, we often talk about how much money we could theoretically make if all of us.
If you converted and became like a Christian YouTuber, you would be immediately just a dump truck of money. Just immediately.
Heck, you wouldn't even need to actually convert. You could just say you converted. Who cares?
God, you know what? This is my pride is too large, but truly, like, I don't have the stomach for that kind of deception. But like, it would be so interesting if someone did and then was like, psych. You know what I mean? To like see how that would actually play out. Also,
honestly, sometimes I think Raw Matt might be a deep undercover agent trying to make young Earth creationism look worse.
And yet he can't. He just keeps going. Yeah, I can imagine him just like at the table with some scotch, just like, I don't know how to go any further. There's just no bottom.
You know he wouldn't be drinking scotch because he subsists on air exclusively. That's part of being a breatharian. No,
so what he does is he pours a little bit of scotch into a snifter, and then he just huffs the fumes.
Like a vaporizer.
Exactly.
Ronad is huffing something. I believe that with my entire heart, or has in the past. We'll get there. Maybe. We have Duck Dino for $2. Email works for link, or Dapper has my Discord. Okay, I need to get on that. Once we finish this, I'm going to let you in. We have It's a Rubik's for $5. Have you been to the $8 Fossil and Creation Science Museum in Akron, Ohio? They had tracks like "Did aliens visit ancient humans?" It's hilarious.
Oh, those.
Is that the one that Joel went to?
I feel like Joel has had to have been there. Like, I feel like Joel has.
I think he did have a video on going to a local museum like that, and he might have covered it.
Joel is in the area, so I feel like he has to have at some point.
It's weird whenever the like ancient aliens crosses over with creationism, because I'm always like, don't you not believe in aliens? Like, I thought you thought that flying saucers were demons and whatnot. Like, what's going on? I don't know. It's weird.
The most recent video on Answers in Genesis' regular page right now is an aliens or demons kind of video.
Jeez.
They know this topic gets clicks, and the way that they do it is just like with everything else. They hide the true intention. So the title is clickbaity, and then you click on it, and then it's like the demon mic drop ends up being like a third through the video, and by then you've invested too much.
Hold on. If aliens are demons, does that make Klingon actually infernal from Dungeons and Dragons?
Dapper, I don't have time for this nerd shit right now. I'm skipping right over that.
Dapper, if you want to see the crossover with the aliens and creationism, I think just spend more time in some conservative communities in Utah and Nevada.
I might pass on that one. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
But it would be so safe and informative. And at the Elephant for $2, mini pride flags for money when? That would be soon. Let's go with soon. Soupy Dude. Sorry, I'm speeding through these because I want to actually get to part of the stream where we go over the videos. Soupy Dude for $5. I'm on team dedicated to faking the origin of life data. We can't let these free thinkers destroy our elite satanic science cabal. And you know that I know that you, Soupy Dude, and those like you are working hard, because the true American patriot, James Torr, is a powerful force, and he comes at you with all the might of the brilliance of his particular spot at Rice University and the copious amounts of money that I'm sure he's getting from donations. He is a strong fighter for truth, and I know that
loud one.
you guys.
It's a very loud one.
Mr. Me Permits Tad for $2. Ironically, I was actively watching that Guts Given video. I knew that, and that message was for you specifically. Steve Areno for $5. How many paleo experts does it take to cover part 2 of the Time Machine YEC manga? You've had us on a cliffhanger for 2 years. I love so much when I find out that people enjoyed that video, or that they enjoyed the video on Monster, which was the Bigfoot creationist propaganda book that I spent some time going over. I'm going to get back to that, Steve Areno, but I'm going to redo that video because I've gotten some new opinions on what manga should look like. I've become culturally enlightened. So I will come back to that eventually. Thank you for your donation. Cotton Candy Wolf for $2. Would we be artificially selecting ourselves then? That is the question, and I would argue that the answer is yes, but, right? Because it depends on how you want to classify what we're doing to ourselves. But I guess
I would say,
I don't know.
If the reproduction of humans that you're talking about is actually selected by a human, including the person reproducing, for purposes of getting children with particular traits, then yes. If not, then I would say no. So, because if yes, and it's imposed by other people, now we're just doing eugenics. And I don't know of too many societies that are actually actively doing eugenics on any scale. But on the other hand, I do know of people who are like, oh, I'm a carrier for this genetic disease, and I don't want to pass that on to anyone, so I'm just going to choose not to have children. And I would say that at that point, you are sort of artificially selecting against yourself, because otherwise you probably would be having children if you didn't know that. So I would say usually no, but sometimes yes.
I think this is a good answer. More importantly, Guzman Jones for $10 says, why did Tony Stark say, trust me, if Cap wanted to lay you out, he would have to Spider-Man? Isn't Spider-Man able to react beyond human speed and terrifyingly strong like Pop Hulk's headstrong? Guzman Jones, why are you asking? Okay, I don't know. Maybe someone is... Okay, Jordan, you're wearing a Deadpool shirt. You answer this question.
So Spider-Man's powers don't generally include like super strength to that extent. Like he has the normal like superhero level of super strength, but it's not like one of his keynote powers like the Hulk typically. He is super fast, but Cap does have the super soldier. I'm saying super a lot. Super soldier serum.
It's almost like you're talking about superheroes.
Right. So like, I don't think it's a necessary easy answer as to whether Cap could get a hold of Spider-Man, but if he did get a hold of Spider-Man, Spider-Man's going down.
Thank you for that, Jordan. I knew we brought you on for a reason.
Yep,
for
that's why I'm here.
For $5 from It's a Rubik. Speaking of human osteology, I had the privilege of working with the Heyman Todd collection. Oh, nice. That lab also has one of the only Lucy casting molds. Yeah, yes, and it's hard to get permission to work with some of these collections. So congratulations. That's awesome. Hey, put in a good word for me in case I ever need to get up there. 0 cents for $4.99. Gutsy Gibbon, I love your anti-human exceptionalism tirades. Genuinely some of the most thought-provoking stuff on YouTube. I'm so glad to hear this, 0 cents, because the one that's coming out, I don't know, in a week or something like that, I reached into the depths of my Instagram and TikTok accounts and got tons of wonderful videos that people have taken at zoos and for like at chimpanzee and bonobo sanctuaries here, and also in like abroad, so in continental Africa, in Sierra Leone and places like this. And I think that there's some really special videos that are going to really blow people's socks off of other non-human apes doing really surprising, very familiar things in very casual ways. So I think you're going to like that video. Patrons have access to it now if you want to, in case you want to donate $2.99 or $5 or whatever to
very subtle.
Yeah. Hint. Please don't do that. Actually, we're raising money for this right now. From SLC 133, geez Louise, for $100. Thank you so much. I'm just donating because it's cool. That's a super cool number to donate. You got me doing the Tasmanian devil over here. Or what's his name? You guys remember the wild thornberries?
Yes.
Okay, remember what's his name? The brother who was like a feral child. He'd be like, you know who I'm talking about?
I do know who that is, but I don't remember the character.
Donnie. I think it's Donnie. Hold on, let me check. Donnie.
Thank you for being cool.
Donnie
I was right.
Yagabagadi. That's just what comes up on YouTube, but Donnie Thornberry. How have we never made the connection of that Donnie and Donnie Deals?
Good question.
I feel like that's low-hanging fruit though for us. We've got a lot of, I mean, Donnie Deals is an actual car salesman. Like it's hard to do better than that.
Yeah, we've discovered that was actually literally true. It was amazing.
That I think someone found the videos again too. Donnie, if you're watching this, someone has the videos of those infomercials that you posted. Vergi for $5, just a beautiful picture of a moon. Vergi, you can pretend like my Donnie impression was for that $5. Thank you very much. Mary for $1.99. I'm 40 with a Bachelor of Arts in England. You've inspired me that much. Let's go. Or in English.
Awesome.
Why did I say England? Wonderful, Mary.
That's not engineering. Oh, just kidding.
I mean, it could be. They do sometimes do BAs in engineering.
Get another genius in the room.
Yeah. Wow.
From Holy Smalls for $5. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I didn't expect
the
that.
fundraiser is at $65 and we haven't even started.
That's 65%.
65%. Did I say dollars?
You did.
I'm tweaking out over here because of the amount of donations. It's like making my brain short circuit. Thank you very much for letting us know that, Holy Smalls. And thank you to you and Dapper for stealing my thunder and announcing that myself when we were going to go to the video. And then I was going to say, oh my gosh, I was going to check and be surprised. It was going to be great. But that's okay. This is also pretty cool. And also there's the fact that it's continually the most epic thing of all time that this audience is so quick to get projects like this funded. Setting that aside. Skittle Puke, that is disgusting, for $4.99. Erica, how often do gibbons miss during their high-speed brachiation, and do they have adaptations to make these situations more survivable? They're actually quite good at targeting areas with like a lot of branches that they could potentially grab onto. So if they do miss the branch they were going towards, you'll sometimes see them like hook an arm and catch themselves. I've actually never seen a gibbon fall out of a tree, and I've watched a lot of gibbon videos. Like, you don't even know how many. Tuttle for $5. Been considering changing my major from freshwater ecology to something chemistry-based to abiogenesis research. Any books you'd recommend? And you're asking the wrong person for abio. Nick Lane, he has The Vital Question, which is really quite good as like an introductory, like pop side book into abio stuff. That's what I would recommend. Anybody have anything else they want to recommend? All of these abiogenesis.
I don't know enough about the topic to really recommend a good book. I'm sorry.
You just get my recommendation then, Tuttle, which is, of course, the best recommendation. It's Rubik's for $2. I take pride in being blocked by Ken Ham on Facebook.
Nice.
Love that for you. I wish I could be blocked by him in encounters generally. Sometimes people...
Just IRL?
Yeah, just IRL. Like, I want to have... there was like a Black Mirror episode of this where like you could block people.
Good episode.
That's what I want for Ken Ham. From Inkcap Witch Hat for $10, it makes my gentle and modern heart smile that there are amazing science communicators like you guys in the world. With all the craziness and misinformation right now, we need you more than ever. Clearly, this street goes both ways, though, because science communicators requires people who are actually interested in that topic, and that's you guys. The fact that we can fund a project like this ex nihilo just because there are so many people interested in helping scientists actually do their job where our governments and funding organizations have failed us is a testament to how awesome you guys are. So I would like to, Uno reverse you. I look like beat you to death with a baseball bat that has a love sticker on it with my love. Thank you. From Christian Yay?
I think yeah, but I'm not really sure.
For $5, thank you for your work in the field doing science and as an educator. Safe travels. Yes, John. because I think we might be able to get you there. From
It's looking like
Dip Putts, Noram Diputs for $2. The donation queue is of infinite size, clearly. And thank you for your donation. From JJ Bittenbinder for $5. Yep, currently driving.
Is he still driving at the time of reading this super chat? That's
for sure.
Yeah,
Because this is long road trip fodder. And I'd like to remind you guys.
I mean, donating on YouTube while also driving makes me wonder, is he still driving or has it gone off the road at this point?
I'm just going to hope that, still driving safely and no longer typing while driving.
Pull over if you're going to listen. It's not worth it. Pull over if you're going to super chat us billions and billions of dollars. Make sure you are safely pulled over to the side of the road or at a rest stop. I would never forgive myself if somebody got hurt while donating to this. So that makes me really sad to think about. So
there are a few people who I could imagine not feeling bad about if they were listening to me and then crashed the car. Just a few, very small number. But they're out there.
They're not Erica's audience, though.
No, they're not.
Dapper,
they're not even really my audience either.
Dapper, those people clearly don't need our help when it comes to getting in car accidents.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Wonder how the DI is doing about that whole driver safety thing. You think they've had any classes or anything?
You mean the Center for Science and Culture?
Hello.
Well,
I'd like to report a murder.
Literally?
Yeah, literally and figuratively.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be okay. Real people were impacted by that, but it's just their pieces of shit for not announcing that. So
one real person died and a real family. Yeah, in Austria.
Yeah. Yes, true. Okay, Burner Benson for $9.99. We're so close. A tithe for scientism. Hell yes. Thank you for your donation. Valeria Sashina. Yes, for €5. Thank you all. Erica, you inspire me so much. I don't know why people say that, but I'm so glad to hear it because that means that you're as excited about this kind of stuff as I am, and that makes my heart full. If by inspiration, I manically flail around on camera, and that is very inspiring when you think about it. Severino back again with $5. $5 more for Monster being a Gutsy Given classic. That's true. That is a classic video of mine. I wish more people knew about it too, because I had effectively read that book 3 times for the video. Once to see if it was good enough to do a video on, once to take notes, and then once when I was reading most of it on camera. That's actually a good one to listen to while you're driving. If you can stand listening to this voice narrate a creationist propaganda book about Bigfoot fossils being the reason we have hominin fossils, and thus evolution is fake and dumb. Also, Dapper, love pelagic tunicates.
No, that is in fact a lie. And Steve Reno, I am going to be figuring out where you live and work via your IP address, and I'm going to make sure to set fire to both places.
He's tracking it now. Run, yep. Steve Reno.
I'm hacking the world as we speak.
It's a Rubik's for $2. If you volunteer there, you can work in that lab. That's a good in, actually, and I would actually enjoy volunteering to work at that lab. So that might be okay. I'm going to make a mental note about this. That's a good tip.
Because you have so much time for volunteer work, Erica.
Well, at some point in the ambiguous future, I will have time again. I'm sure of it.
Maybe after you retire.
I'm so tired. Boss, I'm tired. Matt for 20 pounds, 30 seconds on the evolution of radioactive prawns. Go. Ooh, who wants to take this?
Well, all I know is that there was a recall of some shrimp in the United States as a result of them being contaminated with radioactive something or other.
It was cesium, I think. Cesium
okay. I don't know how that. How do you get cesium on your prawns? I don't know. But as far as I know, there isn't any actual prawn species that are inherently radioactive more so than any other organisms.
Yeah, I think that's something that would have to be environmental, right? So they wouldn't evolve to be radioactive. They would evolve under the conditions of radiation, and I would assume, because I don't think of radiation as doing anything positive, they would slowly, ideally, start to develop resistances to the impacts.
Hypothetically, at least you could have radiotropes that use what we would normally consider ionizing radiation as a source of energy, like photosynthesis, where you could be like, oh yeah, I'm capturing like, you know, energy gradients from beta radiation in this cave that has a lot of beta radiation from some deposit. I don't know if that's a real thing, but it's at least hypothetical. Also, I suppose you could evolve to incorporate large amounts of some element that has a like a high proportion of it in the wild is radioactive. So like you could have just like, oh yeah, this organism just has lots and lots of potassium in its biochemistry. And I guess that could make you vaguely radioactive like bananas are, I guess. But like, I don't know. I don't think the radiation itself would be the adaptive part of that. I think it would be like all that potassium is being used for something else biochemically. And the radiation is just sort of a also happening kind of thing.
Matt, that was at least 30 seconds. So we're gonna go on. We're gonna go on. Dapper gave you more than, and we have to get to some of these videos. From Chilliwack, I saw you on the line the other day. I hope you enjoyed my Hunter x Hunter reference to you. From 199, time fries when you're hungry. I'm going to beat you with a hammer for that super chat in particular, but gently because of the donation. From Yahooligan for $2 Canadian. This is on behalf of Mark Reed, not Mark Reed. Thank you for the clarification and also for the donation. Taylor Bird for $5. Modern genetics has helped change our understanding of deep history. What sorts of questions and answers do you think we'll have in 50 years? What kind of question is this, Taylor? I could muse on this topic for hours. Okay, I'm hoping that we will get, I'm going to keep it concise. I'm hoping we're going to get a better phylogeny of late surviving members of genus Homo, and I'm hoping we're going to get some aDNA from individuals like Homo floresiensis, late surviving Homo erectus, and fingers crossed for something like Homo naledi, so we can start to figure out just how hominins have adapted in different ways and which primitive genes some have retained, whereas others have lost them. That's what I hope to see. And thank you for your donation. Jesus Christ. $50 from Red Shrek. Thank you again, Red Shrek. Erica, you have built this robust following in part because of your sincerity and wonderful content. You've earned our trust, which is hard to do in the digital space. Also, thanks to your partner for allowing us to get so much of your time. First of all, this is very kind. Thank you very much. Again, I can only say it so many times before it starts to lose its impact, but I have to say it because it's on my mind. It's my pleasure to do this. I do this because I love doing it. I do this because I think it's fun. I do this because I think it's worthwhile to do so, and because I hope that it's helpful. And enough people have told me that it is to make it, again, easy to spend as much time as I do on this. My husband puts up with it in large part because usually when I'm doing this, he's doing something else. He's playing WoW right now with the boys. So he is taken care of. He's good to go. And we finished season 5 of Fargo last night. So we're like looking, we don't have anything pressing TV show watching wise. It was a really good season of Fargo, by the way, for Fargo heads out there, of which I know there are many in my audience. Red Trek, thank you. I'm only zooming through this because we have to get to some of these videos. And that's what you guys are here for. Almost 2 hours in. For $5, what are good arguments against oil being generated from deep inside the earth? This is unbelievable. There's a fan of understanding the abiogenic origin of oil, which is something that we had a question about this on Skep Talk a couple of weeks ago. And the chat was just bitching about how like, oh, who cares about abiogenic origin for oil versus biogenic origin for oil. I was really interested in the topic, but this was rare in chat. So I'm glad we actually have a petroleum generation enjoyer here in the audience, but I'm going to kick this to John or to Jordan.
Well, I mean, no, it's interesting. I do remember this topic coming up back when I did study petroleum geology, but that was almost 15 years ago. So it's not fresh on my mind. I mean, but the best arguments would be that we can predict where oil reservoirs will be based on stratigraphy, based on ancient environments through time. The fact that we can do that can means there's an association between like the local stratigraphy, its organic content, and the like the thermal history of those layers of rock through time. It's not something you'd expect if there's some deeper source of oil. The other thing is just isotopically, like the carbon isotopes and the structure of the carbon isotopes and stuff that we find in there, and like the biomarkers that we do find in oil are more consistent with vegetation breaking down, not really vegetation so much as like algae and other organisms breaking down into you start with longer chain lipids and it breaks down to this and that, and it loses its hydrogen, loses its oxygen through time as this kerogen thermally matures. This is more consistent with starting with organic matter, especially the stuff that you'd find in the marine settings that could be trapped in, suboxic settings at the bottom of the ocean floor. It's more consistent with that than any sort of internal carbon source or process. So that's where I would start. But again, it's a sanity check, because we keep finding it on the principle that it's buried in these marine systems and specific environments where we can pin down the climate at the time, the sea level at the time, the type of rock being laid down, and so forth.
I'd add, if you think that there's some crazy new discovery about science, and then you could imagine a way in which, if it were true, someone could get fabulously wealthy off of it, and yet that hasn't been happening despite this idea being around for decades, that should be a red flag. Does it mean definitely it's not true? No, but you should see it as a red flag. Like, if you could just go around exploring for oil with an abiotic oil model, you would be finding oil that no one else was finding, and you would have the ability to become a big player in the oil market. No one is doing that. In fact, the last time someone tried to do non-standard oil exploration was Zion Oil and Gas, and they didn't use this particular technique, but they used the Bible to try to find oil, and that didn't work.
I mean, I think it's fair that a number of Soviet oil explorers used that principle in exploration, but this would be 50 years ago.
Yeah, and they didn't do as well as they would now using real geology.
Mm-hmm.
That covers everything I even tangentially knew on the subject. So there you go. You got an answer from an actual expert and from a dinosaur. And what more can you ask for? From Erdania for 669 nice euros. Why are you surprised about all the support from here? Isn't this by now a given? On one hand, I love my audience deeply. On the other hand, they say shit like this. And it makes me want to ban all of you from this channel because I hate this. I hate this because I've heard this pun like 8 separate times just in the past probably 2 weeks on this channel and in other places where I am. So I'm going to take my long simian hands and throttle you for this lovely donation. Thank you. From the Informed Brit for £5. Hey, Erica, currently studying for my BTEC in applied science. I play your videos whilst I'm doing my coursework. My biology lecturer hates me, though. I'm glad you're watching the videos, but you only get so many years to sit and listen to an expert professor sort of talk at you about their subject. So my advice to you is to turn those videos off, pay attention to your lectures, be a good student. From Cardamom Rolls for $5. As someone who was homeschooled by YECs, I just want to thank Erica and company for gently bringing me into modernity. And of course, gentleness as well, which is our nature. As usual, we love doing this. This is fun. There's a reason Dapper does it a million times a week and is way far ahead of the rest of us when it comes to getting videos out. There's a reason Jordan makes time to do this kind of thing. There's a reason that Jon is constantly being informative to the rest of us non-geology morons when it comes to it. We love this. We love doing it.
No, I think that's a major inspiration, actually, like just experiences with, people in that situation, growing up to learn to trust, like the people that they trust are teaching them this. And it doesn't matter who you are. Nobody wants to think that the people you look up to are wrong, let alone lying to you. And it's really hard to come out of. So that's a big inspiration to just talk about it in a friendly atmosphere, try to walk people through the reasoning for what we believe about our history of Earth and life, right?
I think that's perfectly said. I mean, those types of comments are like, it's like a speed boost in Mario Kart for me. I get all of a sudden, I'm like energized. I'm ready to go again. From Empress Cersei for 10 euros. Firstly, thank you for so much. Again, we love doing it. It's our pleasure. Secondly, feel free to ignore if the question is too spicy, but what are everyone's thoughts on the idea that science shouldn't be political? Why are you guys all asking these questions that everybody here has an opinion on and the opinions are not short? Jordan, he started opening his mouth immediately because I know he has an opinion.
If you've seen my channel, you know my opinion. We'll stop making science political when they get their politics out of our science. How about that?
Yeah. The only thing that I would add is it's not that science is political. It's that politics often delves into things for which the answers are given by science, and then frequently one or more sides will then ignore that science, and then it appears that that science is now political. Science is just what the data indicate as far as the experts can tell. It is up to the politicians to either take that on board or to reject reality, and too many of them reject reality, which creates this politics being in science and science being in politics problem.
Yeah.
I have like several portions of my intro lectures whenever I teach courses aimed at this question and trying to show that whatever we can answer in science is meant to inform our moral decisions. It will inform moral decisions and thinking. And that will inform political decisions, right? You can determine scientifically, like, what are the health effects if the arsenic level in your drinking water is too high. You cannot decide scientifically whether it's a good idea for you to drink it or give it to somebody else. That becomes a moral question. And politically, like, well, what do we do with this fact? If we think it's immoral to, let our neighbors be poisoned by arsenic, then what should we do as a society to, like, clean up the groundwater or something, right? That's a political decision. So it should go from that direction, from one to the other. Our science should inform our moral decisions and then our political decisions. But it often just gets reversed when you have a political decision that you don't make, like, informed from that. You say, like, well, this is the decision we want to make, and we need somehow for the science or your morals, for that matter, to support it and to kind of craft it backwards through the scheme. You see this more and more in societies like the US, where lobbyists rule the day. And it's their job just to make, whatever reasoning needs to be there to convince the politician this is how we should vote, then that's what they'll craft, right? It becomes less and less of an issue where you, I think, have systems that are better at, science-based policy making, right? If you need to make a policy, like for the society, a policy about sexuality, then you consult experts in human sexuality. If you want to make a policy about economics, then consult experts in economics, and so forth. And that's not so much done in the US because it's just driven by money and lobbyists, and that's why it gets so politicized. It becomes much, much less political as you travel around the world and see a lot of other places. And sometimes more when it's just pure corruption, and other times where they don't really care about just tell us what the best answer is. We'll listen to the scientists because we want to do what the right thing is to do, right?
Science is a way of knowing.
Yeah, it's in yours. Isn't this colorful?
See, I think that's beautiful. What a wonderful, it looks kind of orange salmon color to me.
Yeah.
Orangey salmon, which I love. Science is a way of knowing, right? So we investigate the world around us using the tools that we have, and hopefully make informed decisions about where to go and what to do. And that's often inconvenient to people with a lot of capital, right? As we've seen with a lot of medicine and a lot of climate change research, a lot of research into human sexuality and foreign policy and this, that, and the other thing. And so in a country where capital is king, science often ends up butting heads with politics. But as Jordan said, it's not because science is getting into politics. It's because politics is getting into science. Since we lost like 5 super chat lead that we were gaining because we all had an opinion on that, meat permits Tad for $5, as we say on Dapper's channel. The more we donate, the less of the video we have to watch.
That's true.
Well, it's easy when we haven't watched any videos at all yet because you guys keep asking questions. From Eduardo Hinjosa for $50 super sticker. Thank you, Eduardo. That means a lot. I appreciate it. And I know the super sticker was probably very cute, and I would have loved it if it were translating to StreamYards here, which is where I'm reading the chats from. Mary for $9.99. Here's a couple bucks for the doodles you did on the line with Forrest recently. Your gibbon had the same face I was making. I have that notebook here somewhere. I'm going to find it while I read the next super chat, because that was during the Monad call, which was really kind of a life-changing stream in a lot of ways. It introduced me to concepts that I couldn't even imagine. From Farmesia for $70. Golly, just drop it in as I'm exhausted from a 9-hour drive from Niagara Falls, but I wanted to add my support. I hope that you've gotten from Niagara Falls. I hope you live in Niagara Falls, because then you can come back and listen to this content on your drive back to Niagara Falls, which is kind of a way that we can hopefully give content to listen to back to you for this wonderfully generous donation. Thank you. We have Kate, $4.99. I think Jerry may be a secret admirer. He lets you win and seems very unperturbed, but not invested in winning his side of the debate. I swear. Jerry Bergman. Oh, Jerry Bergman. I don't even know where to begin with that. I don't even know why he agreed to do that. We've all been kicking around the idea that Donnie platforming Jerry is perhaps some form of elder abuse. Owen, for $5.
Not the first time we've suspected Donnie of elder abuse.
And probably not the last. He squeezed Kent for all he was worth. Owen, for $5. No videos, just this. Wahaha. Well, you're winning on this, Owen. I hope you're happy. You probably super chatted that 10 minutes ago, and we're still not to the video yet. For Nora, same person, Noram Dipitz, $2, reacting canceled. This is a donation reading stream. Clearly. I'm trying to read them faster too, and they keep coming in. Chilla, amazing. $1.99. I saw your response on the line and felt seen. Yeah, I know you did. I know you enjoyed that reference. You anime enjoying what would mean for degenerates. There you go. The Informed Brit, for £5. My chemistry lecturer at my college just tried to convince me that macroevolution doesn't exist, and his evidence was chihuahuas against wolves.
Wow.
Someone who isn't me, take this.
I mean,
It's not that, but I did have a professor in nuclear engineering who firmly believed that relativity and quantum mechanics are both fake. So, you get some wild stuff.
I mean, the fact is that we have observed instances of speciation that you can look into in the lab, in the wild. So does macroevolution exist? Yeah, in the same way that, like, I don't know, the sun exists. You can just go look at it. It's right there. You don't have to speculate. You can just look at it.
I won't add any comments except that these British pounds are beautiful as well. And they've got
I
this
also
cool
like a British
transparency.
pound.
Nice.
GeoFubar for $2.79 Canadian dollars. Just here to hang out. This show is for you. Fortnite? Is this supposed to be Fortnite? $10. If Erica's getting a Steam Deck, my husband already has one. I'm using his. She should definitely get Disco Elysium. It's basically literature in game form and kind of similar to Baldur's Gate 3 in many ways. I've heard wonderful things about Disco Elysium. It is on my list.
Fantastic.
My husband and I are like rolling through co-op games right now. But when I have time, like I'm basically doing this instead of reading at night because my brain is too tired to read, which is horrible to say because this is also basically, anyways, I digress. It's on the list. Mark Reed, $5 Australian. Thanks for all you do. This is for Yahooligan, not at Yahooligan. I see Mark Reed is doing the same thing. We've got two pals trolling in the comments. I love to see it. I love to see friendship connections in the Guts of Gibbon live chat. Where is Waldo for $5 Canadian? Thank you for continuing to improve the world and our understanding of it. Again, we love it. We do it because it's fun. We're doing a TBD length long stream here because we think it's fun and we think it's important. So don't thank us. SLC 133, goodness gracious, $50. I'm just donating so we don't catch up. Yeah. A lot of you assholes seem to be doing that. I'm noticing a common theme. How are we supposed to debunk every creationist geology argument for fundraising if we're not watching any videos at all?
You can just remove all the words in the stream title except for fundraising. And there you go.
Zalgo text, like distorted fundraising. Helping MAGA deconstruct for $10. Thank you all for fighting against the anti-intellectual epidemic consuming our society, especially here in America. It is an uphill battle, but it's easier when we're doing it together. Mushy and sappy, but it is what it is. Seth Radke concurs with this $5 donation. Thank you, Seth. We appreciate you. Steve Areno for $2. Sorry for giving you a hard time. I will personally find you using LiDAR and burrow up from the ground in your home and drag you down to hell. Where is Waldo for $10? Canada dollars. Isn't Goatsick Gibbon a pun? You don't seem to mind that one in your recently reposted debate. She's pretending not to like puns, everyone. Open the floodgates. No. What happens is when I'm a guest on another show, as I was for that debate, I'm kind and tolerant to people who I want to rake my nails across their carotid artery. I'm kind to them because I am a guest. In my house, this kind of thing gets knuckle sandwiches, virtual, of course. Thank you for your donation. Wow, awesome. It's the same goddamn pun. FSM is the dog. 2 pounds. Stop giving her a hard time. Ban them. Mods, who I don't have and who aren't in the chat. I'm kidding. Don't.
You have one
Excuse
mod.
me, I'm a mod. I'm in the chat. I already banned someone for being a homophobic piece of crap.
Oh yeah,
and pro
unironically
concentration
ban them.
camp.
Yeah, unironically ban those people. Straight to the shadow realm. Do not pass go. Goodness gracious, Mark Benson for $100. I'm just now seeing this. Sight unseen, but a friend of Gigi is a friend of mine. No question. Good luck. Mark Benson, who is our mutual friend? Recent or
No,
long
it's
ago?
John. He's donating for John, sight unseen, not knowing who John is, but because John is a friend of yours.
Okay.
There you go.
That one's on me. That one's on me. I thought this was a mystery friend of mine. Well, Mark Benson, with a donation like this, you are a friend of mine. Thank you for your donation for funding a scientific project that I believe in a lot. Geo Fubar for $6.99 Canadian dollars. You all rock. You think you're slick slipping that in here? I see the capitalization on the rock, as if I don't see that that's meant to be a pun. Dapper, please make a diaper for your avatar next time. That's going to pull a bunch of very interesting people who have very interesting preferences into the chat.
Certain segment of the population.
Yeah.
It might help the fundraiser. Just like
Maybe.
I wouldn't do that to John. I'm not here to explain DeviantArt fetishes to John. I will not do that. That's one thing I will not do on this stream. Dipier dinosaur is an alternative. Okay, well, there you go. It's a
That's
Rubik's
very geology
$2.
coded right there.
Sent you an email about volunteering in the lab. Thank you, it's a Rubik's. I was going to say do that, but I'm always behind on my emails, so that's why I framed it like I was going to just write it down. But thank you for this and for the donation and for the advice. Paul Beatty for 20 pounds. Go gang. Love your work so much. Paul, thank you for your donation. We love it. I would muse on it and gas you up. But again, we're so close. Empress Cersei for €5. Sorry, another question. Empress Cersei, you are doing this on purpose. What are your thoughts on people who prefer following opinions rather than science? My opinion on that is, don't do that. You should inform your opinions using science. It doesn't mean science is necessarily your opinion, and you can have an opinion that you think might be supported by science later, as long as you recognize that there's a distinction there. Somebody else? Any other opinions?
I think it's a bit of a false dichotomy, like in the actual practice of science, where we're going to throw in opinions everywhere, but the goal of it is just to test whatever opinions we've formulated from anything, like regardless of how they are informed. Like, that's the point of science, is to set up an experiment to disprove yourself, whatever you think it is. So,
yeah. Also, I think that there's a lack of scientific literacy in general, and that increasing that would help with that. And I think we're all trying to do our little parts on our own to help with that. But I think it's going to take a more systemic, society-wide shift than just any of us could accomplish on our own.
I think that is true. And I think understanding that like talking more about the fact that difference exists and sort of working through that with people is important, which we try to do that. Jordan, you opened your mouth like you were going to add to that.
I want us to get to the end, so I am not going to.
Red Shrek for $50. Do you think modern Homo sapiens killed and ate Homo floresiensis? Almost certainly at some point, yes, probably not systematically. I was just reading about a sort of prehistoric late Pleistocene bone graveyard that had a ton of support for cannibalistic behavior of humans towards other humans. Humans eat everything all the time. We just like to try different things. There's no doubt in my mind that humans would have killed and eaten Homo floresiensis if given the chance at some point or another. That's a topic for another time. Red Shrek. Origami Swami for $10. John, I'm going to be getting a beer during this part because it's now 5:14. We've been going for 2 hours and 8 minutes and haven't gotten to a single video. For $10, John, can you talk about the Mount St. Helens Austin paper and why it's too young to reliably date with potassium argon? Can you talk about why that's an incomplete answer? I feel like your video on the topic doesn't get enough appreciation. John, I'll be right back.
Sure. I mean, I was going to say, yeah, I made the video on this topic to go into all the technical details of this. But when you say it's too young to reliably date with potassium argon is an incomplete answer, that's because we regularly do and can date stuff that's as young as several thousand years with the potassium argon method, but you have to be very careful and specific how you do it. What they did is they used a method that was well suited to samples that are millions of years or older. And that had to do with the way that they measured the argon isotopes in the rock or in that mineral, right? So to even measure the argon isotopes, you've got to take that mineral and heat it up somehow to get the argon out of there. That's one classic way to do it. And to measure the isotopes accurately against each other, what they do is add in an artificial solution of known argon isotope ratio. And then they measure the whole thing mixed together and they subtract out what they know they added to it. And that works fine if you've got plenty of argon to work with. It doesn't work fine if you've got really young samples. So, I mean, the fact is you can reliably date stuff that's fresh or, brand new with potassium argon. It was being done even in the 1960s. And I know everyone likes to cite Brent Dalrymple's papers like from way, way back in 69 and so forth, where he tried to date modern volcanoes and found that some of them gave old ages, but the vast majority of those gave the age of 0 years that they should have. I mean, even in the 60s, we were able to date modern volcanoes with potassium argon. If you want to date it really precisely, it takes very, very careful lab work, and you have to get rid of the isotope dilution spike that you'd add normally in the process to measure accurate isotope ratios when you've got plenty of argon. And you have to use a different method that eliminates that correction factor so that you can detect those absolute minute differences when the sample's only tens of years old or thousands of years old, right? So that's hopefully satisfactory answer. And I would encourage you, if you're interested in Mount St. Helens and what that has to do with young Earth creationism and how they use that inappropriately, then I do have a video that I made last year that tries to explain that at length. So
that's all the super chats. So before anybody super chats again, your window is closed. Now we will not read them until we are done with, and I'm upping it. We're going to get done with at least 3 YouTube shorts before we come back and do any more super chats. So buckle your seatbelts. You've just entered into the fun corner, and we're going to have a blast. It's going to be great. I'm going to start us off with a real simple one. I don't know how long we want to actually talk about it. That's going to be up to us. There's only 4 minutes. It's only a 4-minute long video.
Yeah, I would like to try to go through these as, just succinctly as possible, mainly because it's already after midnight for me and I'm happy to stay around as long as I can. But also if the sun starts coming up, I'm going to start to feel really bad.
I, on the other hand, just had a live stream the other day where we took just about 2 hours to go over just under 4 minutes of video.
Luckily, I'm here till we get there. So John,
but I'm also, it's more about the time. Like I just want to get to as many topics as we can. Yeah. So if we spend an hour on this, each video, then it won't work.
You're right. Okay.
Oh no.
Can you guys see this?
Yes, unfortunately.
Calvin? Yeah, we're talking about Calvin. All right, guys. I'm fixing to play this. This is on polystrate trees. Calvin's going to explain to you. Hopefully you guys will be able to hear it. If not, somebody tell me. Here we go.
Your browser's muted.
Here we go.
Still can't hear it.
Still? No one could?
No.
Nope.
What do I do?
Were you sharing the tab audio? That's usually what gets it for me.
Yeah.
Probably not. Okay, wait. Hold on.
It's a checkbox at the bottom of the share.
Okay, I'm with you. Thanks so much, Jordan. You don't have to be so sassy about it. It's a checkbox.
Screw me for trying to be helpful. Jesus.
It's like this dumb moron. It's at the bottom of this. Okay.
Silly given can't figure out YouTube.
Share screen. All right. And then I go to the window, and then I go to my incognito tab. Share.
Meat Permit Ted says he blames Dapper Dinosaur. What did I do?
Okay, it didn't give me an option to share it with audio, though, Jordan. Hide. I know it's not going to work because it's the same thing I did last time.
All right. Are you choosing tab or application window. when you
Window.
Go to tab and see if you can share a tab. And there should be towards the bottom, also share audio tab toggle. And you want to make sure that that's on.
Oh man, this is going to ruin my suggested. I was doing it incognito because I didn't want it to be on my...
It might still work if you choose tab with incognito.
We're about to test it.
You can also log out of YouTube, and then it won't count towards your like watch preferences.
All right, share screen. Got it. Don't show these tips again. All right, and then we're not going to believe this one thing. Also share tab audio. It's checked.
Okay, well, let's see.
Not the result of slow.
Okay, now we're getting started. Here we go.
Being perfectly preserved, certainly not the result of some slow geological process, but rather evidence of rapid burial and fossilization indeed. Another obvious evidence that makes sense in a global flood is fossils of tree trunks, some of them 30 feet tall, standing upright or upside down through one or more layers. This doesn't make sense with the slow accumulation of layers over millions of years, but instead, it's a sign that these polystrate fossils were buried rapidly. Another example, which
easy peasy, folks. How does an evolutionist debunk a polystrate fossil growing seemingly upwards through millions of years of layers?
It's
go ahead, John. Sorry.
Well, I was going to start with I'm just going to pretend that I've never heard about this before, creationism before. I mean, if we look at that, if you can go back to the frame where it shows that fossil and the layers themselves, for one, like the time covered by that amount of deposition is certainly not millions of years. You're in a terrestrial sediment setting. You're looking at decades, centuries, that time scale for this, this amount of sedimentation, most likely. You would not look at that and say, this is growing through millions of years. It must have been rapid. Like, nobody would come to that conclusion working in the field. You'd say, well, you've got the physical structure of the tree had to be preserved during the deposition of this, and that could happen either by this interval of sediment, however many meters that happens to be, had to be within before the tree could completely decay. So that, it could be a matter of years if you're looking at like normal settings. And guess what? We know of plenty of floods. Like if you've lived in the Midwest or other flood-prone areas, you know that like this sediment can actually dump out, and you've got more than a meter of sediment laid down in a single flood event. That doesn't have to be a global catastrophic flood. That's just like normal river flooding can deposit sediment around a tree like this. The other thing is it could be, if it's in a suboxic environment, like a fen or swamp or bog, something like this, where you've got trees growing, and there are plenty of swamps with trees growing, then it can preserve for quite a bit longer than, just a few years, decades, centuries, even. We still find trees that are kind of more or less intact, buried in sediments that are 10, 14,000 years old in that range. And the log is quite nicely preserved, and it hasn't even petrified yet. So like in that setting, you're looking at potentially decades or centuries of deposition, which is consistent with the thickness of this type of sediment in a floodplain zone. So nothing about this screams rapid burial or deposition, which is why people who initially investigated polystrate fossils came to the conclusion that, hey, this is there are a few ways this could happen. One, it could be kind of rapid in the kind of floods that we observe all the time. Or it could happen slowly in a suboxic environment. Either way, we should take a closer look at it and maybe look at, say, are there roots, going down through paleosols, like showing that the tree was growing intact and it didn't get deposited like that? Because both could happen.
Spoiler alert, there are paleosols.
So often there are paleosols, like these trees are grounded, like they're in situ, and the sediment is deposited around it. So this is something that we observe today. We can use the actualistic principle in geology to say, like, this is a normal process, occurs regularly, every few years, every few decades in flood zones, and those have trees, and they have plenty of this fine silty sandy sediment like you see here. So what's the problem exactly? Like, what?
Oh,
As
see, the
a-
problem is,
Yeah.
if you just assume that if the entire geological column represents 3.5 billion years, and then you divide how tall it would be if you stacked up on top of each other, you can
Yeah.
find how fast all sediment deposits always. And then if you do that math, you'll find that this is actually millions of years. Because according to uniformitarianism, obviously the rate of sedimentation is always the same all the time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be uniformitarian, right? That's
Right.
honestly what they're going to say.
I'll
Yeah, I think-
add to. I remember covering polystrate. I did a bite-sized bust on polystrate fossils years ago now, like a year, maybe a couple of years ago. Anyways, one of the big like knocks against polystrate fossils, setting aside all of the basic stuff, is that many of these have regenerative growth, right? So they've got growth of the tree after having been buried, sort of attempting to grow itself above the line in which it's been covered. That only happens if the stimuli are there to instigate that regenerative growth, which cannot occur if these trees are miles underneath the ground due to a global flood that is responsible for the entire geologic column from the Cambrian to the Cretaceous. It just doesn't happen. And these regenerative growth signs, these diagnostic criteria to clock something as, oh, this tree was trying to sort of grow up out of the sediment, or it was trying to sort of repair itself, whatever. Those types of tells are found in many of the sites that creationists point to specifically. I think Joggins is one of them. Nova Scotia, the Joggins Formation. I'll check.
One thing that, as a former yak, was just like kind of glossed over is that not all rock is the same, accumulates at the same speed, right? So like you can have fast rock go fast, slow rock go slow, and that's fine. Like just because in one situation you can have a layer that was deposited quickly doesn't mean that every other rock across the whole world is gonna they'll just point to one layer that went fast and say, oh look, it all goes fast.
And specifically, Jordan, many of those layers we see today and know today don't, and in fact can't form that fast. Right? Like we know how this happens. You can use the comparative method is what we call it in paleontology, but it's like it's actualistic in geology, where it's like, okay, if this type of sediment that we find here takes a long time to deposit in modern conditions as we always see it, and then we find it in the past, you're going to need a real special experiment to prove that secondary geologic column example deposited quickly, actually, and every other example that we've seen that happen in real time is faulty and inappropriate to apply.
If you look at any section of rock, like let's say you get 100 meters thick section of different layers, doesn't matter what kind of sedimentary layers, but this 100 meters, if somebody tells you, oh, this represents 3 million years of time, it could be that the bottom is 3 million years older than the top, but that doesn't mean that there's this constant and slow accumulation all throughout the sequence. Rather, what happens is you get like maybe even half a meter all deposited more or less the same time, or on a very short time scale, decades or something. And then it's just kind of slowly cutting back or planing down for very long periods of time. And then you get a little bit built up, and then it's slowly planing back and built up again. All you have there are like multiple windows over this, however long, 3 million year period that represent just a window here, window here, window here, very far spaced apart. That's just the nature of the sedimentary record, and that's consistent with what we find today when we study those environments, for example, in the Bahamas, just to see like, well, how do these carbonate sandbanks accumulate? So what would we expect limestone layers to look like? And we go and find, hey, that's how they look like when we find these ancient carbonate platforms buried in, the deserts of Western North America. Like they have the same 3D structure. And that's another thing that's quite eye-opening. When you study these layers in all 3 dimensions, it's not like you just got thin layers extending throughout the earth. Like they have a structure that could look like a floodplain and or a river, and often do. Like you can see the river channels buried in these sequences nearby to the floodplain sequences, and then it's maybe transitions into the coastal delta sequences. So there's a lot more to it. So with this trees itself, I think I had a blog post about this, as did Joel Duff, many years ago, about like a Permian forest, I think, that was found more or less fossilized in place. You got a lot of these types of preservation. But when you map those out spatially, like put them out where all the trees are found relative to one another, they form a forest, you know, because they're spaced apart like trees would be in a forest. They're not spaced or clumped together the way you'd expect if all of them got buried in some massive event. And I'm sure he's going to go on and tell us that, oh, there's at least one major flood, such as in around Mount St. Helens, where a forest was uprooted and buried rapidly in sediment. And you've got some of those trees going upright. And that, yeah, sure, that can happen. But there are easy ways to test whether that explains a polystrate fossil or the classic interpretation that these are in situ forests getting buried, right? Like we can test between that. And, 99% of the time, it's more like this, the classic everyday floodplain forest.
I am satisfied with polystrate fossils. Do you guys want to, now I'm on my grind set of getting us through these shorts quickly. You guys ready to move on to coal? C14 and coal? That's going to be a fun one for everybody.
That'll be great. I love that one.
Me too.
What does Noah's flood?
Get this. It's with one of our favorite guys.
Oh.
My favorite guy.
That could be so many people.
My favorite guy, comma, creationist that I tolerate, comma, in the recent past, comma, did not win a single award at the Cambrian Bunnies last year.
Okay.
Here we go.
Have to do with how coal is formed.
Well, Noah's flood reveals the secret that's puzzled geologists, and they're still struggling with. Noah's flood is ripped up the vegetation that existed on the planet, on the continents where people were living, and as a result of ripping that up, it buried it with the sand and the mud that was also involved with the flood. This is a huge watery cataclysm, and it didn't take a long time. It was a catastrophe. Catastrophes don't take a long time. And so the coal was buried then. It was actually buried as vegetation, and the processes which continued on, the heat and the pressure, formed the coal. It changed it from vegetation into a black substance, which we know as coal. It also formed gas and oil.
Okay, obviously I goofed up. I thought this was my Rob Carter C14, but this is a different guy. So you guys are going to talk about coal while I queue up the actual video that I wanted this to be. So we'll just—
That's okay. This is a good segue. It naturally follows the last one, because we're still talking about buried vegetation.
I like the heat bit because, hey, how much heat specifically is that? Because I feel like it might actually pose problems for this hypothesis. I don't know.
Well, Dapper, that question depends on which model we're going with. The ever so popular catastrophic plate tectonics or the loser at prom, hydroplate theory.
Is there a version that doesn't pose a problem for the just persistence of coal at all? Because I don't think there is.
No, you'd be surprised to hear that, there's not. And in fact, they cause many more problems than just the one you're pointing to now.
Yeah,
Have you considered that the heat from hydroplate or whatever is what we need to make the coal, and that's where the heat goes? Maybe it's a feature, not a bug.
Oh my God! When did Jason Lyle join the chat? Holy.
Asking which heat problem we're talking about is sort of like asking, hey, would you rather have 150-pound anvils dropped on your head or 10,000? It's like, it doesn't matter.
Literally, that is exactly analogous, perfectly, Dapper. I have my heat calculations pulled up, so we'll talk about that later. But let's do this cool stuff first.
Yeah, So I mean, for those of you watching, if you're watching this and you honestly are thinking how should I respond to this? I would start asking questions. Notice that halfway through this, he starts speculating about, or just storytelling about what's happening in the flood. It ripped up the vegetation. It's a watery grave. It's a this and that. And he's just listing it off and talks about heat and temperature and heat and pressure. Where are you getting those details? Exactly. How do you know that it would have ripped up the vegetation? And by the way, how much vegetation was there? I mean, look at the biomass required to create the coal that we have buried throughout the world. There's no way to fit that vegetation living at the same time across the planet. I mean, that's problem number one. Where did that vegetation come from? And why does it get so concentrated in here? Just a minute ago, we were looking at a video saying this is what happens when vegetation gets ripped up. It's surrounded by siltstone. But okay, that's siltstone. It's not going to make coal because it's just this much tree and that's this much rock or sediment. So coal is quite a different environment, and for that to preserve, like you've just got the organic matter being concentrated and not a lot of sediment. You need a sediment starved setting, and a global cataclysmic flood is not a sediment starved setting relative to the organic matter that would be present. And the other thing is, if that coal, even if we can, conceive of this fantasy where vegetation gets ripped up and somehow burying in a layer with almost no sediment there. Yes, it does take heat and or pressure to convert this into coal by thermally maturing the organic matter that's there. It's the same process that if you stuck a bunch of plants or whatever into your oven, or you stick any food into your oven, you cook it too long, what happens? It starts to become charcoal, it like turns black because it loses water, it loses carbon dioxide eventually and other volatiles, and that concentrates down eventually into mostly carbon, mostly nitrogen, and free of oxygen, hydrogen. So yeah, that can happen, but we know very well the kinetics behind organic matter being thermally matured into coal, gas, oil, and so forth. We know that very well because a lot of money depends on getting that answer right. And 4,000 years doesn't give you coal if you keep it at a low enough temperature to preserve things like fossil leaf imprints or shark teeth or tree stumps. I mean, sometimes you can see the outlines of trees and other plant fossils in the coal, and it definitely wasn't baked at hundreds of degrees, right?
Yeah,
It was
what you
slow
would
cooked.
get would be what we call peat, which is a thing, and it burns, and it's a fossil. Well, it's not really a fossil fuel, but it's basically a fossil fuel. But it's also not the same thing as coal.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that there's so much going on too with the diagnostic criteria of each individual coal seam, where it's like the seams of coal are pretty consistent in the periods of time where they're found, right?
Mhm.
Like, why is the global flood so biased towards the Carboniferous as far as our coal seams go?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, they would try to say that somehow that's just where all the vegetation got dumped, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, you can find coal throughout much of the Phanerozoic,
But
even.
like, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt because I want to like, this is like coming to me now, and it's sounding
Mhm.
even stupider now that I'm thinking about it out loud. But it's like the idea is that creationists tried to sort of handwave away the order of the fossil record being evolutionarily consistent, let's say, from bottom to top, by saying that you've either got hydrologic sorting, so critters are being sorted by their density or whatever, and like that got tossed out a long time ago because otherwise we'd be finding some of our basilosaurs in the same layer as some of our mosasaurs, and we don't. They're separated by millions of years. But then they went to ecological zonation, right, which is this idea that the flood fossilized or covered and then allowed to fossilize these different habitats. And that's why things appear to be in evolutionary order. But then it's like, there doesn't seem to be a match with where and when massive coal seams indicative of huge forests are fossilizing with the denizens that should theoretically live within them.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, like you can, if you look at the coal deposits again in 3 dimensions and where they'll show up, and also what's adjacent stratigraphically to those coal seams, like what's above it, what's below it. In other words, what are the environments that would have bound the coal on either side? I mean, you expect it to be more or less a coastal setting and lowland swamp kind of setting, and that's kind of what you find. I don't work much in the Carboniferous, or didn't work much in the Carboniferous, and certainly not around coal. But we find coal layers, for example, throughout the Cretaceous, where it did work, and they're not huge. They're nothing like the Carboniferous coals that you could mine out, but they're still present. And they form about where you'd expect them to based on the sediments and types of fossils. Like you get into the coastal delta sequence, or like a more deep marine sequence into a coastal delta sequence, and then suddenly you've got like a layer of coal. And then you get into stuff that looks like rivers and floodplains. I mean, geographically, that makes sense because you're going from deep water to shallow water, and then you go back to deep water again, and so forth, as sediments subside and compact, and also maybe sea level goes up, creates more space for more sediment, and then this like cycle repeats again and again. So you could find coal seams like mixed in with this, and it shows up perfectly in order for like the depositional setting that you would expect based on the fossils and type of sediments. So it's definitely not ecological zonation. It's not hydrologic sorting. There's no way you can, in a cataclysmic event, really concentrate the organic matter to this extent. And I'm certain like there are more micro indicators. If we looked into the details, I bet we could search through the literature on coal sedimentology, like what is the environment like. We find countless indicators to tell us the temperature at which this happened, like the pH and redox conditions under which this happened, and the type of other organisms living there that obviously weren't ripped up from the ground by a cataclysmic flood, because they're going to be microfossils floating around with this. And no, what we get are reasonable analog to present ecologies or ecosystems, sorry.
Damn, it sounds like you're telling me that this representation of the global flood being responsible for coal as well as other fossil fuels like oil and gas feels a little bit like a fan fiction to explain the geologic column under the context of a young Earth creationist lens that was sort of established prior to looking at all of the data that we have. That's crazy. The good news is Rob Carter is here to save us from bad from bad C14 takes. Thank God. Thank God. Here's Rob Carter. Are you guys cool to move on to the one that I actually thought we were talking about, carbon 14 data? Jordan, I didn't hear you. Were you good too?
I nodded my head.
Okay, cool. I wasn't looking. Here we go.
Is carbon dating a problem for biblical history?
Yes and no. If you just look at the way historians report carbon dates, they are reporting things that are much older than the biblical age of the earth. However, when we look at things that are like, dinosaur bones, diamonds, coal, oil, natural gas, limestone, we can't find a carbon source in the world that has zero carbon 14. Carbon 14 can't last millions of years. So it's already telling us that the world before the flood had a little bit of carbon 14, but not as much as now, which means that it has built up over time. So when you look at a really old thing right after the flood is less carbon 14 than it would now, it actually looks artificially older. So the carbon dates get inflated the closer you get to the flood. And once you realize that, carbon dates are no longer a challenge to biblical history.
Peanut Gallery, what do we think about this?
I think he's parroting stuff from like 30, 40 years ago, but
yeah.
That's Creationism. You guys go first.
I mean, so there's so many things here. First of all, we have calibration curves that go back farther than he wants to think the universe has existed, because we can actually find things like trapped air in things like ice cores, and we can also double check many of our dates with carbon dating with dendrochronology that has tree ring records that go back again farther than he thinks the universe is old. On top of that, we do know of sources underground for new carbon 14. For instance, I don't know if you guys know this, but many rocks are radioactive, and radiation is the thing that turns nitrogen into carbon 14. And so, that can happen underground. Does it happen at the same rate as it does the atmosphere? Not even close. Not even close. But it happens. Further, how do you know what it would look like if your machine literally had zero carbon 14? Because the way these machines work is that they vaporize a sample, and then that vapor needs to be, well, first you test that with, emission spectra and all that stuff there. But then that atmosphere in there needs to be evacuated out, and there are no 100% efficient pumps. So there is no way to guarantee that your test chamber didn't already have carbon 14 in the first place. And also, some of these tests that they've done just use beta decay as a proxy for carbon content, and they found beta decay. But if you don't actually know that your sample is pure carbon, then you can't actually use beta decay as a good proxy, because other things beta decay. So that's a problem with some of the studies, not all of them. Some of them actually did definitely find a 14 carbon signal. So that's just a few of the problems that we have here with this.
So I'd like to throw my hat in the ring, which is that it's like, yes, we have an issue with the actual, where it's hard to get like a no carbon environment with our machines themselves, but there are also multiple sources of contamination just on site. right? Like cosmogenic rays can contaminate. Water percolating down to fractures in the rock where the fossils are can cause contamination. This isn't something that is unknown. And there's a really easy prediction that you can sort of test with this, because at least in the form of, and then you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that when cosmogenic radiation introduces carbon into a sample, it's barely distinguishable from background carbon. Like there's a small amount, but it's like very, very trace. Shouldn't we see like ubiquitous similar levels of carbon in all of these samples that are supposedly coming from critters that died during the flood? Like it should be the same amount of carbon in diamonds and in coal and in dinosaur bone. Let's take them at face value there. It should, first of all, be the same amount of carbon. And second of all, it should be the amount of carbon that we would expect from samples that are like 4,400 years old, not samples that are, the maximum amount that carbon dating can detect, which is what, 50 to 70,000 years old? And
Yeah,
yet we
50
always
is-
get the amount that's expected from like, okay, the machine is detecting like a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of carbon, like barely, barely, barely every single time, almost as if it's been introduced. And it's so weird that it's like when in situations where we know carbon has been introduced, we get the same signal. It's funky.
I think people may not appreciate just how little carbon-14 there is once you've gone through about 10 half-lives. Like you divide it by half 10 times. Like that's not very much. And so they'll sometimes they have this idea that like, well, if a little bit of contamination could swing it by like 10,000 years, then how can we trust this thing that says 2,000 years? That's because it's not linear, it's like exponential. So like if something is only 2,000 years old, it has a lot more carbon, so that same amount of error would not swing it so much, but it's odd, like you said, that all of these like diamonds and coal seams and stuff, they always, well, I'll say almost always, the amount of C14 in them is a teeny tiny amount that would be lost to like signal noise. It's weird that you never get one that's like 2,000 years old,
Yeah.
or 6,000 years old or whatever.
It's almost like creationists like to just pretend that there's no way to excise signal from noise, and they just like to say sometimes the noise is the signal because it's convenient for them.
Dapper, don't say that.
Oh, I'm
There's
sorry.
no way
My
that would-
apologies.
There's no way that would happen.
Rob
But-
Cheetah Ruiner Carter would never do anything like that.
I
What?
also just want to emphasize, right? Like it isn't just that the samples should have more carbon than they have. The amount that they should have should correspond with our expectation for samples that are 4,400 years old. And also, they should ubiquitously be found in absolutely everything that you can test for carbon in the same amounts, right? Because those things died at the same time, if Rob Carter is correct here. And that is not even close to what we find.
And we wouldn't have had time in the world for much of a reservoir effect because, there are known limitations to carbon-14 dating. Like, you don't carbon date marine snails because the marine environment is known to have very old carbon. But that probably wouldn't be much of a thing if the universe was only like 1,600 years old or something.
Yeah, you can have a reservoir effect if you got no time
to build a
building up.
reservoir.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a number of things that jump out at me. And I want to, let's start very simply here. Like the argument that he's setting up, and it's not his argument. Like I said, he's taken this from years and years of people parroting it. But I think the argument he's trying to set up is very good. And that's that if you have any object with carbon in it that's exposed to that cosmogenic process, exposed to the atmosphere, the radiocarbon that's produced in the atmosphere, it's going to have some amount in it. If you leave that object for at least 100,000 years, but definitely at least 1 million or tens of millions of years, none of the original radiocarbon should be present in that sample. Given that premise, anything that we think is at least several millions of years old should have no radiocarbon in it. There's a logical leap there that's being made that they don't recognize, can't recognize, and their audience isn't going to pick up on. The fact that none of the original radiocarbon should be left after millions of years does not mean that a sample should not have any radiocarbon in it. That's the breakdown, right? So it is not true. It is not a reasonable hypothesis that millions of years old samples should be completely free of radiocarbon. That's never been the case. We've never thought that. We have no reason to think it. We have every reason to think otherwise. every reason to think that almost every geological sample that we try to measure will have some detectable amount of radiocarbon in it. That is like the truth. On top of that, he says, why do we keep measuring these samples? And we've never found a sample with 0 radiocarbon. That's because by definition, it's impossible. Okay, it's absolutely impossible for you to, get the machine to tell you this has 0 radiocarbon in it and be able to say that accurately, because this, like mass spectrometer, just like a scale, has to be tailored to some standard, right? When you try to weigh something in the lab, y'all want to know how many grams this is. Before you put it on the scale, you tear the scale and make sure that when it says 0, when there's nothing on there, it's actually reading 0, right? The problem with radiocarbon analysis in any mass spectrometer is you can't see the scale to say, it's empty, there's nothing on it, so it should be reading 0. You have to tear the scale by putting something in there that you know to be 0, right? So we tear the scale by measuring something like a diamond to see what is the scale reading. And if the scale reads 70,000 years or 75,000 years, which was the case in those studies, then that's what 0 means. When we measure 75,000 years worth of radiocarbon, well, which is, I'm sorry, that's going to be like 0.0000 whatever percent of the modern atmosphere. When we measure that amount, that is what 0 looks like, right? And so he will say, well, that's a bit of circular reasoning. You're just assuming that that's a really old sample that has no radiocarbon. Like, yeah, that's the only way that we can do this. It's absolutely impossible to like go down and say, determine atom by atom that this sample has 0 radiocarbon in it. It's impossible. It's not possible, right?
Even if hypothetically you could say this diamond has no, where we're just 100% sure, that still doesn't mean that your machine's going to give you an answer of 0, because there's other sources of error that.
Oh no, and when we set up these really high sensitivity mass spectrometers, right? I've worked with a lot of them. We've got them in our lab, we've got them down the street, and in many places around the world that work with this. Like it's a lot of work to keep the machine in the perfect conditions so that it's reading the right numbers. Like every single analysis you do, you come back and you calibrate it against your standard, where you know what the ratio should be because you prepared that by some other, method. You know what's going into that. So you measure that first and say, my standard is reading this today, so we adjust our numbers slightly to calibrate against that standard. That's how measurements work. You get that in any like quantitative science class when they open you up to the reality that, I'm sorry, like we have to be creative, and when we're measuring things, we always have to measure against standards and calibrations and stuff, and that's a lot of work. I'm sorry. It means that it's the world doesn't work like you learned in middle school science, but that's the reality, right?
Also, why does it saying 70,000 years help a young Earth creationist?
Yeah, well,
that's like a
point.
little bit older, right?
So for somebody that will just rail against us constantly, saying that we are making these big assumptions, the only way he can conclude that is to assume, like, how does he know that the atmosphere during or before the flood had very little radiocarbon in it? The only way to reach that conclusion. Yeah, well, yeah, he can only reach that conclusion by assuming that that is the real age of the material. Our radiocarbon age is 50,000 years or whatever it happens to be. Therefore, to make those numbers match, we know my assumption is correct. So to make those numbers match, we have to like change some other variable in the system until they do match. So that's what he's done.
Erica, this leads into something that we were talking about a little bit before the stream, which is, do you want to go into that, or should we just not?
No. I think this is a good opportunity. I think this is important.
Okay.
Dapper's had a change of heart recently. Dapper, tell us what your change of heart has been with regard to amateur versus professional creationists, such as Rob Carter here, who is certainly no dummy.
Right. So I have given up on the idea that anyone who is arguing for creationism publicly, who has any higher than a high school education, is arguing in good faith. Now, I want to be clear. What that doesn't mean is that I think that they're not sincere young Earth creationists. I think Rob Carter actually does think the Earth is 6,000 years or whatever. But what I mean is they will be willing to intentionally use dishonest or fallacious arguments in order to support that. And one of the ways that it seems to be is because so much of what creationism is just I will say literally whatever it takes in order to get my conclusion to be true, regardless of how physically impossible it is, regardless of how little evidence there is, regardless of how much preclusionary evidence there is that means that it can't possibly be that. And so, yeah, I no longer hold out any hope that anyone like Rob Carter, John Sanford, any of the guys at AIG, or I guess the like 3 women who are on staff or something, I don't know. I think it is actually a few more than, I think they have like 5 maybe. But
Woke.
yeah, like
Literally woke.
AIG is woke now. Yeah. Yeah, I used to be able to watch AIG, but now I can't because of women, because of the woke. But yeah, anyway, like there's no one event really that made this happen. It's just been relentless. Every time I look into any creationist and I assess like, okay, is this someone who should know what they're talking about at even the most basic level beyond high school? There is no way for me to maintain that they are arguing in good faith throughout all their arguments. There's always something in there where I'm like, you can't possibly think that this is an actual reasonable claim. And so I've just given up trying. I no longer have charity for creationists who are educated. I just don't. I'm sorry.
I think too, it's really telling that that type of skepticism that you were alluding to earlier, and that John was alluding to with an individual who we're all pretty familiar with, who goes to really great lengths to not accept conventional science. I mean, absolutely any opportunity they can have to not accept conventional, to say, well, they're assuming this, or they're proposing that without reason, or this completely invalidates the idea, whatever. That standard is not applied to anything else, right? Like, it's applied exclusively to the areas of science that they feel poses a threat to what it is that they believe is sort of divinely inspired. This isn't a problem for the religious people who accept conventional science. I mean, they find ways to make it work, and that's fine. Like, it's just not an issue for them. But for the creationists, young earthers and old earthers for different reasons, and intelligent design proponents too, the name of the game is figuring out some way to worm their way out of accepting what is abundantly plain and would be accepted at face value in any other avenue by them and everyone they know.
Well, pseudoscience is often characterized by a conclusion first, evidence second, if at all, right? Mindset. We're like, okay, this is the answer. The answer is the Earth is 6,000 years old. I don't care what else happens. That's the answer, which means that anytime there is evidence presented, I am going to either ignore it or lie about it or twist it in order to fit the conclusion, which is the opposite of how science is supposed to work. In science, you don't start with a conclusion. You start with a hypothesis, but then when it turns out that's wrong, you go back and you come up with a new hypothesis, which might just be a modified version of your old hypothesis. That's fine. But you don't stick with what you were doing beforehand. Now, of course, there are also things like maybe look first for like flawed experimental design or something like that. Like, okay, sure, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But fundamentally, science is about going where the data are leading, and creationism is about leading the data into the narrow funnel that you have already prejudged as the only option.
I think there's a masterclass of what missing the forest for the trees, like where they want to telescope in on details and pretend like nobody's ever considered this before. That's the worst part and the most condescending part, where they jump into this and say like, oh, you just never considered. I heard this other detail. I watched this video, read this book or whatever, heard an argument that, tells me about radiocarbon, and you're finding it in these samples. And like, do you think we've never considered that before? Like, we've never in our labs measured stuff that's really old. And we've been doing that for longer than I've been alive. And
it's the Principal Skinner meme. Am I wrong?
It's the children who are wrong.
It's all of the experts who have collected thousands of years worth of experience together, who have just never thought of this one simple problem that I just realized. Yes, that's what's going on.
It's funny because when I was a young Earth creationist, I remember distinctly being told about the second law of thermodynamics, how it contradicts evolution. You can't have evolution because of it. And I remember thinking, that seems like something they would have considered. It seems so obvious. Like, how come no scientist ever considered this? And of course, I was a child, so I didn't ask any further. But I was like, man, what a miss for scientists. Like,
they must be so dumb.
Yeah.
Well, and it's,
I mean,
just
we-
selectively applied. Go ahead, John. That's all.
I just to, I mean, because we could talk about that video plenty, but let me just say that, like, in practice, we routinely use stuff that's really, really old as our metric, you know, for a certain type of sample. What kind of background radiocarbon would this have for independently dated samples? So, for example, we do radiocarbon dating of our stalagmites sometimes. Usually we have a different purpose than trying to determine their age, because not all the carbon comes from the atmosphere. Some of it comes from ancient sources like the limestone, right? So the radiocarbon age does not equal the true age, but that's an interesting piece of information for us. How close those or how much they mismatch is relevant to understanding the carbon cycle of the cave system in the soil. So that being said, we do that all the time, right? So to tear the scale, right, we will take a really, really old speleothem, one that's hundreds of thousands of years old, and measure that for its radiocarbon content. And it's always going to be non-zero because, again, every single sample on Earth, whether or not it contains radiocarbon, will give you a value that's above zero. And the amount above zero it gives you depends, yes, on contamination and other issues while you're preparing the sample, but it also continues just on the chemical nature of the sample. You get a different background level for pure carbon like diamonds than you do for pure carbon like coal, than you do for for not pure carbon like limestone that has to be reduced down to carbon. I mean, they each have their own background, and you have to compare apples to apples when you're calibrating an instrument that's that sensitive, right? So we do that. We have our calibrations, and we find, you know, in the case of like speleothems, that they systematically, the radiocarbon age gets older as the uranium thorium age gets older. And sometimes those are very, very close to each other, like in the case of certain, like the Hulu cave record in South China, which is radiocarbon dated all the way back to 50,000 years. Like almost every layer, they've got hundreds of dates on this single stalagmite sample, and they compare it to the uranium thorium ages to figure out that calibration curve, what it should be. I mean, the fact that those correlates or whatever, I'm sorry, just take a look at that, Rob Carter. Like this tells you right away your speculation about what's happening in the flood and the Sea of 14 is lower back then, and it's just wrong. It has to be wrong because it does not explain the simple observation that's been around for decades.
And I don't know. It feels really disingenuous to look at radiocarbon, right, and to say, okay, you know, most samples, the overwhelming majority of samples are going to show up with some minute amount of carbon because carbon is ubiquitous. And to come to the conventional scientific community would look at that and say, well, carbon is ubiquitous. Right? Like, it's not surprising that you can get trace amounts of carbon either due to the machine that you're using or due to the sample contamination or you know, this, that, or the other thing. And then you look at regular radiometric dating of any variety, pick any variety, right? And how they corroborate one another through time and through space. And creationists will look at radiocarbon dating and they'll say, well, you know, the fact that contamination exists means that actually the entire concept of deep time is incorrect. And we're really missing the boat on this. And even though it says 70,000 years, what it really means is 6,000 years. And, you know, they'll go on and on and on. And then you can show them this entire other body of data that helps us contextualize even the carbon-14 dating and the contamination and things of that nature, because it's like a diamond is going to be found in, you know, rock that's, I don't know, throwing something out there, 500,000 or not 500,000, 500 million years old, right? And we know that those methods are consistent if the law of radioactive decay is consistent, which to our understanding it is. And to deal with that, a creationist will look at that and say, well, there must have been a magic mechanism. And it's like, you really want to lecture me about assumptions when you're taking a much larger body of data that is completely inexplicable and entirely preclusionary, whereas with carbon-14 data, we do have an explicable explanation. You know, we have an explanation to simplify for why we're seeing the signal that we're seeing, and we have the comparative method, and we have actualism that helps us make sense of it. And that's not good enough, but it's okay for you to look at this entire other enormous body of evidence and say, you know, damn, God might have done it that way. Shit. Magical cooling mechanism, whatever.
It's almost like uneven levels of credulity are another aspect of pseudoscience.
Dapper.
I know, right?
The thing is, like, okay, let's say the calibration thing, it's nonsense, whatever, right? and they have some magical explanation for C14. Well, the C14 also agrees with the uranium thorium, which would have to be wrong in a different magical way. And that also corresponds to dendrochronology, which that would have to be wrong in yet another different magical way. And you could just, every single thing ties together, all of which would have to be wrong for unconnected magical reasons at different rates. Like at that point, like God's just trying to lie to us. And if an omnipotent being wants to lie to us, I can't possibly be expected to find out the truth.
See,
right?
this is why I said you should formulate. Oh gosh, I just lost it. I'm sorry.
Like a testable
It's too late
hypothesis.
for John.
Well, it's like
you should formulate the transcendental argument against creationism in this way, because to explain the geologic evidence, they have to come up with so many nonsense ways about how the physical world can behave arbitrarily in ways that are literally like end up tricking us by creating coherent data sets that don't reflect what we think they're reflecting. It just makes the entire world unknowable, undescribable, and unknowable by the scientific method, that is. Right, so it creates a world that is nonsense. Therefore, it has that worldview has to be nonsense.
Which is so antithetical to what every early Christian, largely scientist, thought of the world and investigating it. I mean, the idea was you were discovering creation, the glory of creation, and that it was meant to be explicable. It was meant to be understandable. And to know the world around you is to know God, Romans 1:20, right? And so it's like the idea that a creationist would be willing to take that concept today, which, young earth creationism is incredibly new, which is something not, it took me a while to figure out just how new it is. But by and large, people accepted the ancient age of the earth by, goodness, the 1920s, much earlier. But even then, your run-of-the-mill creationists were cool with it. It's like to take that idea of using creation to whatever enhance your faith, and to take that and say, actually, the whole of creation is lying to you, right? Or it is, as you guys said, unknowable, which is arguably worse. That even feels theologically gross to me. And I'm not even religious, right? Like I don't know. That doesn't seem to mesh with the character.
Yeah, I generally would feel like I wouldn't want to believe in a God who made knowledge impossible a priori.
Well, and I don't even think God paints himself like that. Like if you want to take the Bible as a holy text, as the means by which God is interacting with the creation, like that seems totally antithetical to what he's going for. But
it is, but that's the irony of this, because that's what they don't see. They want to think like the philosophy, the theology is on their side. So we're going to we know in advance that the science is going to be on our side, right? But they have to employ this. As Dapper put it, like you have to say that the world is nonsensible, not knowable a priori. That's the way. So it's internally contradictory from the start. So I just say, take this philosophical route and turn that against them. If those are the games you want to play to explain the evidence we find in something as common as radiocarbon, right? Then that's where you're going to end up with an unknowable world. And they do.
Let's take this to the next bombastic level. Let's go from radiocarbon to Grand Canyon. You guys want to watch a Grand Canyon short?
I can't wait.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. This is also from CMI. So CMI is, as we all know, the upper echelon of creationist organizations. And I'm not being like joking around like that. They are one of the better ones. Let's hear what they have to say.
Also just diet AIG.
It is, but it's like I don't know. Of course, I'm biased because some of my favorite creationist work at CMI and some of my least favorite creationist work at AIG. Not as many though as work at ICR, but that's another story. Let's learn about the Grand Canyon.
Did you know that the rock layers in the Grand Canyon provide strong evidence for the biblical flood? The Grand Canyon, with its distinctive layers exposed in the canyon walls, has been carved through a high plateau. However, if we follow the layers into the eastern part of Arizona, we see the same rock units about a mile lower in elevation. In this area, we see significant folding of the layers. According to conventional geology, this uplift and folding occurred long after the sediments had hardened into rock, so it should have caused significant fracturing of the rocks. But this is not what we find. Instead, it appears that the layers, which supposedly represent 300 million years of Earth history, have undergone plastic deformation without fracturing. This suggests the sediments were soft and unconsolidated when they bent. This contradicts evolutionary Earth history, but it fits nicely with the layers forming during the biblical flood and being bent before they had become hard rock.
To find out more from
Dapper, I promise I had not seen this one. So
Yeah. In case you're wondering why Erica is apologizing, one of the things I want to point out is their one actual on-screen example of folded sediment is the folded sediment that Andrew Snelling lied about not having fractures. And in order to illustrate that it didn't have fractures, he put a low-res picture in his quote-unquote paper that had people in it. And if you check the USGS high-definition pictures of that exact same rock outcrop, you'll find that the people were standing where there were fucking cracks.
Dapper, if you have that picture, I'll put it up on screen. If not, I know someone sent it recently in our chat, so I can pull it and get it. I'm going to grab another beer while you guys start on this. But I would love to show the audience our
I don't
side
have
by
it.
side.
Colton probably does. So if you message
But
Colton,
even in the short that we just watched, in that clip, like I can see there very clearly that rock is fractured to shit. Like it's very fractured.
They're just lying. That's the whole thing.
It's nothing more than that, and they're really hoping that anybody who watches this never actually goes to the Grand Canyon or a comparable setting where you can just see the stratigraphy. Maybe they do want you to go to the Grand Canyon because nobody actually gets down into the rocks there. They just stand back behind the guardrails and they take a distant view, and they don't know.
There are actual young Earth creationist tours about the Grand Canyon who will take you around, usually just the rim of the Grand Canyon, and then actively lie to you while you're there. I do want to say, PhD Tony says we have cosmogenic exposure for cosmogenic exposure ages for the Grand Canyon that show erosion occurred over millions of years. And we have. There are multiple lines of evidence that indicate that the Grand Canyon erosion started several million years ago. The exact number of millions of years ago is a little bit harder to say, but
I think So, I mean, I wanted to say first, like, you can go to just about any outcrop where you can see folding of the rocks, and invariably you will find fractures associated with that fold. Like, this is just, it's so ubiquitous. One of the things you'll see almost everywhere is that the rock lithified, and as it deformed, it fractured. But like that's, if you think about what they're suggesting, they're arguing in this video is that where you find folds, it's evidence of soft sediment deformation. Like soft sediment deformation or folding is, which means that the layers have been late deposited, but they haven't fully turned into rock, right? So all the pore spaces haven't closed in with cement. It's still somewhat liquefiable. So it can fold the way that Plato folds and doesn't crack, right? This happens anyways. Like this, we would expect that to happen from a conventional geology perspective, because there are different, varying rates of lithification, and there are certain factors, including things like oil, that can prevent cementation and keep something unlithified for very long periods of time. And if that gets tectonically deformed, which happens all the time, then it can it can fold in this soft sediment manner. Like that by itself doesn't tell us that this happened rapidly within, years. In fact, there are places, I was going to say, you could even find this sort of tectonic fracturing of rock, like deformation of very recent sediments. I mean, if they happen to lithify fast, I mean, sometimes they can lithify within centuries or whatever, and then they'll crack fast. And others they're definitely not lithified, and so they get this soft sediment folding, like you would see on the coastal margin, for example, of the Caribbean. Like,
Erica, check the WhatsApp chat. The pictures in there.
There's a very cool example of how we can know that at least some folding is not what they say, not what CMI or AIG or those people would say it is, and that is, there is a skull of a Stegosaurus stenops that has been found in a Jurassic rock layer that was folded, and the skull itself was deformed in a manner that corresponds to the level of curvature in the strata. So if this were a skull that was embedded in unlithified rock, right? So not rock, I guess, so unlithified sediment, sorry. You would expect the sediment to simply move past or around the skull, or depending on exactly what the conditions are, to fracture the skull and then ship the fractured bits. But no, the skull isn't fractured, it's plastically deformed. So Was it an unlithified skull, CMI? Do you think that's what happened? Do you think it was a liquidy Stegosaurus skull? I don't know. And like, it's the other thing is we have experimentally known the types of temperatures and confining pressures that are needed to plastically deform different kinds of rocks from laboratory experiments for over a century now. The initial legwork on this was done in the 1910s. Like, this is a century old. We've known this is bullshit, CMI.
With the Stegosaurus thing, I was gonna say, were you there? Do you know? But you actually were there, so
Yeah, I was. I met many a Stegosaurus, and they did not have liquid skulls. I promise.
I mean, the other part of the other half of this video, what they're suggesting, even if we take at face value the idea that, oh, this particular fold shows evidence of deformation while the sediment was still soft. Okay, does that mean that if we find evidence of folding that, you know, caused fractures, that should indicate the opposite, right? Would that indicate that this didn't happen while it was still soft? It took a really, really long time to harden and then it folded? Because that's what we're going to find if you pick any outcrop at random. It's very uncommon to see soft sediment deformation. Like it happens. You can find plenty of papers on it, but that's not like the norm for these stratigraphic outcrops where we get tight folds, especially. So that would just suggest, from their own reasoning, that the majority of the geologic column took a really, really long time to harden and then deform.
Perfect timing. Can you guys see that?
Standing right in front of the... I hate it so much.
So here's our comparison. It's very clear, hopefully, for everybody who can see this at home, that what we're looking at is two identical spots. Right, you can tell because the rock that's in front of this uniquely bent series of strata is the same rock. And in the lower picture, which is what Andrew Snelling posted initially, it's got two people in front of it, and the whole purpose is that he's saying, look, this is a bunch of bending and there's no cracks. My understanding is that this is the OG resolution. Might have been a little bit better because I just put it through my email. But like, yeah, you see that and you're like, wow, boy, look at those curves, nice and smooth and no cracks at all. And then the second picture above is a higher resolution photo where the cracks are just evident. And if you pay close attention, you might notice the strategic placement of the people in the lower picture, where they are positioned directly in front of the two primary cracks that are most obvious from a distance. That's kind of weird. That's a little weird to me.
This is exactly the shit, which is why I am done with assuming good faith arguments. So this is from an Andrew Snelling publication, we'll say, because he published it in his own blog that he's the editor of that purports to be peer reviewed, but which very clearly isn't. How could this possibly happen without this being a lie? I can't even imagine a situation in which this would be an event that occurred, because Andrew Snelling took this picture. Those are his students. How do you come up? If anyone out there, creationist, not a creationist, I don't care. If you can explain to me a way in which this could happen innocently, I really want to know.
So I was choking on my
can't think of it. Oh,
I was choking on this plum I was eating when I was about to say something, but yeah, it's super analogous to what we saw recently with Casey Luskin, right? Where it's like, in order to see the graph that he utilized thinking that it was supporting him, he edited out the information that explicitly ruined the point he was trying to make. This is the same way, right? Where it's like, okay, you want to take a picture of these folds in the rock in order to make the case that these folds require plastic deformation shortly after formation, right? Like shortly after they were laid down, I guess, after deposition. And then it's like, oh, boo, look at those inconvenient cracks. Well, because we're assuming from the outset that we are divinely correct, we're justified in hiding those inconvenient little pieces of data that are, well, they're probably just coincidental. They could have happened after the flood, right?
Who knows, maybe.
We'll get the point across to the people who are true believers anyways. We'll just stick people in front of them and, we'll be vindicated eventually when everybody in 10,000 years accepts that the earth is actually very young.
It's just lying for Jesus. That's all it is.
I mean, for what? There's so many theistic evolutionists. There's so many old earth creationists who are just they're fine with this. Like, they're like, yeah, the earth is old and, you know, God inspired evolution or whatever. And it's fine. It's just for what?
I can tell you for what.
I think I could tell you too, but
it's power. They want societal power, and the more they can divorce people from actual reality and keep them in the bubble of nonsense that they've created, the easier it is to gain power, both in terms of just like hegemony as well as actual literal de jure political power. That's what it is.
It's hard at this point, and I know that all of us are sympathetic to this since we've all been doing this for a long time, but like, you reach a point as a person who covers this kind of content and you engage with enough of these folks at the amateur and at the professional level. And at some point, as you've said, Dapper, you come away from it and you're like, okay, I know these people know better. I know they do. They're not stupid. Mm-hmm. So what do you do with that? I mean, I was just looking at chat when you said, give me a reason why this picture would have happened the way that it did that doesn't involve lying. And chat's just like, I can come up with none because it's really hard. It's hard to come up with an explanation for why a geologist who's you know, theologically and politically motivated to push young earth creationism would take a picture specifically of a formation that is meant to prove his point by not having cracks in it, with people positioned in front of the cracks that are there. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like when a kid has chocolate smeared all over his face, crumbs all over his shirt, there are missing chocolate chip cookies, and then says, nope, I didn't eat the chocolate chip cookies. It's like, we all know you're lying. And at least when you're a kid, you're kind of dumb, so like, you think you might get away with it. But Andrew Snelling is in like his 60s or 70s. He knows that he's not going to be able to get away with this with anyone who actually cares. But that's the thing. His target audience isn't people who care. It isn't scientists. Andrew Snelling has absolutely no interest in convincing John here that he's right. He could not possibly care less because he knows he's never going to, because he knows he's lying. His target audience are people who are not specialists, who don't know science.
I think that's been my conclusion, specifically about Snelling, but in general about, as you call, professional creationists for 13 years now. Just look at, because I realized that when we read their articles about topics in geology, like, hey, everyone, these are the best evidences for an Earth less than 10,000 years, and you're looking like, there's no way you're not lying about this. I know you know better. Mm-hmm. And it's sad to watch, because there are plenty of people studying. They're not yet, they're not professionals, so maybe they're students, or they're professionals in another field. They didn't study science or this area of science, and so they want to learn about it, though. They're sincerely trying, and they accept a creationist position because they think that's where the evidence leads, because people like this are telling them, people like this who know better are lying about that and tell them. So they'll look at us and say, we're the ones with anti-religious bias or something, which makes no sense, but okay. They'll come up with some reason to rule out anything we have to say about it because somebody else has lied to them about the evidence and convinced them that that's the strongest argument. But you're right. He has absolutely no interest in trying to convince me or any other geologist in the field. He's not even trying to convince this audience. He's trying to convince those who will never go to the Grand Canyon. They will never examine those rocks up close and personal. And even if they did, they wouldn't know what they're looking for.
Yeah. And
which is
by
unfortunate.
the way, this isn't the only instance in which Andrew Snelling just blatantly lies. He also very obviously lies about the cross-bedding angle in the Coconino sandstone in order to argue it's a marine deposit instead of a terrestrial one, which, in case you don't know, sand dunes have different angles at which they sit in water versus in air. And basically, when you actually go out with a protractor and you measure the angle of the sand dunes that are preserved in the Coconino, you find that they are consistent with sand dunes in air, like in the Sahara Desert or on a big beach or something, right?
Right.
And he'll just say, nope, it's a different number. And it's like, dude, you can take a protractor. What are you doing? You can just walk into the Grand Canyon with a protractor and hold it up, and then you're wrong, Andrew.
You don't know what to do with this. I think it's a combination of cognitive dissonance and just this steadfast resolve that they'll be vindicated eventually. So it's okay in the present if it means securing more funding to send more creationists to the Grand Canyon to learn its actual nature, which is that it's 6,000 years old, or 4,400 years old, I should say. Then it's okay in the moment. right? It's a white lie for a greater truth. And, you know, that's just a lie, though. Like, that's blatantly a lie. And, you know, people are people. And so there are liars in every section of conventional science. But in my personal experience, there are far more active in creationism when it comes to, you know, if we're talking about omitting data.
Well, and also, if we were to find that, say, John had published a paper in which there were just blatant lies, and then we reported that to John's colleagues, my guess is John wouldn't have much of a career in science left, right, John?
I mean, maybe I could work for AGI. Sorry, AIG.
He said in science.
In science, right? Science. Yeah.
I don't know. They'd let me still play with rocks, right?
Well, I mean, physically they couldn't restrain you, but like, do you feel like you would get like grants from actual like scientific funding locations?
No, that would be, you know, incredibly problematic, especially if showed that it were done, you know, willingly or not in my knowledge. Like,
no, that's why I said if it were shown conclusively that you lied, not just that you were wrong, you lied.
Right.
That's the kind of thing that in real science ends careers, but in creationism, it's part of the course. Everyone does it.
Speaking of someone lying, Erica, you promised you'd read chats after 3 videos.
Oh no! Can I ask you really quick? Just before we move on from the topic of the Grand Canyon, can you check that link in chat? And I just want to bring speleothems into the Grand Canyon discussion, because we do want to know. I mean, this is still an impressive formation, right? And
I got us covered. And you can blame John for this, Jordan. We're doing this sidebar first. John's speleothem sidebar. But I also, a mutual friend of all of ours has also sent something interesting in a chat that we all may or may not be involved in. And chat, where do you want me to go with this, John? Just to the abstract?
Yeah. I think that's all we're gonna see here, unless you. But no, I want to bring this up because the Grand Canyon is impressive. There's a lot of erosion. We want to know, like, what is the age of this? In case you ever wondered, like, well, how do you determine how fast did that thing erode? There are multiple approaches you can take, and I think Tony brought up in the chat that we've got cosmogenic dating and such, trying to examine how long this stuff has been exposed. But this is one of the more brilliant ways, I think, to examine it. And that's where they looked at caves in the side walls of the Grand Canyon. This was done by a number of my colleagues. Like these were exactly the colleagues who helped me through my PhD. They're based in New Mexico and do the same kind of thorium and uranium lead that I'd been doing in China. And so this is a great study, and ties right into like what I've been doing since my PhD work. So they took speleothems in the side of the Grand Canyon and just figured out how old they are, because these are a specific type of speleothems that only form like right at the water table. So if there's a water table there, you know approximately where the river level was, right? It has to be like today, the river's way down there at the bottom. So the water table isn't up here in the canyon walls. But at some point in the past, it was up here in the canyon walls. And because that gorge hadn't eroded down yet. So but just by getting the age of speleothems and looking at the rates, like how much older they get as you move from the bottom to the top of the Grand Canyon, you can estimate the rate of incision. And this is what they managed to constrain it to, that like over in the West Grand Canyon, the incision rate was slower and took course over the past 17 million years. In the East Grand Canyon, it occurred faster meaning around 160 to 400 meters per million years. In other words, it accelerated since the last 3.5 to 4 million years in the Eastern Grand Canyon. So we know approximately what the incision rates are just by dating the speleothem. And this was done by uranium lead dating, not the type of uranium thorium that I was talking about, but it's the same concept. You let uranium keep decaying past thorium, it's going to eventually get down into lead. And we do uranium lead dating of speleothems and other carbonates all the time. It's highly effective. It's just a really cool method. Like, I'm fascinated by it. But yeah,
John, I love that. I'm going to tell you 2 things, and then we're going to read these. Thankfully, fewer super chats that will, and I'm not going to jinx it, hopefully not accumulate too much while we're actually reading them. First of all, a mutual friend of ours has sent a fun link that is, it's about a Mitchell paper that I'm going to put up in the background once we move over. that shows the Tonto folds have multiple large and microscopic evidences of brittle deformation, meaning that we've got another example of Snelling not being entirely honest about features of the Grand Canyon that he is supposedly extremely familiar with. Because if memory serves, didn't he like publish a massive large-scale Grand Canyon study very, very recently?
That nobody read or cares about, really. It's just...
Well, that's the thing. That it's a minor point. I don't want to belabor it, but the reason that creationist journals exist is not to promote actual research. It is to be able to say to donors, look, we're doing science, and then you hold up something that looks like what a paper looks like and kind of seems like it if you read it, but you don't read too closely. It's sort of like having ChatGPT prepare your like submissions for court. It's going to look like a real submission for a court. But when you get down to it, it isn't actually really it's completely inappropriate. But that's what they're for.
It's not about, I've said this a couple times on this channel, but it's not about an answer. It's about the illusion of an answer. We see this all the time with Donnie Deals of SFT, where it's like, you know, he'll respond to someone's video, but the response is ultimately hollow, and it doesn't actually address the majority of the criticisms, because typically the host is a bit outside of his depth on the topic in question, and the expert is kind of avoiding or dancing around the topic at hand. And so as a result, it's like, the point isn't to actually answer the criticisms. The point is to have something to put out there and say, we talked about the criticism. And it's like, that is not the same thing. It's not the same thing, my friend.
And of course, Donnie has no ability to hold in his head the beliefs that he had with his previous guest that contradict the beliefs that he's now agreeing with his new guest.
Well,
despite the contradiction.
I mean, if we have time, I certainly have a series of clips that would be very fun to talk about if we get to those. Those clips. Here's the little bit that our friend sent us on the Tonto deformation. It's a post on Peaceful Science. It's a really lovely write-up. I read it a long time ago or a while back, but it's
I think I've read it too.
We've got Grand Canyon Monument to an Ancient Earth mentioned. It's quite good. I'll put a link in the description as well, so that anybody who wants to see the depths of Dr. Snelling's depravity can see it.
Is this a reasonable point to take like 5 to 10 minutes? Because we've been going for like 3 hours now. Can I take 5 to 10 minutes?
No one can stop you, John. You can just get up.
How dare you?
I don't know. I mean, do I have to give all the money back if I take 5 minutes?
John, if you take 5 to 10 minutes, you have to go. But the good news is you can take 5 to 10 minutes. And as a professional in yapping for 8 hours at a time, I can stay here and hold down the fort. So if you got to go, grab a drink, grab a pee break, by all means do it. I've got a half-eaten plum and a 1/5 drinking drink. And I know that Jordan and Dapper don't need a break. So we can sit here and yap for a little bit while you take a moment.
All right. I will be back in 5 to 10.
Go power nap.
I go reset. Yeah.
Poor John doesn't have
John never comes back.
He doesn't. right. No, I was actually thinking about this earlier. I was like, man, if John really does have to go, if he gets too exhausted, John, go. I'm filling airtime. Go.
All right. See you soon.
The yapping has already commenced.
Anyways, as I was saying, if John has to go because he doesn't have an animated version of himself to place on the screen, not saying that's you, Dapper. I'm saying if John, for instance, didn't, you know, he'd be around here the entire time. He'd just stick around and fall asleep on camera. We can't have that. He's the star of the show.
Also, this isn't an animated version of me. This is just my webcam.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying hypothetically,
right.
If that was.
Okay.
Of course, we know that's you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we could do these super chats. I mean, I think John probably wants to be there for them, but I don't know how many of them are specific to him.
I think in order to make sure we get to all of them, we have to get to them.
I don't see any that are specifically aimed at John.
Okay, guess what? We're just going to do them. And then he's going to come back and we're going to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to go to the next one. And I think I'm going to run this by him. I think we do Oklo next. I think we get a little comedic relief and hit. Although I know Dan would want to be here for Oklo. I know he would want to be here.
He's in the chat, or at least he was.
Dan, if you're listening, please loudly stand out against this proposition if you want to make sure you're here for Oklo. Because if that's the case, then we can do something else. I'm just so tempted. I know Jordan's
Also-
championing it a bit. He's like, I want to do something related to the
It's-
thing that I like so much.
It is the
Speaking
coolest
of
thing
Dan-
that ever happened.
If you like Dr. Dan, he will also be on my show that starts in an hour and a half or so.
I won't be sad if I lose some of you guys to Dapper if we're still going then. I've explicitly not checked the fundraiser. I'm waiting for John to come back to check it to see where we're at. The moment we reach it, that's just gravy. I'm going to tell everybody to stop donating once we reach it because I don't know what to do with the rest of that money.
Between what's on there and the super chats, I'm pretty sure John's going to be okay.
I'm confident as well, Dapper, but, let us have a little suspense. The night's still young. It's only 3 hours and 28 minutes in. Let's start with our first of the newest super chats, which is Anna the elephant, or specifically the mammoth, if memory serves. What is your favorite flavor of ethyl alcohol? Who wants to go? Dapper, I've got a guess as to what I think. Yours involves prickly pear. It always does.
Well, first of all, technically ethyl alcohol is largely flavorless, so I don't know if I can answer that. But if by that you mean
you know what they meant. You know what they meant. Don't. You know what they meant.
So one of my favorite cocktails of all time is in fact a prickly pear gin and tonic. I have a prickly pear standing by in my refrigerator right now that I need to juice pretty soon. I also have some in the yard that I need to go pick and burn the glow kids off of so that I can, actually juice them without getting spines stuck in my hands. And it's never had prickly pear. Go find some if you can. It's not going to be available everywhere, but it really is delicious. It's not terribly sweet, but it has a nice fruity flavor that you can impart into your gin and tonic, and it's very refreshing. It's sort of like a cucumber gin and tonic. You know how that's extra refreshing? Prickly pear is similar to that.
Yeah, but prickly pear I feel like is sweeter. Cucumber is a lot more.
It's actually not that much cucumber.
I don't believe that, because cucumber water is something that I don't like explicitly because it tastes more like grass to me than it tastes like anything sweet. I got a big sweet tooth. I want, if I'm drinking something that isn't water, I think it should be sweet. That's why I drink seltzers, because I'm a baby who can't handle.
So something to remember about prickly pear is that it's still basically a wild fruit, right? It has not been selectively bred for hundreds of thousands of years to be sweet like apples and strawberries and oranges that you eat now. It is just a wild plant that you're picking and juicing. And if you get commercially available prickly pear things, they will have artificially sweetened it. But if you're actually just getting a fresh prickly pear, it's actually not significantly sweeter than a cucumber.
That explains it, because I feel like I have had prickly pear flavored things because of you. I think of you when I have a prickly pear flavored thing. And I went to Arizona earlier this year for my mom's birthday, and we got some prickly pear drinks. And I was like, oh, this was quite sweet. I was like, I didn't know prickly pears were sweet.
That's artificially sweetened.
All right, Jordan, what's your favorite ethyl alcohol flavor? Knowing, of course, not being a pedant, knowing what we mean.
So I've been big into sours, particularly gozas. So my local brewery does a good watermelon goza in the summer. But for something that's more widely available, for those of you who don't live in my backyard, I do have a raspberry lambic that I'm drinking right now, which is very sweet. It's basically like raspberry juice, and it's quite tasty. So
love that. Immediately on board. I used to be a big cider drinker when I was in college because it was the only kind of alcohol that I could easily handle. And the two modes of drinking when you're in college, or at least in an unhealthy but also kind of comedic sense for me, it was like having a delicious drink with friends. I'm drinking a cider, getting blackout because I'm a freshman moron, and that's what freshmen do sometimes. Liquor. And it's like, those are my two modes. I still can't smell most liquors without feeling sick to my stomach because I had a little bit of a rambunctious period my freshman year in school. But I'm a big, I got a sweet tooth. I got to brush my teeth all the time because of the sugar. I just like gummies. I love a gummy. I love a soda. Ooh, I love that kind. I love the straight sugar. My favorite kind of ethyl alcohol, I already said, I'm a seltzer drinker these days. Next up, just a kimono dragon. Oh no, that's an inside joke too. For $19.99, haven't been able to watch the stream because I'm at work, but I still wanted to support you. Love your work, and we'll definitely come back later when I have time. Don't worry, just a kimono dragon. This is going to an excellent cause. You are supporting science in real time, and since John is getting a TikTok so that he's going to show us actively his work, you're going to be able to keep up with it. And I will be sure to plug that here. Speaking of progress, I checked my email. I didn't hear back from Doc. I want everybody to know I checked. Homie has not messaged me yet wanting the link. Next, we have Austin Sims for $5. That's your signal, Doc. If you want to come on here, you gotta pester me. I require pestering to get on board with stuff. Austin Sims with the beautiful gorillas is PFP. Pure fanboying super chat. You rock, Eric. I can't wait to start calling you Dr. Gibbon for your fundraising. Keep up the fantastic SciComm. Thank you, Austin Sims. That is super kind. Austin's a cool dude. I'm so close. I'm so close to this doctorate, you guys. I've said this many times, but it bears repeating. I'm telling myself and I'm telling everybody I know it's going to be December, because if it's not December, the shame and pressure will make it so that I'm quite close by December, and then it will definitely be May. But I'm shooting for December because 4.5 years for a doctorate just feels better to me than 5. So we'll see what ends up happening. We got Goddess Snowshoe for $5. I love your video on human exceptionalism. Just wanted to say that, haha, it's a subject I really care about. Goddess Snowshoe, I'm not sure if you are a patron. If you are, then you're probably talking about the new one that patrons now have access to. But if you're not, you're really going to like the next video that comes out. Thank you very much. Empress Cersei, are there any good counters to uniformitarianism for €2? Now, Jordan, I feel like this is a perfect super chat for John.
It is.
Yeah.
You're right. I did. I missed that. That's my bad.
But
Okay.
I mean, the
I take
answer
ownership of that.
is yes. We know of catastrophic events that have happened in the geologic past, and that's why strict uniformitarianism is no longer an operating principle in modern geology. Instead, actualism is what tends to be used, which acknowledges that there are catastrophic events like volcanic eruptions, floods, asteroid impacts, things like that, that are taken into account. And so the idea is not just that all things happen according to gradual processes, but that in that we can see catastrophes happening today, and we can see what they result in afterwards. We can look for those same signatures in the past. And so, yeah, there are good counters to uniformitarianism. Uniformitarianism is not a universally applicable thing in geology.
If memory serves as well, I'm a bit foggy on this. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but I feel like Lyell in Principles of Geology recognized that there is such thing as a catastrophic event, right? Like he if memory serves, he counted them as rare, but like they did happen. And the reason for this is because we know that catastrophic events happen.
Right.
Darwin saw an earthquake when he was in the south of South America, right? Like this happens. It's something that everybody can appreciate. There's no one on the planet now or when Darwin lived or before or ever who would tell you that local catastrophes don't exist and can't drastically change the geologic column.
Mm-hmm.
So actualism, Empress Cersei, you're going to really like it. It's cool. It's a fun concept to look into. It essentially combines the local catastrophe with the general uniformitarian process. Holy Smalls for $5. So they'll argue for uniformitarianism so they can have polystrate fossils and then argue against it for nuclear decay. Sounds about right. Baby, these goalposts are on wheels, and those wheels are jet powered. They scoot all across the end zone to decide where and when they want to seat themselves down and count as something real. And then the second you actually cross those goalposts, they get up and move again. It's a tale as old as time. We got Austin Sims for $10. Creationists have a presupposed dogmatic conclusion. They will never discard, no matter how much evidence contradicts it, nor how well, there we go, they're shown evidence that contradicts it. Debate at your own risk. Oh,
I'd say for the professionals, yes.
Yeah.
However, obviously for your rank and file, I mean, I was a young Earth creationist and evidence convinced
Same.
me. So it can happen.
Actually, I think is it public all of us? It was Johnny Young Earth Creationist. I know Erica was. I don't know if
John was or not.
I was. Yeah, so either 75 or 100% of this panel are made up of former Young Earth creationists. So for some of them, it is actually possible to break them out of that. Also, several of my co-hosts that I have on my channel are former Young Earth creationists. So, like, it's a thing that happens.
It is, and, you know, it's funny. Your likelihood to leave it, it's very classic with human psychology and sunk costs, where it's like the more money or time that you've sunk into this idea, the less likely you are to leave it, which explains why there are some folks who are not professional creationists who we're all familiar with. They're total, amateurs in the sense that they're not like making copious amounts of money off of this ideology, but who still hold on to it, like white knuckling that concept. We're not in their heads. We don't know what they find convincing or what they don't, but something is keeping them holding on, right? Debate at your own risk, indeed. I don't know. I go back and forth. I oscillate on the utility of debate in general. I think in some ways it can be helpful. I think in other ways it can be detrimental, like most things. Are we really going to convince hordes of people that young Earth creationism is not viable by having, going on modern day debate? Probably not. More important, I think, is resources that are accessible to people who actually are curious in the nature of things, which is what we try to provide. John, you're back. I've got a great super chat just for you.
Oh, good.
Are there any good counters to uniformitarianism? What's he gonna say?
I'm not sure how to address that. Good counters to uniformitarianism. I mean, in general, I mean, even looking at modern environments, we can observe that rates of geological processes are not uniform. In the sense that, like, that's not we can't just look at a modern rate and extrapolate that back blindly. That leads us to a more nuanced understanding of uniformitarianism, right? That we have to take into account these variations in settings. I mean, a good example is just looking back through the glacial cycles, or even the modern day versus the pre-industrial rates of things. We can go measure, for example, sedimentation being eroded, like sediments being eroded off of the landscape into rivers, not just sediments, but salts and other elements that get dissolved in the water, and that flushes out into the oceans. Like, the rate at which that happens today is completely different than it was 100 years ago or 200 years ago, because of the way we've transformed the landscape with construction, with agriculture, with damming of rivers, and so forth. Like, so that changes over time. That changes through glacial cycles. If we were just talking about the Grand Canyon and talk about erosion there, the climate of the Grand Canyon is completely different during the glacial phases than it is during the warm phases like we have today in the Holocene. So the counter to that is just studying the modern environments, but also those environments through time. Like, we can never assume that the rates of geological processes are the same.
What's that called, John? What's that position called that you could sort of combine uniformitarianism with,
like, actualism?
Oh, wow. That's crazy. Damn. If only we had talked about that while you were gone. Yucking it up in luxury, having a nap, just like we expect. Apocalypse Now for $9.99. Dapper, this one's for you. Pelagic tunicates.
Yeah, with a little party confetti throwy thing emoji. So pelagic tunicates are the worst of all chordates. Tunicates should be sessile. They should be suspension feeding right there, attached to the substrate, not floating around in the ocean like a siphonophore. Like, what the hell's wrong with you, pelagic tunicates? Find a rock to go make a home in, like a real normal tunicate.
Dapper, this is... Man, I hate to say this. This hurts me to say. This is a bad take. These boys are cool as hell. I just Googled them. I'm loving the like just length of some of these guys. They're huge.
They're just siphonophores from Wish.
I'm a big fan of this. I like this one that's spiraling.
Erica, now we have to have a duel later.
Add it to the list.
Yeah.
Add it to the list of things we're going to duel over.
We'll pick a Steam game that we both have that has a PvP option, and we'll just have a duel that way.
Meet me in Dragon Pit, bro.
You fool. I'll lose at all of that. I'm not good at video games, but I have a great deal of fun playing them. That's actually not true. Here are some games that I'm decent at. I'm pretty good at Valheim. I'm pretty good at Monster Hunter. I am very good at Don't Starve Together that I play with my husband. I actually kind of hate the game. It causes me stomach ulcers. There's too much resource management. You'll notice that there's a lot. When I like to recline and relax, I choose survival crafting games that require me to manage resources while time ticks away. It's a very healthy habit, I think. From True Galahad for $5 Australian. So pick any of those, Dapper. We have scientists supporting science. As a science teacher, love you guys sharing scientific learning. Baby, I'm for accessibility universally of scientific information. That is the birthright of humanity. Knowledge, we all deserve to have access to it. No ivory towers, tear that shit down. If you're an expert in something, give that knowledge away for free. We should all be able to enjoy the fruits of the labor of humanity's quest to understand itself. So I agree, if I may. Did Dr. Snelling borrow Dr. Jackson's camera from LT Matt, the moose broker, for $5? That this is a you thing. Also, this was the drawing that I did during that stream from a while back. One of our super chatters wanted to see it. It's a sad Gutsy Gibbon scared of the
make yourself big.
Hold on. How do I do that? I'll figure it out. 1 second.
There it is.
This is my reaction also when Andrew Snelling hides the reality of the cracked bent stones that are found in the Grand Canyon. It was for the monad, but it works. Okay, hold on. Now I have to figure out how to get back to everybody else. Exit solo layout. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, so this is so I have a show. It is the fourth Tuesday of every month, called Jackson and Jackson, where Jackson Wheat and I take a look at Charles Jackson's videos. And the thing about Charles Jackson is I like to put the topic of my video in the thumbnail, right? Which means usually I search for a relatively high resolution image. But the thing is that Charles Jackson is low resolution in the way that Bigfoot is just naturally blurry.
Right.
So you could have like a 12K camera and you could snap a picture of Charles Jackson, and somehow Charles Jackson will have at most in the y-axis like 200 pixels worth of information there. I don't know how it works, but that's how it is. This man is allergic to any kind of high definition. He's been on like shows recently where he's been on camera, and his webcam looks like it's from 2005 in terms of the picture quality. It is incomprehensible to me that this man has never been in a room with a high definition camera.
He's doing it on purpose. He knows you're trying to find that high def picture of him, so you can at last pin him to the wall on this. Speaking of which, same problem. 0 cents for $5. I mean, I don't think you can say it's very clear for a picture that's shot in 144p.
Right.
0 cents. It's not my picture, right? Like, take that up with them. If it was me, I'd be down there. Oh, I'd be down there with my, what is this? My iPhone, taking a picture in beautiful, stunning 4K. I don't know. We need an Apple person here to tell me what's good. Despicable Hobbit for £2. They're just here having fun. Just having a good time. Doc Dino, I got some wine. I'm ready to party. Doc, I'm checking all of him. Hold on. Check my email again.
Check your spam.
I'm checking it.
I have moved
all
on
right,
to the Zillertal Weiss beer.
Oh.
Something a little bit light to finish the stream off.
Something light to finish the stream off. Oh, John, you fool. We're here forever. You can't leave. It's permanent. All right, Doc. I'm gonna get you in here in just a second. Let me get our next. Okay, holy smalls, $2. What's the fundraiser up to? I'm so glad you asked. I was gonna wait till the end of these super chats, which we're actually remarkably on top of them now. But since everybody's wondering, the fundraiser officially on the GoFundMe is up to $3,841 out of the 4.2K goal.
I see it at $39.71. It's at 95%.
The fundraiser is at $3,961 out of the 4.2K goal. And what I will say to that is there is just no way that the super chats that we've already gotten haven't already pushed this over the edge.
Oh, yeah.
So,
we've gotten multiple $100 and $50 super chats.
It is with great pleasure and gratitude that I say thank you so much to everybody who's watched, that we've managed to get John over the hump here so that he can go and do his field work at a time when it's ridiculously difficult to secure funds for something like that. John, what do you have to think? What do you have to say about that?
I mean, you told me that you were confident. You felt confident that we'd be able to meet our goal, and I was optimistic that you'd be right, and you absolutely delivered. And like the community delivered here, and I can't wait to, throw that in the acknowledgements, like I said, in whatever papers come with this. And I'll definitely be sharing, it's a long work in progress. It's not going to be in the next months, but I will do my best, like you asked, to keep on top, just shooting videos here and there. Here's the travel, here's the airport where we landed, here's the field work, here's the caves. And give you just a hands-on view, like I said, of the research in progress, and just make sure you're involved as possible in like what you're supporting. But this definitely goes a long, long way in like moving this project ahead, and helping my student to finish his degree. Like, we're just incredibly grateful.
It doesn't just touch one person, right? It touches all of the people who are involved. It touches the folks on site who end up trained to do citizen science there in Armenia. It touches the students who will eventually go on to teach students of their own. It touches the body of literature that people will pull from, even for the most minute things, for decades to come. I mean, this is how science ideally gets done, is by mutually curious people who want to answer a question. And I don't know. This is where I get to take my minute to gas up my audience, and I will take that opportunity at any juncture. I was talking to Jon about doing this stream like 2 months ago. Gosh, I think it was. I was like standing in my kitchen. Jon was like, "Man," he's like, "Do you think we're going to be able to reach it?" And at that point, we were talking about the initial goal. We were talking about $1,400. He was like, "You think we're going to be able to reach it?" I was like, "Dude, have you met this audience? Yeah, we're going to be able to reach it." Like, this community of folks who like science and who like learning about the world around them is, and I wonder if there's a correlation here, really quite good at supporting one another through avenues like this. All you have to do is ask. And so I'm happy to take my crown and wear it proudly on my head of being right yet again in a situation like this. Speaking of which, this is a perfect opportunity. We got Doc Dino, who was last year's. This is how I'm going to start phrasing it, because I want to do something like this annually. I think that's the responsible thing to do. And so far, it's mostly been people I know, but I think we could do more with this kind of thing. Doc, how you been, dude?
Well, first, howdy. I've been pretty good. Been working pretty much all day, but saw y'all were starting this stream, so I thought I'd say hi.
So Doc was with us, actually many of the same. I think all of us were on last year for this exact thing, raising funds to send Doc to go recover a pretty important fossil. Doc, you want to give us a quick update on that?
Yeah, sure. I felt I probably should, since a lot of people in this chat are the reason why I was able to get out here. And for the record, I am still in Wyoming. I actually moved out here, got an apartment, so
cool.
Anytime there's clear skies, I can go and do research. It's a lot of fun. I've not found the fossil I came out here to find, at least not yet, sadly. I'm trying to find a small needle in a very large haystack. But somehow along the way, I just keep stepping on needles, because it turns out I'm pretty good at finding fossils.
Let's go. That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear. Well, okay, I'm preaching to the choir, but it's like, you get that picture in your brain, and once it's sort of set into your mind, you just start spotting them all across the landscape.
Yeah, and I found literally dozens of dinosaurs that I have reported and am going to report to the US government, and probably no excavations this year, sadly, but can at least get them reported so someone can dig them up in the future.
So you're saying that you have found about as many dinosaurs as there are never nudes?
About a dozen. There are dozens of us. Dapper boo. Low-hanging fruit.
Hey, no one else is going for the low-hanging fruit. Someone has to.
Well, Doc, we're glad to have you. I'm glad to hear the update. I hope you'll continue to. You have a YouTube channel that you consistently-ish interact with, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to pester you and Jon alike. That's actually going to be the new stipulation for next year. Whoever we fundraise for next year, or someone's, we could maybe turn this into a larger thing. You got to get a TikTok or an Instagram or a YouTube, because I want to be able to keep up with what should we call it? Like an ape award, something along those lines.
Erica's like, the government isn't giving out grants, I'll make my own grants.
The Gibbon grant.
Well,
Yeah, Gibbon
okay,
grant.
okay, it's right there. I can't. How could I not see? The White Claws are going in my head. How could I not see it? Well, shit. I mean, if they're not going to do it, we should do it. I mean, we have.
I
we have
mean,
a platform to do
Jordan,
this
shouldn't
kind
that be
of
the
thing.
grant that keeps on giving?
Yes.
How do
Oh,
I
dear.
eject
I
him?
have to get my alcohol now.
eject. I'm ejected. Removed from stage.
What I
Banished
will say
and
before I
out of
reveal my drink is anyone who knows me from Dapper's channel will know I usually drink out of comically large containers.
Mhm.
So I figured what better to bring for this than a gallon of wine.
Jesus Christ. All right.
It was on
John,
sale. It was
You
actually
gotta see how big the gallon of wine is.
That's impressive.
Here it is right next to my head. I have a big head.
You guys don't know this about me, but my head is actually it's actually quite small. I need to get what I really want to do is, I mean, I don't want this, but I would like to have an excuse to get like a nice CT of my skull so that I can 3D print it and find out once and for all just how many CCs I'm sporting. Because I know it's not as much as I would like it to be. We got to finish these super chats, and then we're going to do a couple more shorts probably. We're going to go until John's too tired to go. Because I know John, you had some you wanted to get to. I'd like to get to those.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do it. First, we got to finish these super chats. Owen for $5. Ban him now. And you know what, Owen? We're gonna ban your friend/partner who you shouted out earlier too, just for guilt by association here. I think that was you. I knew something smelled bad. Sorry-ish. I know you're not sorry. Erdania for €6.66. I know it's the same joke every time it gets old, but not sorry for the punnery. You should be. It's for a good cause. Gaze ape on our works, ye mighty, and despair. You guys seriously underestimate how comically large I'm willing to get as a kaiju to come and stamp your homes into hell
Yeah,
itself.
You always complain about puns, but personally, I don't see what's the problem.
Hold on just a sec. Let me figure this out here. Remove from stage. He's gone. I hope you guys enjoyed seeing him because he's not coming back. No, I'm not mean. I'm a big softie. What can I say? All right, we got Bird is the word for $5. Erica, can you talk about how you went from being a YEC child to the YEC killing powerhouse that you are today? Most people know this about me. I'll be brief-ish. I had a job when I was in college. I was sort of concurrently getting my BSA in pre-professional animal science, and I picked up a minor in biology and then another one in anthropology because I was doing field work in the summer, trying to get experience abroad. But my plan was still to kind of be a veterinarian. So one summer, the summer of my senior year, I got a job working at a veterinary clinic in my parents' hometown, and I worked with this young Earth creationist who I remembered him quite fondly because he kind of like turned me on to this entire area. But this one day what were we doing? I think we were like cleaning up like parvo diarrhea or something disgusting like that. Like we were busy doing something that takes a long time from a very sick animal. And he chose this moment of all moments to be like, so you got your degree, you're getting your degree rather, because I was still in progress in animal science. He's like, and I knew I'd been talking about like what I was interested in. And he was like, oh, you said you were doing like anthropology and biology. And he looks at me and he goes, did you know that they found soft tissue in dinosaur bones? And I was like, yeah, what about it? And he was like, well, you know, soft tissue can't last more than a couple thousand years, right? And I looked at him and I was like, how old do you think the Earth is? And that's how we sort of got onto this. I realized he's a young Earth creationist, and we bantered back and forth in the workplace for a while before I was finally like, dude, we cannot do this. Like, we've got like tasks we have to perform. Let's go get coffee. We'll talk about it. And so we started getting coffee like once a month together to like hash this out. We did this for like a year before he ended up taking a job doing something else. And I realized doing that how little I knew about all of these other tangential fields that are related to the things that I'd formally studied. Like, I didn't know, for instance, like, okay, well, you know, radiometric dating works, but like, why does it work? I couldn't answer that question, methodologically speaking. And so I started doing all this bullshit research on it and building this massive document that took me a long time to build with all of these sources. And then I was like, okay, well, I can't just build this repository for no reason. Like, it's taken me so long to look some of this stuff up. One that came to mind was like the rate of limestone deposition and the rate that coral grows. And I was going to all these sources from like 80, 100 years ago. And I was like, well, some of my sources have come from Reddit. I'll just give back to the community and start posting the shit that I've learned on Reddit so other people can access it. And then it's like, that's the gateway. You get into the debate evolution subreddit. You start arguing with people on there. And then I actually saw a conversation that Jackson, mutual friend of all of us, that Jackson had with Sal on his YouTube channel. And I was like, okay, so there's like another medium for this. I'll hop on YouTube. And, Guts a Gibbon was like my random name of the day that I picked for Reddit. And so it just kind of ended up sticking. It is what it is. That's how it went for me. Anybody else want to share their stories?
I mean, my story is been on my channel for a while, so feel free to check that out. But the shorthand is basically when I was early in like high school age, or maybe it was like towards the end of middle school. I'm not positive there. My church youth group decided to stage an evolution creation debate, but we didn't actually have anyone who didn't accept creationism. So having a reputation as like the brainiac guy, one of the youth leaders was like, Tim, my name's public there. You're going to be our evolution guy. I'm like, okay, but I don't believe evolution. Like, what do you like? Don't worry, you'll do fine. And so then basically all that happened during the debate was people screamed at me. And that was when I was like, it's weird that no one has a counter for any of the things I'm saying. Instead, everyone's just screaming angrily. Maybe I should look more into this. And then over the course of another year and a half or so of like looking into like what science is, what evidence there actually is for evolution, spending way more time than is healthy on Talk Evolution. Yeah.
Another classic venue.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, okay.
Uncommon Descent. Like, there's so many good ones.
Yep. I was like, I guess this is wrong. And so, yeah. And then, of course, that did cause friction in the church, although it wasn't kicked out or anything. But, yeah, that's the quick version.
I mean, I guess before I give my story, Erica just said Uncommon Descent. Shout out to the Common Descent podcast, which is a small podcast run by two paleontologists that talk about all kinds of science topics. If you love Erica's stuff, you'll love them.
The Common Descent podcast rocks. I actually was listening to the Common Descent podcast, a couple months ago. I love how deep they go. And they got it's two paleontologists, right? So they've got the expertise to cover a lot of different areas. It's a great podcast. But
yeah, really good stuff.
You were saying, Doc, and after I took a long time, I'm gonna put this spell on the rest of you. Be brief, because John is about to fall asleep sitting up, and I want to cover at least a couple more shorts or whatever. It's John's party. He gets to.
Yeah, I know which we're going to next. I think.
John's like,
I'll just say,
shut up. I know.
The reason I ever got started in the creation versus evolution debate is actually because of Dapper over there. His debate with Kent Hovind was the first real creationist thing I saw that made me realize, oh, these people still exist. And I just kind of fell down a rabbit hole.
That's also the debate where we learned that Kent Hovind doesn't know what a dinosaur is in the first place, despite the fact that he's been calling himself Dr. Dino for decades.
Oh my God,
and
Dapper.
That's how I got my moniker. It's a direct parody of his. For the record, I'm not a doctor yet. Although I do want to go back for at least a master's. I've kind of decided that.
You're telling me that Kent Hovind doesn't know everything? That's unbelievable.
It would be a shorter
book
to write down the things that he does know than to write down the things that he doesn't. The things that he doesn't know includes virtually everything.
I think he knows. Well, no, I'm not going to go there. Again, I still haven't had it. I was going to be mean to Kent, but Jordan, John,
he knows how to abuse his wives.
Go on.
I was given a book.
Boom.
That's my story. That's that is the briefest version of that story I can tell.
Concise as always, Jordan. For Metageeky Platypus. Oh, go ahead, John.
I went out to the rocks. I mean, I just looked at the rocks. They didn't take it with a low res photo, but you get up there and you have to go through the task of like mapping it out, like draw out a stratigraphic section, look at the details with your nose sticking in the rock. Like you have to taste it literally to get a sense of what's really in there. And then in the details, everything comes out and you're like, this doesn't work. This is
I think
is not
for
flood
all
geology.
geologists, but especially paleontologists, yeah, we lick rocks.
I think every single field has its own, like, this is the reason why creationism, but especially young earth creationism, doesn't work. And they all think that their reason is the best because it turns out it's just super obvious in every single field for different reasons. And the deeper you dig, the worse it is. We have Metageeky Platypus Librarian for $2. Raspberry Lambic Vanilla Ice Cream Float, do it. Metageeky, I don't know what this means.
Well,
it's a thing that
raspberry
you would-
lambic is the beer, and he wants an ice cream float, or they want an
Yeah.
ice cream float with that beer.
I believe Metakiki
Forgot that was
uses
the beer.
she, her.
Oh, sorry, Metageeky, my bad. Is it really,
Metageeky's one of my
that's really
favorites.
what it's called? Raspberry Lambic beer?
Well, it's a
So what
lambic.
is
It's
that?
a style of beer, and this is a raspberry lambic specifically. Just like you could have a lager, it's a lambic, same thing.
I, embarrassingly enough, in my head, I was like, that's so weird that they named it after the limbic system. And then it's like limbic and lambic. We are looking at two different things here. It's okay. Forget I said anything. My bad, Metageeky. From Late Night Kaiju for £5, apart from the flood and Adam and Eve, are there any other stories that lead religious people into weird geological or biological beliefs? I think that they did some really weird stuff right around the 1850s with like the mark of Cain and race, which was very unsavory. But weirdly enough, it held on, and still it has its tendrils in some kind of surprising areas of pseudo archaeology.
Mormons were still talking about the dark skin as being a mark of either Cain or of just general not being great before you were born. And that's really only started to go away in like the last few decades.
Yeah, in the
Also,
70s.
I suppose you could say that anything about the virgin birth is a bit of an odd biological thing, since humans aren't generally known for their ability to do parthenogenesis. Although weirdly, I don't see a whole lot of stuff about like because there's a story in Genesis about someone taking sticks and stripping off the bark in like stripes, and then watering their flocks near those stripes, and then having those stripes nearby when they mate, and therefore they produce stripy or spotted calves. And I don't think I've ever heard a young earth creationist be like, that's how that works. That we're going to test this. It's going to work out. We're going to get stripy goats and sheep after we water and breed them near stripy sticks. And the thing is, I don't know why that shouldn't be something they believe in. So yeah, I don't know if there's any more though. That snakes can talk. Well, I guess that's Adam and Eve though.
I think, I don't know. There's a ton of minutia that you could go into. I mean, there's the Nephilim and giants and the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
There's a ton of historical ideas that seem to hold what they're mentioned in the Old or the New Testament that are held to be legitimate as told historical events instead of embellishments or whatever. But also, Late Night Kaiju, we still have some super chats to get to. Next up, 0 cents for $50. Holy. I think debates are useful in the sense that they allow people to put out information in an entertaining format. I also think it's important to remember that there is a difference between being good at debates and being right. That is absolutely true. Rhetorical skill and actual background knowledge, two things that are not necessarily always married as they, as theoretically they should be. So I absolutely confer with that. And thank you for your wonderful donation. I, at some point, want to cover the efficacy versus the detriment of debates in a video, because I think there are pros and cons to it. But how that ends up actually hashing out, I don't know. Who's this? Mr. Wilford for $20. Duel and straff that, guys. No. We're not going to do that.
Is that a game?
Sorry,
I don't know
mystery
what that is.
donator. From Hannah Hashian. I'm in bed with a bad cold, so thanks for making my day. As usual, our pleasure. We have Austin Sims for $5. I may need to raise some funding for scientific experiments this way myself someday. At least that's the dream. Happy to help. You're awesome humans. Again, I need to get myself together for it, but I think you could do something really cool with like, okay, this is like fundraising Friday for a month, and it's like you do 4 streams similar to this. I'd be happy to host something like that. or something even larger. I don't know. I have lofty dreams. That's all post dissertation. So the beyond the horizon, the world seems much clearer and brighter. Holy, for $100, Ada Dragon says, thank you for all the work you do in sharing so much valuable information for free. I wish I could join this stream sooner, but work gets in the way. Work always gets in the way. I certainly empathize with you there. And again, you know, I don't consider this sharing it for free. I think that people are entitled. The stuff that I share, I think people are entitled to know that. That's not, you know, that's using your platform responsibly, in my opinion, of course. Feel free to chime in at any point, Peanut Gallery. I'm just running through.
I'm trying to let you get through the chats, Erica.
Yeah.
Jordan, I met you in person more than once. Next time I see you. From Tea Time Tea for $2, the Giving Gibbon Grant. I like that. I like the alliteration. Triple G, thank you for the donation. Redneck Boy 93 for $10. Take my money and keep the yap sesh going. Just try to stop me. From Fearmonger for $1.99. Swedish for sup cheese bags. Thanks, Fearmonger. You don't get that 10.
Tienar. Oh, never mind.
No. By all means. Wait, hold on. By all means. Try.
Okay, I don't speak Swedish, but I speak German. That's close enough. Tiena Ostpesar? Probably completely wrong.
Fearmonger, let us know if Dog butchered that or nailed it. Chris Clark for $10. Anything to help scientific endeavors. Thank you guys for what you do. Again, doing this, I get to do my dream gig. Well, at least part of my dream gig.
Eric, remember how I told you about like that youth group?
Yes.
Guess who was in that youth group?
Who?
Chris Clark.
Chris Clark, tell us immediately which venereal diseases you contracted by note card.
That actually wasn't in that youth group that happened.
Sorry, what?
I'm not kidding. That was not in that youth group that happened.
It was a separate youth group?
Look, I don't want to go into the whole thing because we don't have time for that, but like, ask me later and I'll let you know.
I'll ask you later. Doc, Dapper went to a youth group where they learned sex education by passing around note cards with venereal diseases on them to show how they spread over time. Oh,
that
sorry.
also happened to me too.
But Dapper also had the same experience.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just going to let that settle. Kent, Jeffrey of Arimathea, Halstead for $4.99 says, they also never talk about when Moses pillaged sex slaves and divided them among the Israelites. Hush now. We don't have to worry about that. And thank you.
It was mostly Joshua, to be fair.
It was mostly Joshua. LT Matt, the Moose Broker for $5. Fortunately, we have a linguist on the panel. That is so true, to tell us how the Babel myth doesn't explain linguistic development. Dapper, since you are a linguist,
which I'm not,
I'm pretty. Can I confess something to you? Mm-hmm. I think I'm at least partially responsible for that myth, because I think
you are.
Quite a few times, very early in our friendship, I was like, yeah, Dapper's like a linguist or something. Yeah, my linguist friend Dapper, he said this. Since Dapper's a linguist, you can trust what he said.
You called me a linguist in a video about raw mat, in which you then linked to my video about language. And I'm pretty sure that was the thing that put the nail in the coffin of everyone thinking I'm a linguist.
Well, I'm really sorry about that.
I think because you don't have a degree doesn't mean you can't be one. Like you're an amateur linguist at the very least.
I'm a linguistics enthusiast because I don't actually do any scientific work in linguistics. I think that I would have to be at least doing some research in order to count as a linguist. And since I'm not, instead I am just enthusiastic about that area of learning, I would not call myself a linguist. If I were to do some research, then I would be able to call myself a linguist. But to answer this, so there are myriad ways in which the Babel myth does not explain modern linguistics. But one of the best ways that we can tell this is that we have written language very shortly after the setting of the Tower of Babel story, right? And even at that point, we know that about contemporaneous to this story, there were already established language families that still exist to this day, which means that, which gives us the same problem that we have with, common ancestry for organisms, right? Did God just pretend that common ancestry is true for organisms when he created them? Because that's the only real explanation we have that could account for the patterns that we see. And we have the same problem with languages. At the time that languages are supposed to start de novo from just whatever God decided to mess with, we already have recognizable language families, like the Afroasiatic family broadly. We already know that Sino-Tibetan language had diversified into multiple languages. We know that the same thing is true for Indo-European languages, because we get multiple very diverse Indo-European languages almost immediately afterwards. And so, yeah, it doesn't explain that at all. And also, Bodhi Hodge likes to say that Tubal from the Bible founded the country of Tuvalu on the grounds that they kind of sound about the same, kind of, if you squint with your ears.
Dapper, you can't just say shit like that and expect me to not call you a linguist. Like, you can't just be a friend of mine and be like, here's my hobbyist linguist hot take, and expect me to be, well, I guess it's not a hot take, but and expect me not to be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy, I think he's like a linguist or something.
Dapper regularly puts things in the chat in that weird form of like Elvish, that universal like phonetic language thing, as if anyone in the chat other than Dapper understands what that means.
I know he does. He does this thing with Klingon. He does the Klingon titles, and there's like 8 people who are like, look.
Yeah, and for those 8 people, it's great. But also, when it comes to International Phonetic Alphabet, I'm just trying to encourage basic knowledge of the International Phonetic Alphabet because it's really handy, even if you don't study linguistics.
Doc, you don't have to raise your hand. Just interrupt.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to step on people's toes.
No, step on toes. You got to step on toes here.
Okay, well, I'll step on a gentle ape's toe. Erica, just out of curiosity, when do you like human ancestors may have started developing complex language? Like, I've seen your videos about how other apes, they can like use syntax and stuff, but like long extended conversations, like any guess when that might have started developing?
It depends on what you use for proxy. You can use the development of like Broca and Wernicke's regions of the brain in endocast to argue that it's quite early, or you can use the presence of a human-like, I should say anatomically modern Homo sapiens-like hyoid bone to argue that it's later. But what I think you can certainly do is you can use the former and the latter to triangulate and say somewhere in between Australopithecus, the genus, and probably what we would call Homo ergaster. I would say you've got complex language by then. So like African Homo erectus. Now, again, it depends on what you classify as complex language, but
I know. And I'm sure that's a whole field of study within paleoanthropology. Just here.
And unfortunately, linguistics doesn't have a lot to say, because the farthest back that we can reconstruct languages or have evidence of written language is already as complex as it is today. So we don't have a progression of like more and more complex languages. There are actually some people who will try to argue that language is less complex. Those people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. And, I don't know. Language tends to be tied like with any kind of certainty. It tends to be tied to like writing, right? You can use art to argue for symbolism. And if that's the case, it goes back quite far indeed, because we know that hominins like Homo erectus made art, depending on what you classify as art. So it's like a lot of what humans do are hard to classify, and harder still.
We have art for Homo erectus?
We have argued art for Homo erectus. There's a shell that exists from, I believe it's Asian Homo erectus, that has all of these like hash marks on it and then crosses. So it's like hash mark, hash mark, hash mark, cross, hash mark, hash mark, hash mark, cross. And the argument goes that it's like there's no actual utility to these hash marks. So it's effectively a member of Homo erectus sitting around and they're like bored or whatever. And they pick up and they start scratching on this shell, or they start, messing around with it while they're waiting for something. Or maybe it was intentional. Either way, it seems to be sort of non-purposeful alteration of shells that were carried around within an individual, which meets certain definitions of art.
I never heard about that. That's really cool.
You're going to see a picture of it and you're going to be like, that looks like somebody just sat down and made a bunch of scratch marks on a shell. And it's like, yes, I agree.
They were recording their body counts.
You know what the specimen's called?
No, because it doesn't have an anatomical specimen name. Hold on. Homo erectus.
I think I got a picture from the Smithsonian magazine. Oh yeah, I see that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Huh.
You see what I mean? It's like, it's clearly something that's anthropogenic in nature insofar as I can tell, but it's not, it's not anything to write home about. But again, how do you classify art?
Yeah. There's the link if you want to show the chat really quick.
I will put it in the chat. Last super chat before we get to a video that John's going to pick for us. Raspberry Limbic Tad, genetically modified skeptic, just put out a great video about why he doesn't do debates anymore. I saw part of that video today, which is what got me thinking about the subject again. We are caught up on super chats, folks. I think. No, we're not. Now we are. Gary Broker for $49.99. Thank you, Gary. You are all great apes. Ha 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 ha. Except for Dapper because he's not primate, of course.
Not even a mammal.
John, yeah, not even a mammal. John, what do you want to watch next or finish off with, depending on where you're at?
You know, can you go down to the McKay stalagmite video?
I certainly can.
Not Mackay.
Mackay. Let's do it.
There was a stream he was on with his little Indiana Joe's sidekick once. I remember talking to them about feathered dinosaurs. It was Dapper. I got them to say Tyrannus was a bird because they couldn't refute that it had feathers.
Of course you did. That's amazing. So I guess T-Rex is a bird too by that standard.
Yeah, apparently.
We're gonna hit the highlights of this, and then because Jordan asked so nicely, and it's only 3 minutes long, we're gonna finish with the Oklo, if that's okay with everybody.
Oh.
I won't be able to stick around for Oklo most likely, but
that's okay, Dapper.
I think we can go through it. I mean, I picked out the highlights, the timestamps. We don't have to spend a lot of time looking at it. I just want to, I wanted to look at it because it's relevant to the research for fundraising. And it goes to the question that maybe people don't generally know. Like, I think most people know how stalagmites and stalactites form. It's not a mystery. But it's still a, common lack of knowledge. Like, well, how fast do these happen? We would go visit a cave and there might be a tour guide or a sign or something that says it's approximately happening this fast, and we measure it every year and whatnot. But like a little more detail, they try to go into more detail on like how fast these things actually form. And the cool thing is they made what they call a stalactite machine that's going to create them for you, like a science experiment, right? And I think what they come up with is reasonable for like teaching third graders, but they're using it to overturn like conventional geology. And this is the part that I find hilarious.
All right, hit me with the first timestamp. Is it just the first one you have listed here, 2330?
Yeah, let's go to 2330. Stop.
2330 it is.
If you ever want something that's funny bad, read through Joe Hubbard's dissertation. It is painful.
I didn't even know he had a dissertation.
You should send that to me.
Range of dinosaurs.
Oh, it looks like a high school project gone wrong. I'll see if I can find it.
Hey, speaking of high school projects gone wrong, here's their stalactite machine.
This is giving an example of, these things must be able to form really fast, right?
Yeah, of course.
As well. Beautiful exhibits that are relevant to our topic tonight. Oh, I held up our little stalactite earlier, right? I mean, it's still pretty hefty, right, for a tired old Englishman, but the one that you can see there on the left-hand side of the picture is significantly bigger. It was a wonderful donation to the ministry, so thank you for the person who enabled us to get that. But it's an enormous 6-foot-long stalactite from China. Yeah, stalactite, this thing hangs down, or once hung down. Right now it stands upright because it's really about the only thing you can do with it. It weighs an absolute ton. But then on the right hand side you see a brand new fossil, or brand new exhibit rather, artifact from our good friend in Canada, Vance Nelson. Where is this originally from? It's originally from the Karlovy Vary in the Czech Republic. It's a water pipe that over a very short period of time has created beautiful, well, it looks just like a stalactite section, doesn't it? But this happened inside a metal water pipe over a very short period of time. It's a process that counts, nothing to do with time whatsoever. And I'll...
Yeah, you can pause it on that picture of the sample. But I would ask you, like, okay, do you know, maybe I'm stupid, but do you know the difference between the setting of a water pipe and the setting of a stalactite? Do you think, like, are there any differences in the environment there you could think of?
I mean, I'm an idiot, but it feels like there's a lot more water in a pipe. I don't know.
It's also actively flowing. It's actively moving the entire time.
So it's not like a thin film that's slowly dripping, little by little on a stalactite. But I mean, there are two things that happen here. One, he talks a lot about stalactites, and I think he even tries to put in a quote by somebody saying that these, should take millions of years to form. And let me just clear up, if in case anybody is unsure, nobody thinks that stalactites, including the giant one that he's got there, take millions of years to form. Nobody thinks that. I mean, we know that something even that large could form in a matter of centuries or millennia, because stalactites, they grow kind of fast, especially in certain settings. The way stalactite grows, it carries down the alkalinity with it. So that depends mainly on the amount of CO2 that's available, like in the soil zone, as that water infiltrates down. The more CO2 available, the more it's going to mix in, the higher the capacity for that water to carry the calcium carbonate in dissolved form that eventually is going to precipitate here, right? So in a region like China that's tropical, it's warm in the summer, and it's very, very rainy in the summer. Like there's a lot of water, there's a lot of CO2. It can supersaturate all that water, and it drips down fairly fast and consistently. And so stalactites like this, they can form pretty quick on the ceiling, because what happens when that water hits with lots of CO2 dissolved in it, it's just the same process as when you open a can of any carbonated drink, right? And now it's exposed to the open atmosphere. It was under pressure when it was in the rock, but now it's not. And inside the cave, it degasses. All that CO2 leaves, the pH goes up, and the ability for that water to keep the carbonate dissolved goes down. So it precipitates minerals very, very fast. So that's why stalactites kinetically can form quite fast. We know that they can. Nobody said otherwise. So he's spending a lot of time trying to debunk an idea that isn't even there, which shows just how ignorant of the topic they are. If we want to know how fast a stalactite grows, again, there are multiple ways that we can approach it, whether petrographically, breaking down the laminate, by monitoring it, take pictures one year after another. We could literally measure the mass of mineral that is there now and wasn't there last year. Or we can date them radiometrically, and there's not a lot of reason to do that, I'll say, with stalactites. They don't give us good paleoclimate information or anything else we might be interested in. But we can, and we do sometimes. And they don't take long time to form. So in the water pipe environment, like you said, it's constantly flowing water, right? And this is, also potentially turbulent, and that's what's causing the gas exchange to change. But is it really a surprise that you don't have laminations over years or decades of flow with high alkalinity waters, the kinds that you would find in that karst valley? It's just simple chemistry. You got minerals dissolved in water, and then they precipitate out. This goes nowhere to addressing the vast problems that come with the timelines you need to form a cave and then fill it with decorations like stalagmites and stalactites. So,
hey, so I want to add in my 2 cents real quick, and then I got to go get ready for my stream that's starting in just under a half an hour. So one thing I would love for creationists to do is, hey, if you think this is how long it takes to form a stalactite, do it in a limestone cave with dripping water, or if you think it happened under a flood, then do it that way. Just do the actual experiment, right? They never do the actual experiment, because there's a lot of things that they say where it's like,
Of course they don't.
hey, you could
They're going to
experiment.
try if we move ahead to 37 minutes.
The other one thing I want to say is there's a cottage industry of creationists not knowing the difference between permineralization and calcification.
That is true as well.
And it annoys the heck out of me, but I do have to get out of here. I am going to post a link to my stream in case anyone wants to check it out later. Not right now. It's not going live yet. But yeah, if you're wondering, what we're going to be doing is me and Dr. Dan, and I believe Chesh are going to all be talking about Sal Cordova's most recent quote-unquote response to me, because apparently the fact that over the course of 3 years, I have mentioned John Sanford in 2 different video series, and also once mentioned him because someone else, Dan Biddle, was parroting him. Apparently, I've got a vendetta against John Sanford, which I guess is true in the broad sense that I have a vendetta against young Earth creationism overall. But it's really weird for him to pick up. I think John Sanford might be one of my least responded to Young Earth creationists, honestly. But all right, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you so much, everybody. I had fun. John, congratulations.
Thank you.
I am very stoked that you're going to be able to go and do your field work because, like we said, it is a tough time for doing science right now. So,
no, I really appreciate your time here. Like, this is hugely supportive. So, wishing you the best on the stream and your response.
Right, thank you.
That's
Dapper,
hard
send-
work.
Also, I sent you the paper. I found it. I
Awesome.
just
Thank
literally
you.
just found it.
Dapper will send everyone your way when we're done here.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Assuming we beat you, which I think we will. I hope.
I don't know.
Jordan's like, please, please, please. Actually, John's like, please, please, please.
All right,
Oh,
bye,
hey,
everybody.
someone says we're
Thank you.
99% on the GoFundMe.
No shit.
I'm watching it.
Super chat that just came.
Yeah.
If it ticks
Well-
over to 100, I think it just takes $26 more.
I mean, that's excluding the super chats too, which like I'm counting the super chats in my head. To me, we are already there. John, let's do this video. I want Jordan
Yeah.
to get Oklo before we call it.
Okay. So a quick response.
Now,
Go
funny
ahead.
thing, when I was back in my teens in 1963, they never told you that. They obviously grew a lot faster in my days. And now the world's gotten so old. What's their logic that the stalactites take so long? Well, here it is. Number one, they take so long because it's the water dripping through the limestone that gets carbon dioxide. That makes mild carbonic acid, which dissolves the limestone fairly slowly. And you add to that, well, what do you add to that? You see, you can't just talk about the stalactites these days. You have to talk about the time for the cave to dissolve. I mean, how can you have a stalactite in a cave unless you have a cave? And if the stalactites take so long to form, then dissolving the whole cave, sometimes kilometers long. The Australia's deepest cave has just been conquered, a big cave, hundreds of meters deep. A very slow process, they say. Who says this? Well, have a look. We like putting the references in. So if you haven't yet got our Tights and Mites book, you can see all of these. The time for...
I mean,
You
I'm
said-
sorry. You could cite an actual Speleothem science book, a cave science book. Like, why would
Maybe you
you,
could
or
start-
the many hundreds of articles that go to addressing like how long it takes for caves to dissolve out, and
The counter creationism handbook. That's unreal.
yeah, I've seen that before too. I remember. I mean, it's a nice little collection, but still, like, does he not know what primary sources are? Well, I don't think he's ever read them.
No, I would concur with that. And I don't think that that's particularly uncommon. And I think typically they use an excuse where they'll be like, well, the reason we're not using the primary literature is because that's not what our audience reads. Tough shit. I don't care. If you're trying to overturn the entirety of conventional geology, you need to use the primary literature because that's where the data are.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
also,
otherwise-
like, if he's
Oh.
trying to pretend to be a science communicator, like, it's our job to read the primary literature and disseminate it
Right.
to the public. Like, you're supposed to read that even if your audience can't. That's your job.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, a good science communicator is good at distilling information down to its sort of digestible points and,
Yeah,
and
well, let's-
explain that
let's-
in an accurate way.
I guess we can give him credit for a few things. He is correct that you need a cave before you can make a stalactite. He is correct that it's a fairly slow process. It's an especially slow process to dissolve the cave. Stalactites, I mean, the kinds that he showed, those don't form fast. They're still going to take like longer time than any of us have been alive, but it's not like millions of years. It's hundreds or thousands of years to form
Right.
big stalactites like that. And some like soda straw stalactites, they form quite quickly, and then they break off, and then they reform, and so forth. So it's he's not wrong yet. So we can keep going.
What's our next
Correct me
time?
if I'm wrong, but
Right
don't
here, like I
some-
think just continue here.
correct me if I'm wrong, but don't some stalagmites get a head start on their growth by being like just more resistant rock pieces compared to the surrounding rock?
Not necessarily. No, like if you break them open, there might be something at the bottom on which it's growing. But yeah, but like when we refer to the stalagmite itself, we wouldn't include that in there.
Okay, got it.
All right, we are continuing.
Stalactites are a very slow process. It's in the counter creationism handbook. But can you see who printed it? the University of California Press, the people who supposedly are the holders of knowledge and truth.
There's an editor.
Sometimes-
Like, that's just who published it. Come on, that's not who wrote it. Jeez. I'm sorry.
The entitlement is so thick too. Like, as if there's this, they're entitled to have this conversation with a perceived, again, shadowy cabal that also doesn't exist. Like, but if they did, like, why would some like rando guy be entitled? Like, would every person be entitled to speak to this council of whatever brilliant geniuses on the status of geology? I don't know. Maybe we have like an evil cabal utopia. I'm gonna let it continue.
Caves take tens of millions of years. Now, for the first time, I always pondered about stalactites because I saw them grow on my father's, see the water tank at the back? I watched stalactites grow on old tanks because the cement was inside, the lime dissolved, it formed stalactites really quickly. So at Jurassic Ark, we made what looks like a giraffe's drinking trough, correct? It was really the world's first external stalactite machine, number one, and it was started in 2015, which is 7 years ago.
So I don't even study these, but I know you're going to get a lot more evaporation outside than you are in a cave, and that's going to speed things up a little bit.
You're absolutely right. Your first red flag should be like, caves are underground, high humidity environments, stable temperature. You're doing this out in the sun. That's not a cave analog environment. If you want to like study cave growth, then do it in an analog environment. And these have been, like he calls it, the first, like as though this is somehow groundbreaking. We made a machine or an experiment to grow stalactites or something else. Like, we've been doing that for more than 50 years. Like, there are published papers on this where they grew them in actual cave analog environments, which means keep the temperature controlled and at the temperature of a real cave, keep the humidity controlled, and at like most caves stay more or less at 100% relative humidity, very close to it, outside of some highly ventilated areas like the entrance. That makes a huge difference, right? And they also are high CO2 environments. Like the outside air, even today with our rising CO2, it's like 420 parts per million. Inside a cave, it's easily 2,000, 3,000 or more sometimes. Like it's much, much higher. And that's going to slow the rate at which that carbon dioxide leaks out of the water when it degasses and raises the pH and causes precipitation. The other big thing, he says, like, oh, I saw this very early on, stalactites forming on my father, like on the water tank, the tank back there. And he talks about it holding concrete. And everything he's going to talk about from here on is not a stalactite. We have a very specific term for stalactites, or they look like them, that grow on the underside of concrete structures. You could find them under concrete roofs, under bridges, on tunnels and stuff like that. These are called calthmites. They are not stalactites. The chemical process by which they grow is completely different because they form through the dissolution of concrete, right, in the formation of calcium hydroxide, not the same thing, right? And this is, he'll explain this later. We don't need to watch him explain it, but like when you make concrete, you start with limestone, sure, but you treat it, you reduce it down by getting rid of carbon dioxide in it until you have this calcium oxide that mixes with water to make calcium hydroxide, and then bonds very rapidly to any carbonate that's available. So it's like, it's supercharging the process of calcite precipitation to a rate that's not natural. That's why when you want to lay down like a new driveway, you don't get raw limestone and dissolve that with water. I mean, you could make a driveway if you dissolved powdered up limestone and mixed in water, slightly acidic, but it's going to take forever, right? Turning that into concrete speeds up the process substantially, and that's what they're doing here. So if you let it play just a little bit, we're going to see what he does to make his cave analog environment.
Today, on the 24th of September, you will notice vast improvements since 2015. Yep, for the last 3 years, we've hardly had any crowd. So we've had plenty of time to actually do things, just not much money to do it with. There's one of our old supporters, Fred. We've cut a water pipe in two, and we've actually filled the bottom with shells. Why? Caves are in limestone. Stalactite grows through the limestone. Limestone is made of the material that comes from.
So, okay, wait, quick question. Isn't the travertine that we find in caves, like limestone, or I guess it's not all necessarily travertine, but isn't it like explicitly not biogenic?
Well, I mean, the travertine is formed more on the surface. Like you got surface springs coming up, and that's what happens there. But it's the same concept where you've got high alkalinity water, where as soon as it gets exposed to the surface and it either cools off or
Right.
is no longer under pressure, then the CO2 leaves and the pH goes up, and then it's no longer, now it's oversaturated with the mineral, and then it causes it to precipitate out. So here, like, yeah, and if you go to natural caves, you'll find all kinds of types of limestone. You can have them in marble, even, which is a metamorphosed limestone. You could have it in, like heavily fossiliferous limestone, or it can be completely without fossils. It doesn't really matter. It just matters that it's some kind of calcium carbonate or calcium magnesium carbonate that can dissolve and reprecipitate. The shells here in his little experiment have absolutely no relevance. They are not.
That's what I was wondering, right? Like, what is
because
the
of what
point
he
of the
puts on there
shells?
next. Let's see what else they put on there.
Shells. Okay, so here's Fred putting crushed, dried cement on the top. Why? Well, cement is made from crushing limestone, which is then cooked and drives the water off. So the whole lot of this machine is derived from limestone.
The whole lot of this
I'm
machine.
sorry. That's not how this works. Like he even said there, it's derived from limestone, which is cooked, and then it drives the water off. Like it's not exactly that, but he knows that it's being chemically altered, right?
This machine, I love that.
That's why we alter the limestone to get cement, so that you don't have to wait around a really, really long time and years for your house foundation to dry. Like it's almost instantaneously. So he's like, wow, we can have this really fast process if we use synthetic materials that are designed specifically to speed up the process.
Right.
Like, holy,
God.
this is so incredibly ignorant. And it could be solved like with reading any introductory textbook on cave science or speleothem science.
We can have a rapid, we can show how rapid that like this natural fire would progress if we pour gasoline on it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
How long
That's exactly
does it take for this to burn? Like, well, yeah, it's gasoline. It's also derived from organic material. It's just been processed and distilled and all these.
It could be out there. It could have been out there during the flood. You don't know.
Okay,
Oh my God.
just a few more seconds. I think go to 4150 real quick.
4150. You got it.
Oh wow, this is a full lecture, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to watch all this. I just picked out the important parts because, yeah. I mean, I like how they put plants on top as though that's going to have any impact.
Right.
I'm sorry, but like you don't need carbonated water to dissolve, like to get that cement. If it's going through the cement, like that's what's causing this to be super saturated.
It's like an E for effort, E for effort, but this is not how it's typically done, right?
I mean,
so
water percolating through decaying plant matter is how a lot of the carbon for carbonic acid gets into the groundwater, right?
Generally, yes. In carbonic acid dissolution driven caves, it's carbon dioxide that's produced mainly by respiring of like respiration in the soil zone, right? So root respiration, bacteria, and things like this. The warmer, more vegetated the environment, the higher that CO2 amount will be. But you can also have like tundra-like environments. I mean, if you go to, say, Patagonia today, you get very, very thin soils, almost nothing there in terms of like the CO2 content compared to if you go now to South China or the Vietnam, like you get very, very high CO2 levels, tens of thousands of ppm. and that puts a lot of CO2. It allows it to dissolve a lot of calcium and have a lot of carbonate in the water. So that gives it a high potential for deposition. So yeah, normally plants provide the organic content here, but by putting some mulch and plant material in there, it's not going to be producing CO2 above atmospheric levels. It has zero relevance. The only thing that matters in this diagram here is the cement. That's what's forming there. Again, not stalactites, but calthemites. So they don't know the difference between a stalactite and calthemite. They don't know the difference in process, and they've created this experiment that like it barely passes for a 3rd grade demonstration. I'm sorry, but if you want to get to high school, this is.
I was going to say, but it does pass for a 3rd grade science project.
Okay, we'll give them credit. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to let this play, and my dog's barking, so I'm muting myself. When you say stop, I'll stop.
But I'm pretty sure that that's what's happening. Now, to actually boast about it, you can go and have a look at the growth rate of cave tights. You can go to commercial caves where they say, don't touch them, they take so long. Why don't you ask the guide, have you watched this? Have you measured it? Because to be honest, most of the cave guides are students or the university workers, or they're people on the dole, and they're just earning a bit of money and they tell you what they've been told. But there's Wiki, that great source of information. Average growth rate of stalactites is 0.13 millimeters or 0.0051 inches a year. No wonder they take vast ages to grow. But what makes them so slow? Because we have our artificial cave here. February the 15th, 2016. We started in October 2015. Look what's happening. Can you see we have stalactites already? And they are not. I mean, we put a date in there because I'll be honest, science can be exciting, but 99% of the time it's sheer boring. We've got to record all the dates. Well, there's our stalactite dripping down on the 15th of February 2016. What's it made of? Easy to prove. You get a beaker full of hydrochloric acid, you make a 3% solution, and you can prove that this is commercial.
I am friends with a lot of scientists, and the one thing I can tell you is if you talk to a scientist about scientists, the first thing they'll say is how boring it is and how crappy it is. I can tell you 100%.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you think science is boring, you're doing science wrong.
That made me do a double take. I was like, brother, you are in the wrong line of work. Like, if you think this is boring, that's unreal to me that he put this in the video. I'm gonna let you guys keep going. I gotta pee really fast though.
If you wanted to know though, if you just didn't know, like what's the average rate of stalactite growth or stalagmite growth, where would you go? Would you go to Wikipedia?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I might go to Wikipedia, at least to start with.
I mean,
I'd probably go to a cave, wouldn't you? Or go to your controlled lab analog that you can record the length every year.
I mean, it's not as though there isn't an overabundance of primary literature reporting rates of growth of all sorts of cave minerals. There are textbooks about it. He talks about like as though the only source of knowledge is in commercial caves. He keeps using this term commercial caves as though like that's the only place we have knowledge of caves where they set up for visitors to come through in like big tour groups. That would be a commercial cave where they're charging you for entrance. That's not where we work. That's not how we study their growth or anything. So the rates that he puts up there, again, stalactites grow much faster than stalagmites in general. And that's not where you would find the average growth rate. And it's not by surveying them today. I mean, he makes this rhetorical remark like, oh, ask them, did you like sit here and watch it grow? Again, my colleagues do this quite often. They go into the same cave every year, take a picture of the same stalactites, and you can see that growth, just how many millimeters it's grown. And like, yeah, we can do that. And we know that certain types of stalactites grow quite fast, like on the order of, like he says there, a fraction of millimeters, several millimeters a year. It's possible. Depends on the cave settings. Right, but this is very different from stalagmites, which have a much, much, much lower rate of growth, like absolute maximum 1 to 2 millimeters per year in very certain settings, but for the most part, they're on the order of microns per year. We know that how, like, not only through monitoring, but looking at the thickness of the laminations under the microscope, or again, by radiometrically dating them, which we said at the start of the stream, we showed that these methods agree quite well. So that's how, and then we also have the physical principles. When we talk about stalagmites, not stalactites, there are physical limits on how fast it can grow, right? The faster the drip, the faster it's going to grow. The lower the carbon dioxide level in the cave, the faster it's going to grow. The warmer the temperature, the lower the humidity. All these things will increase the rate of growth. But that doesn't mean every cave has those. Like, we've got high humidity, very low temperature caves, literally at freezing points, growing stalagmites very, very slowly, like on the order of microns per year. And there we have very, very large stalagmites that are, way too big to have been around for only 4,000 years or less. So this so far is very, very, it's incredibly ignorant, I should say, which is really sad, because he's coming off as though he's like giving you, well, we're going to tell you like the truth, get to the bottom of this whole cave sites thing that they're not telling you, because the only people who've studied caves in his world are the tour guides, who are really just students who got hired and really don't know anything about them.
Right.
I like how he uses an acid
You mean
bottle
what I
to
was when I graduated from college? I was a tour guide at a commercial cave, like you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to measure the rate of stalactite growth, the cave I worked at had been measuring the growth rate of a bunch of different stalactites for like 50 years. Like, the owner was just doing it as a hobby, not even a scientist. Like, it's not hard to do.
Yeah, we've got good controls, but the thing is, there's like an order of magnitude difference between growth rates and from one room to the next or one cave to the next. Stalactites are the least of the worry if you're trying to be a young Earth creationist and fit this in your timeline. Those don't take a long time to grow, but he just blunders it so badly that.
Well, it's so emblematic of the entire methodology behind young Earth creationism, which is it's eyeballing it. It's an eyeball it method from top to bottom. They're like, damn, I used to see like stalactite looking things on my dad's water tank growing up, so we can probably mimic this process perfectly in a backyard makeshift chicken coop. And it's like, okay, I applaud the effort on one hand, but on the other, so much, and you touched on this before, but so much of just the construction of the experiment itself speaks to an ignorance on how science is done. It is not analogous to a cave to try to create stalactites, what you perceive as stalactites, out in the open in the hot Australian sun. Just full stop. These are not similar. And so you've not actually created an artificial cave, have you? In fact, virtually nothing about this, if anything at all, is similar to a cave. So how can you say that you've created, an experiment that is applicable to this creationism, evolution, deep time kind of subject? Well, you can't. It pissed me off. It makes me mad. It's a fun experiment, but you're not testing what you think you're testing.
Let's see. I see like a couple comments, or sorry, a couple questions in the chat too, just asking. And I mean, I tried to answer before. Like, these are dripstones, right? And so the drip rate can vary substantially. You can have drips every second or two. You can have drips that take minutes between single drips. And the faster it drips in general, the faster it's going to grow. This is very different. As somebody mentioned, that Pamukkale flowstones are travertines in Turkey, which is beautiful formations that grow very fast because it's essentially hot water saturated in these gases, saturated in the minerals that flows onto the surface now, where it meets much lower temperatures, lower CO2 and stuff. So yeah, like we've got very good constraints on like the rates of these processes. And this guy is just coming out and saying, have they ever thought about this before?
Right.
Did they just assume it was always like growing this fast? Like we don't. This is a deep topic of study. The very, very last thing, and then we can stop on this video, is 5920, I think is quite entertaining.
And while you're finding that, if I drop out, the severe weather siren in my town is going off. Apparently I have some very bad thunderstorms that are about to roll in.
Be safe, Doc.
I'll be safe. Just if I lose connection,
Oh my god.
just a warning, and I'll be muted so you don't have to hear the siren.
No, don't worry about that. What I was laughing about is that this is a funny. John was like, "This is a funny moment," and it's like John has left. John super chatted a comment in to Donnie to ask John McKay in Indiana Joe. So what are we gonna? Should you prepare us, John? Are we gonna get
No,
the
no,
answer
just
to your
go ahead.
questions?
Yeah, he reads my question.
All right, here we go.
My question is, why are you all talking about artificial speleothem growth? Hopefully I pronounced that somewhat right. In non-cave environments, the kinetics and chemistry are all different. Any responses, gentlemen?
Yeah, first of all, it's sorry to say this, I don't mean it harshly, but it's an ignorant statement that the chemistry is different. The chemistry is identical. The result, we've had them X-ray diffraction done on the stalactites, on the material that's coming from, and it is identical. Go and do it for yourself. The kinetics is not exactly the most relevant thing here, because I got a phone call from a professor at Bendigo University who was interested in our research, and their field was geography and all of the cave formations through South Australia there. And we have one famous cave area, the Nullarbor, which I've visited, I've filmed. If you want to see yours truly jumping into a cave to find a big fossil, go and look at our Darwin on the Rocks series. You will see the fossils that are formed in this, the stalactites, the caves, etc. Most of them are now dry, right? They are not growing stalactites. You will go to the caves, the tourist versions, and they'll tell you how long the stalactites take to grow. But of course, once we set up our experiments that were duplicating the chemistry of the caves, producing the identical chemistry of the stalactites, the X-ray diffraction of the calcium carbonate is identical, so they're not all different. And secondly, you will find that this professor was really interested and phoned up and said, "Guess what, John?" I said, "What?" They said, "We've opened up a new parking area in the Nullarbor region, and we've sort of leveled the plain out, and we've put new grass down for the tourists, make it, a brand new opening, make it look really good. And we've watered the grass because it's a fairly dry area." And they said, "Surprise, surprise, the water from the local reservoir on the grass through the limestone has kick-started the stalactites all over again." Grass, limestone, stalactites growing. That's what our experiment is about. The fact that it's outside a cave only tells you if we can do it outside a cave, inside a cave, it'll do much faster. And that's what the professor said. The rate of growth with the grass plus the water through the limestone is incredibly high. And what you need to think through here, when you look at the kinetics of the chemistry, CO2 plus H2O is mild
between here and the point. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I just thought this was fun because in his mind, the fact that they ran it through X-ray diffraction, which only tells you what kind of mineral is in there, and they found that both of them are calcium carbonate. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to be anything other than calcium carbonate if you run something through concrete and let it drip down and dry out. Like, of course, it's going to be calcium carbonate. But when I said the chemistry is all different, like, I wasn't referring to the fact that it is or isn't calcium carbonate. Like, that's not, I wanted to know the isotope chemistry of your major elements, of your trace elements. What are the major cation concentrations in this? Because those will vary significantly if you form these minerals very fast or if you form them slow at high temperature, low temperature, etc.
I'm like a total pinhead with this kind of thing. But like, it's exactly the analogy that Jordan pitched earlier, where it's like, yeah, the fire you poured gasoline on is still fire, but you poured gasoline on it, which drastically impacts the rate at which it consumes a field or a forest or something along those lines. Like, this is 100% relevant because not all conditions are identical, first and foremost. But you know what's like the least identical to a cave system is a non-cave on the surface exposed to the sun.
In Australia.
It's not going to be a one-to-one. Yeah, in Australia, exactly. It's not going to be a one-to-one. It's not even going to be a one to. It's not even going to be close.
But I love how he thinks that it's going to happen faster inside of a real cave.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Caves
it's
famous
a
for
pretty.
changing
It was a
rapidly.
pretty embarrassing fail, I thought, and just par for the course for this channel. But
Man,
it
you
was
have
about
to
caves, so why not?
you have to feel for him. Like they went to so much effort to try to mimic a cave, and then it's like the one thing that you need to do, or actually the several things that you need to do to actually make it anywhere close to a cave, they were like, actually, that shit does not matter at all. The stuff that's the most pivotal to controlling the rate at which these dripstones, that's what you call them, right? Dripstones
Mhm.
are going to form, that's actually completely irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, we can.
You gotta love how he also thinks he's the most well-informed person in the room.
Oh, for
Like, no,
sure.
you're ignorant.
Yeah.
I know
Right.
he just mansplained to me how cave science works, which I think is really, really fun. And I told Donnie that. I was like, Donnie, you know my background and who I am, like what my qualifications are. I've sent you my publication list. Do you not think that's quite an ignorant statement?
It would not be the first time that Donnie humored, and we'll call it that kindly, humored a guest, and just completely ignored the brunt of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
So we have one last video that I want to get to. First, I would like to, John, I'd like to congratulate you again. You've actually surpassed the goal on GoFundMe as well.
I
which is just
got the email
delight.
that says I made my goal, and I don't know, is this the point at which we say, like, if we passed our goal, what are we going to do with the excess money? Because I don't want people to think that I'm going to, head off to the bar or something. I mean, I will, but not with your money.
I mean, honestly, whatever you had as with regard to a contingency, because I seem to recall one of us being like, I think you might raise a little bit more, and you were like, no,
Yeah, you were. And
no,
I mean, what I promised
there's no way
then,
that's
or
gonna happen.
suggested, is that I would like to try and set, like, when I get down there, I'd like to meet with, or with like the scientists locally, and try to set up some project where we are collecting waters around the country at regular intervals, like every 3 months, on a seasonal, or potentially every month. But this would require asking people to go through the trouble of like driving over to this stream and that stream and that stream and collecting the water for us. And I would like to have some fund available to say, we'll cover your travel expenses. Can you make this collection once every 3 months? So this would be the citizen science project that I was referring to, that would be ongoing if we had excess funds, and that maybe we can.
Whatever comes from the super chats, I think that should go. I would be more than happy to put that towards citizen science.
Okay. So we can organize. I just want to reassure people here, like if you are still donating or super chatting, that we will definitely make good use of that. So we'll stretch it thin, let's say, in collecting data. And this would be a long-term thing. Like, we want to get these data over the course of at least 1 year, if not 2.
Yeah.
But they will eventually be useful.
So our last video before we sign off then is the one that Jordan he's stayed awake for the entirety of the geology.
I am dying.
I know. He's killing it. He's here just for us. He's learned a lot. He's loved it. Jordan, this is you. This is the 3-minute raw mat Oklo video. It is 3 minutes and 53 seconds. I'm just going to let it play. And you are now in control. Tell us when to stop.
You want me to tell? Okay, sure.
And then after this, we're going to call it, since we've accomplished our goal. Luckily, this is and I'm sorry about this, raw mat, stupidest of all the videos we're going to cover tonight.
You're not sorry.
This video is titled When the Earth Went Nuclear, the mind-bending truth about Oklo. And hopefully we've got our charismatic, our characteristic, rather, raw mat editing style, which is always a treat. You just tell me when to quit.
Deep in the heart of West Africa, hidden beneath the soil of Gabon, lies a place where the Earth once ran its own nuclear reactor. It is called Oklo, and scientists found it in the 1950s, but only in 1972 did they realize the truth. 16 separate natural reactor zones scattered underground. That's right, Oklo isn't just one reactor. It's actually 16 zones spread across different paths underground. But what's strange is that the uranium here is different from anywhere else on Earth. Normally, uranium is found at 0.72%, uranium-235. But at Oklo, it's around 0.7171, a tiny difference that tells a big story. This difference is used by conventional science to suggest that the reactor started nearly 2 billion years ago, when uranium had higher enrichment levels. But there's
All
another
right,
way to look at it.
stop there, because I want to. So far, what he said has not been all that wrong, right? And I think like the actual depletion of the stuff at Oklo varies a little bit, so it's not just the number he gave, but whatever. So if you're not familiar with Oklo, what is actually happening is it is a naturally occurring nuclear reactor. And basically, in order for sustained nuclear fission to work in the presence of light water, which is just like normal water, you need to have uranium enriched, meaning the amount of 235 uranium versus 238 uranium, enriched to about 3%. Currently, natural uranium, like you said, is about 0.7%. 235, which is the stuff you do fission with, decays faster than the other stuff. So over time, uranium is becoming depleted, which means if you go back in time, it becomes enriched, right? And you can do the math. And 2 billion years ago-ish, it's like 1.8, I think, you would get to 3% enriched uranium just sitting in the ground. And so if you have 3% enriched uranium in the presence of water in the right geometry, you can get a chain reaction. Basically, a neutron hits a U-235 nuclei. It becomes a U-236 nuclei for a very, very brief period of time. And then it splits apart into 2, sometimes 3 other atoms and spits out neutrons. Those neutrons then go to hit more U-235 and so on and so on. That's how you get the thing. That is what actually happened. So now we're going to hear his nonsense.
So I would just like to put this out there. You guys listen with your keen ears in the audience and tell me if I'm totally off base. But this sounds like Raw Matt sat down at ChatGPT or Grok and was like, write me a young Earth creationist interpretation of the Oklo natural nuclear reactor. Because it has a bunch of like seemingly random details that I've never heard Raw Matt bring up. Which makes me think that it's not like he suddenly got the bug and decided to go combing through the primary literature. I guess I could be wrong. Maybe he suddenly decided to be like an A1 scholar, but I'll leave that up to the audience to decide.
The traditional explanation says Oklo's uranium was rich enough in uranium-235 long ago that it started a chain reaction moderated by water and ran for hundreds of thousands of years. But the evidence at Oklo doesn't fit the pretty picture that they portray of a steady, self-sustaining reactor. Many of their uranium layers are way too thin to run a natural reaction. And the pattern of uranium-235...
So I am planning on doing a full video on this, and so I'll be checking that claim. But basically, the important thing to keep in mind here is he's saying that the thickness of the layer of uranium is too thin, so too many neutrons would escape before doing fission, and so you wouldn't be able to sustain the reaction, is what he's saying. That means it's subcritical. And what he's going to use this word, not explain it. What subcritical means in the context of a nuclear reactor, when it's critical, you have, if you imagine like all the neutrons are born in one generation at one time. You have 1,000 neutrons that go out and do stuff. The next generation, if you have 1,000 neutrons, that is critical. The number of neutrons are not changing over time, right? If you have less than that, so your number of neutrons are going down, it's subcritical, which means you don't have a chain reaction because it's going to drop off.
It's like winding itself down and puttering out.
And this isn't relevant here, but if you add more, it would be supercritical. That's what it means. So what he's saying is that the geometry is not sufficient to sustain fission.
So what could make it sufficient? What kind of conditions might explain what we see at Oklo?
So that's for it to sustain fission on its own with the neutrons it produces, right? But if you like injected a whole bunch of extra neutrons and you are like sustaining it externally, sure, you could have a subcritical reaction that continues going if it was getting an external source of neutrons.
Well, let's see where maybe
Can I
that's
make a guess?
Please, Doc.
I'm gonna guess that he says it started because of all the energy from catastrophic plate tectonics.
That is a great
He
guess.
doesn't know how any of this works.
He has said things like that before, so you would not be wrong on the raw mat lore generally.
Ramat likes to think.
I know Matt. I know Matt.
He's previously argued that the reason we get the organization of isotopes that we have is because the Earth acts as a great centrifuge and sort of pulls the heavier stuff. That it's really unbelievable. But Doc, you're going to be pleasantly surprised.
I'm not sure I will be. Matt has not been pleasantly surprising me in the past.
Oh, trust me, you're gonna pleasantly, as in a bad way.
Wildly
Lovely.
over microscopic
I'll get my
distances,
alcohol.
not smooth and uniform like you'd expect from deep time. That's because Oklo wasn't running continuously. It needed an outside kickstart.
Pause there
And
real
here's
quick.
where things get fascinating.
So what he said there was that the amount of depletion varies over distances and it's not smooth. I don't know why you'd expect it to be perfectly smooth. This wasn't a well-designed nuclear reactor, and so like you're going to get more fission in some places than others, but whatever.
It's okay. It's okay, Jordan. Being right actually doesn't matter for the purposes of this video.
Are you saying there's a difference between like a human designed nuclear reactor and one that just naturally pops up? Like
That's
there are a
not-
few differences. Actually, it's funny when I first mentioned this in a debate with Raw Matt, I think I talked about Oklo, and they were like, well, why is it so hard to make a nuclear reactor then? If they can just pop up in nature, why are they so hard? It's like, it's super easy to make a nuclear reactor if you don't care about it being safe or producing electricity.
Exactly.
It's actually really easy.
You can do it. Yeah, you can do it. There's gonna be some fallout, if you will. But you can definitely do it.
But I also feel like we just learned this lesson that sometimes people make things differently than nature makes them, and it's going to lead to different results.
That's why this is a good one to end on. Let's hear him out. Let's see where this is going. Let's see what the magic external source is.
Oklo sits in one of the most lightning-prone regions on Earth. 200 to 300 strikes a year.
Oh, is it
Lightning
the Z
produces
pinch?
bursts of gamma rays and a type of radiation called brimstolum, which can knock loose neutrons and cause brief, subcritical nuclear reactions. Instead of a reactor slowly burning for eons of time, imagine lightning strikes periodically hitting the region, triggering short bursts of fission. The heat would flash away any water, stopping the reaction before it went critical, and the process would happen time and time again. This lightning-driven model explains the sudden spike of temperature.
That's enough. So he just used a lot of words.
That's enough.
They all have independent meanings. So lightning strikes. There are some true things he said. When lightning strikes, it does give off gamma rays to some extent. It can give off. So what brimstone radiation is photons caused by electrons slowing down, basically. And those, so there's nothing magic about it being brimstone. It's a gamma ray. That's all you need to know. It's a high energy photon, and high energy photons can cause fission. That's not the explanation he's giving, but I'm going to try to give him as much ammunition as you can. Gamma rays can cause fission, sure. And he doesn't even say this. He says that gamma rays can produce neutrons by like knocking them off atoms. That's all fine. But like lightning strikes also just produce neutrons, and no one's quite sure why. And he didn't even mention that. So there you go. You've got some sources of neutrons. Unfortunately, you need a lot of neutrons to sustain a nuclear reactor. So, for example, if you were going to just measure the neutron flux, how many neutrons are flowing through a square centimeter in a nuclear reactor, like if you went down to North Anna and did it, it would be like something like 10 to the 17 neutrons going through a square centimeter per second. So the lightning strikes produce about 5,000 neutrons per cubic meter per second. So, okay, that's not nothing. We're just something like 10 to the 14 short,
That's close, though. That's so close.
It's not nothing. Now, go ahead.
No, mine is brief. I just Googled most lightning-prone place on Earth, and first is Brazil, and then second is Southeast Asia. So we're not.
Yeah,
it's not Oklo. I don't know. Maybe it was different before the flood, but then I don't know where he's getting off saying that it's the most lightning-prone region on the Earth.
I guess
Are we
ChatGPT.
to believe though? I mean, whether you use a young Earth model or just like real geology, are we to think that what the most lightning prone place on Earth today is going to be the same 2.2 billion years ago?
I'm
Well,
with you.
6,000, John. This did not happen.
Yeah, or in that case, because
No,
it
but
doesn't
even
matter which.
then, it shifted during the flood, right? Like it goes Rodinia splits, and then it's like Pangea, and then it
Yeah,
splits
it
again.
comes back
and then
together,
it
splits
comes back
again, it
together.
comes back.
It's like,
Yeah.
The
Even
continents are
then-
moving like waves in a bathtub. Just
right.
So the prevalence of lightning, like, okay, even if the one lightning strike has to be enough, though, like he talks about how many hit as hundreds in a year, but like, so one lightning strike needs to be enough to start the process and sustain it. You don't get multiples all at once in the same exact spot, right? So I told you that gamma rays can cause fissions called photofission. It's not talked about very much in nuclear engineering, actually, because that's not how we do fission, but it can happen.
It's
yeah.
not.
So, okay, maybe we can get our neutrons from there, or effective neutrons, basically, the thing that's causing fission. When you're trying to hit an atom with another thing, there's a property called the cross section, which you can think of it as how big the target looks like to the thing you're throwing at it, right? And it's measured in some unit called barns. Doesn't matter. Barns is 10 to the minus 24 centimeters square, but whatever. It's a number. Who cares? So if you're throwing a slow neutron, which is what we use to do fission commercially, if you throw a slow neutron at a U-35 nuclei, it has a cross section of 587 barns. Okay. A gamma ray has a cross section of about 0.2 barns. So that means you would need 2,500 more gamma rays than you would neutrons to get the same amount of fission out of it. To start with.
It was a lot of really fast, really big lightning strikes with incredible precision.
Right. Like you'd need all 300 of those lightning strikes all in one spot somehow.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah. And he says it stopped it before it went critical. What does that mean?
Right.
What does that mean, Raw Matt? What do you mean it stopped before it went critical? If it is going to, it can't boil this. It's going to take time for it to heat up and boil this water. So what actually happened is the reactor started going. It produced heat. The heat got rid of the water, vaporized the water. Now there's not moderation anymore. You can't slow down the neutrons, so the reactor shuts down. That's what actually happened. He's saying that it was subcritical the whole time, which means you would need an external source of neutrons or gamma rays, I guess, the whole time to sustain it while it's trying to boil
the critical zone so that this can happen for how long? How long does this lightning need, this massive lightning storm need to happen?
In reality, I think, if I remember, I'm quoting off the top of my head, so I could be wrong, but I feel like they surmise it probably ran for something like 15 to 20 minutes at a go. Heat, because when a reactor's critical naturally like this, it's going to go super critical really fast. So it's going to go out of control, boil all the water away, crash down. But anyway, so all of that, even if you just gave him all of that, right? If somehow you had enough gamma rays, somehow you had enough neutrons, whatever. And let's not forget that it's not good enough to have enough for a modern reactor, because we're trying to fission with natural uranium, which has less 235.
Right.
So you need even more neutrons than you would anyway, because
in the conventional, artificial setting.
Right, exactly. So but whatever. We can get rid of all of that, because we don't have to guess about the process that happened there. When uranium fissions or anything fissions and it spits out its fission fragments, there's some distribution of things it could be. It's not going to be a purely deterministic, it was A and B, right?
Right.
It's got 236 neutrons, and those are going to be split up in some proportion between 2, occasionally 3 fission fragments. And then those things are going to decay into other stuff. And basically at the end, you got a probability curve, and you can look at what is there, and you can infer what the conditions were at the start, like what reaction led to this, because you'll get a different distribution of fission fragments from from neutron-induced fission than you would from
Right.
other things. Right. That incidentally also tells us that the fine structure constant and other physical constants haven't changed in the last 2 billion years, because if they had, we'd have a different proportion. That curve would be different. Right. And it's not. So I just did some quick Googling in preparation for this. The fission fragment, the problem is that you'd have a different distribution curve for photofission than you would for neutron-induced fission, because there's fewer neutrons. There's 236 neutrons for neutron-induced fission. There's 235 for photofission. They're just two different reactions. So you'd have, I looked up the number of fission fragments from neutron-induced fission. There's 59 for U-235. There's 26 if it's photofission. And for example, one of the ones in actual reactors is neodymium-143. It doesn't occur in nature in the proportions that we see at Oklo. That's one of the reasons we know there was fission there. It doesn't occur at all from photofission. So where does neodymium come from, Matt? And so now, granted, he didn't say photofission. He said the dumber thing about like the 5,000 neutrons, but
that's the consequence of what he's proposing.
Yeah. So the bottom line is there's just not enough neutrons or gamma rays to do what he says it does. The Bremsstrahlung radiation is a red herring. The fact that it's subcritical and stayed subcritical is just bullshit. It doesn't mean anything. Like,
you're telling me a big lightning storm in pre-flood Gabon couldn't explain this? This is crazy.
Yeah, actually,
it would have to be post-flood, wouldn't it?
I think
oh,
it's
good
post-flood.
point.
Yeah,
it would have to be post-flood. You're right.
Yeah.
Because it's in sedimentary rock, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and it's high. Well, no. It might have to be pre-flood though, because it's quite low down, right? Like it's radiometrically dated to be pre-flood rock because it's 2 billion years ago.
I also like nucleotidal wave brings up a good point. Like, in order to get sufficient lightning strikes, the lightning itself would just melt the rock. You know?
Right.
You know?
There's no sign of that.
But also, like, if this is a thing that lightning does, like if lightning strikes cause this fission reactor, we've dug up a lot of uranium and have never seen this anywhere else, right? But there are lightning strikes all over. How come we've never seen this anywhere else?
Yeah, it's there's a word for it. It's like a fulgurite, something like that.
Fulgurite?
Yeah, fulgurite. Yeah, fulgurite.
That's when lightning strikes sand.
Yeah, but theoretically, shouldn't you get, if we find fulgurites in, I mean, I don't know how common they are, but I know they're not like particularly, like they're not super, super rare. It's like, I don't think lightning is striking sand more frequently than it's striking other substrates. So shouldn't you be getting this type of thing elsewhere in analogous rock? And if
Wait, are you saying that if there were lightning strikes to cause this, we should find evidence of lightning strikes?
Okay, look, I know that's unreasonable. I know what I'm proposing is unfair, but maybe in a perfect world, yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we should find evidence for it elsewhere.
And like, so you should, I would think, in other uranium mines, expect to see a lot more of these natural nuclear reactors if it's lightning starting it, because lightning happens all over the place, right? But yet we don't. You know, so
that's a little, I think we're holding unrealistic expectations up here, right? Like science shouldn't be testable. You shouldn't be able to use the comparative method. That's not fair. Jordan, do you want to watch the rest of this, or are you satisfied?
He doesn't say anything else in the rest of the video.
I mean, I'd like to say, okay, go ahead.
I did spy some confusion in the chat earlier, like a while ago, about why we have so much uranium near the surface. Does anyone else want to explain that? Because I think that's maybe worth explaining. Because I know creationists will complain about it sometimes.
It's because the Earth is spinning. And
right. It centrifuges it out. It centrifuges it out to the edges.
Yeah.
The heaviest element.
That might be what Matt would say. One of the main, or at least real, one of the real, or at least main reasons is because while uranium itself is super dense, it often forms compounds and minerals that are much less dense and that are water soluble. So the mineral around the uranium will act like a kind of raft, carrying it up towards the surface because it's so much less dense. And then either it'll precipitate out and it'll just be like stuck on a rock somewhere underground, or the uranium will bind into something else, or it'll get put in a volcano or something.
No, I'm glad you explained that because I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
The most,
I mean,
or
yeah,
at
just
least one of the
looking at
most
the
common uranium
differentiation.
is uranitite, which I believe is UO2. So it's 1 uranium and 2 oxygen, and oxygen is very not dense.
Yeah.
And it's very easy. Well, a lot of oxygen compounds are easy to dissolve in water.
It's the size of uranium, along with many other like heavy elements, that prevents it from staying in the mantle or deeper in the earth. I mean, it's a highly incompatible element. So these, meaning like the if you look at the minerals that make up the very lower crust or the mantle, the deeper parts of the earth, these tend to be rich in just, calcium,
Right.
magnesium, iron, and then it's a small amount of silicate, right? Big things like uranium, they don't fit well into the structure of those minerals, and so they get excluded
They're like
from that.
rejected. Yeah, they get rejected out to the surface.
They get rejected out, and so the stuff that gets rejected tends to be concentrated in the thin crust at the top, and especially the continental crust.
Does that explain the thin nature of this Oklo uranium as well? Is it possible? Oh my God.
Yeah,
Guy-
I mean, I like to say, I was just going to say that, I mean, you're talking about your expectations here for raw mat, and I don't like to say anything mean because very sincerely, I'll say.
That never
No, but very
precedes
sincerely,
something
I'll
nice.
say, like we've talked a lot about our motivations for doing this, and there are many people out there who have just, who've grown up in an atmosphere where the people they trust and look up to have taught them things like this, right? And it could take, years of just trying to relearn science or just figure out like what the methods are by which we obtain this knowledge and disprove young earth claims, right? And that's something that we do because there are a large number of people who are sincerely they're persuaded by it, by no fault of their own perhaps, and they're sincerely trying to understand things better. I don't think that raw mat falls into this category. Like, this is somebody who couldn't find his own ass in the dark without a map, a flashlight, and written instructions. Like, that's the level of stupid we're dealing with.
Bold of you
And
to
so
assume he
it
can
never
read.
fails to deliver.
That we're mean to raw mat around here, but unfortunately, we've been dealing with raw mat and Donnie in particular for many, many years now. And if there's one thing I know to be true, this guy is impossible to underestimate. Right? Like he surpasses your expectations every single time. Just when you think the bar can't get lower, raw mat shows up. Hand me my shovel. I'm going in. He's fixing to dig to the core of the earth, past where the uranium has been rejected out.
The old uranium.
All the way down to the core.
He just seems to be a trash fire of a human being. I mean, hell, so I was one of the last debates that Dave McQueen ever had.
Oh, yeah.
I might be the last. I'm not sure, but I'm at least one of the last. He and I were having a debate on geology and the age of the earth, and Raw Matt was moderating. And towards the end of the debate, Matt made a DV joke. Just out of the blue.
McQueen would never stand for that either. McQueen loves his wife. He loved his wife. McQueen was a good guy.
Rest in power, McQueen.
He was talking to his wife at the time, so I don't think he heard it.
Good. I'm glad he didn't, because I'm sure that would disgust him. We've talked. Listen, for those of you who might not know, David McQueen passed away a couple of months ago, coming up on a year, if memory serves. Donnie sometimes listens to these kinds of things. I'd like to give a public little push towards Donnie as well here. You got to recognize that McQueen passed, dude. The fact that you have not given an in memoriam on your channel after you squeezed so much content out of that old man's golden years, you got to recognize that he passed, right? He's gone, and he did a lot for your channel. Those videos did pretty well. I think you owe that to him at the very least. But McQueen, here's why we loved McQueen. Funny, genuinely funny guy. Sweet, insofar as we can tell. Never did any slight that I could at least see to any other person. He seemed like a genuinely kind person. And on top of that, he was a cutie. He always talked about how much he loved his wife and his dog.
He had props.
He had props. He had his little tube. You know, he had his dog that he talked about was like eating evolutionists. You know, his little fluffy white dog. He had posts on his Facebook account where he would like dress up as a butler because him and his wife would go to like Downton Abbey events or something like that. It was adorable. He was seemingly a really good guy. I truly from the bottom of my heart, I miss him. I hope that he's resting in power. Unironically, that's not a joke. If this stream weren't dedicated to Jon, this stream would be dedicated to McQueen. And Donnie has not recognized that he passed away on his channel yet, which has miffed some of us in the science friends community. That being said, we have a couple of super chats to read, and then we're going to wind this down because I'm pretty sure it's like, what, 5 a.m. for you, Jon?
3:33.
Well, that's not nearly as bad. We could squeeze a couple more videos out of you. I'm just kidding. We'll finish up, and I'll send everybody on over to Dapper because everyone's been a real trooper. We've been going for about 5.5 hours. I, of course, could continue going because my stamina is unmatched, but I can't. You're only as strong as your weakest link, Jon.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I live on God's time zone, and this is where it's at. You all need to just come my way, and then we could start this. No, I'm just kidding. I would love to come back though. Like if you want to cover those other videos that we got on the list, there's plenty of good ones there, and we don't need to have a fundraising occasion to do it. We could just have fun with it. So I would love that, especially because I had a heat problem video. I had their hydroplay video lined up and time stamped, but truly, I believe if we started that, we would be here for another 3 hours.
I mean, I'd be down to watch that offline.
I really think that it's worth covering. So I would love to record, get the gaggle together. I think it would be a really funny one to react to, especially because we've seen so much flip-flopping from the Standing for Truth team on this one. Thick C stars with 2 C's for, what is this, 500 ARS dollars. Sorry, Dabs is wrong. Evolution means gaining complexity. So linguistic evolution implies languages started simple and became more complex, at least till we reached Latin and Greek. Those are very complex and pure languages, unlike gentle and very modern ones. This is so true, thick C star with 2 C's. Things have only been downhill since the Greeks. Tuttle for $2, 99% on the GoFundMe. You're going to need to revise that. We've gone above and beyond, or should I say you guys have gone above and beyond. We've just been sitting here, being fish in barrels for you guys to watch and enjoy. Val of Rassilon for $10. Dying to know where you got your shirt, Erica. Also love your vids. Baby, it's Tropical Geek. Again, Jordan, how often have you seen me have
every time?
I am gassing up Tropical Geek nonstop. They pay me no money for this. It's the same as when I talk about how awesome HelloFresh was and how HelloFresh taught me to cook, and then they've not once reached out to sponsor me. I get offers from Raid Shadow Legends. I get offers from Alpha Male Supplements, and I have not gotten an offer from HelloFresh.
Criminal.
They don't know who they're advertising to, but that's fine. Whatever. Geek Tropical. Tell them that, in fact, if you buy from them, send them an email and say, you should sponsor Gutsick Gibbon.
Use the promo code Gutsick Gibbon. It won't get you anything, but
it won't get you anything. But try it.
What if you make a custom shirt design with them?
Oh god!
That would sell so hard.
That would slay. It would be Gibbons. I mean,
it would be Gibbons. Your art style Gibbons, just all looking around.
It would be sick. They're fools not to reach out to me. They know this.
Just like all of the modern apes in your art style, like holding.
Oh yeah, or like a Gibbon Barrel of Monkeys. So it's like Damascus Conqueror, and it's like beautifully renditioned males and females of like the black and white with the rough, and then the female buff color, and it would be.
Or a parody of your Demon Days poster, but with like extinct hominids.
I'm just saying we made them $1 million and they haven't reached out. So Owen for $5 says, thanks for not banning us. Y'all are great. Have a great rest of your night. Thanks to you, Owen, we have. And also thanks to you, we haven't. The duality of man. Jop Nick for 20 Canadian dollars. Congrats on the funding. Please only use this as the bar. Well, you guys consistently surpass my expectations. Last but
we'll
not
go out.
least,
We'll get a picture of us at the bar using that 20.
Yeah, of course. There you go. Vamsi and Jessica Amanda for $10. What a beautiful one to send us off on. Just nothing. Just a smooth donation. I'll leave you with this. I truly believe, and I watch a lot of YouTube. I truly believe that I have, and by association, you guys as well, have one of the best audiences here on the platform. The people that watch this channel and watch all of our channels are engaged. They're kind and compassionate, truly gentle, and of course, very modern apes. They're curious. That's something that I love about you guys. Sometimes I check the chat while we're doing these shows, and you guys are having your own little conversations about things that you find interesting in the chat. And I learn new things when I read the chat. And I don't know. I want to thank you for being here. This has truly been a pleasure. There's nothing I love more than making science happen, whether it's selfishly for me and my enjoyment when it has to do with hominins or dinosaurs that I think are cool, or other such projects. I hope that you guys will tune in next time, because usually I only ever do these live streams when I'm trying to raise money, because I'm hoping to make this a regular thing. I think that would be good. Do you guys want to have any sign-offs? John, we're going to end with you. So we're going to go, Doc, what do you got to say first?
Well, first, I just want to say Vamsy and Jessica Manda is a very good friend of mine. I just wanted to say thank you, love you, thanks for stopping by.
Doc, sign off for your stuff and tell us where we can find you. Then we'll do Jordan, we'll finish with John.
Okay, I'm Dr. Dino, or Doc for short. I talk about dinosaurs and creationism sometimes. I have been very slow on my upload schedule lately. I'm trying to get back into it, but it's hard to find the time.
We know the struggle.
I'm actually doing a lot of work with the museum right now. And I'm updating like all of their information for everything. It's a lot.
That's a good problem to have, but a problem all the same, because you don't have time to do things like make important YouTube videos, which is, of course, the college degree of tomorrow. Jordan,
apparently they can't print my flyers fast enough. They keep going.
Congratulations. Hit us up, Jordan. What's your sign off? Tell us where we can find you before you go to bed.
So I'm going to go play video games, not going to go to bed. That's a lie. I'm going to go do more work. Anyways, I run the YouTube channel Reason to Doubt. It's a skepticism channel. We do talk a lot about the Shroud of Turin. I don't know how it happened. It's been thrust upon me. So if you go there, I recently did a video on that. I'm going to be doing a video on Raw Matt's nonsense, because I take his talking about Oklo as a personal affront. So if you want to see more debunking of that specific nonsense, that's what I'll do. But yeah, come and check it out. Bow ties galore.
John, sign us off, and then I will send us into the peaceful oblivion of you guys not getting to hear us.
I mean, honestly, no words to express like how grateful I am for this, and I'm certain my students will be as well, and my colleagues. It makes a massive difference. Like they too are very grateful to have like a multinational team, and I didn't describe it in full. I don't want to speak for everyone else, but we do have people working on this project from at least 7 or 8 different countries across the world, from the US to China to the Europe and the Caucasus region as well. Like this is it's fun to all be a part of this, and it's even more so to get like support from the wider community that we've got here, who just wants to like tune in and listen to us talk about those very interesting things. I could admit. Yeah, so this is just great, and I hope you do make it a regular thing, just to connect the community to scientists who are doing the work. And I wish that I had more time to like do something else, I suppose. I would say, come find me on a YouTube channel, because I do have videos there. I enjoyed making them, and I got caught up in my postdoc project, my current one, and I've spent months just trying to get out of it and get back to the habit of doing something for the community, and that's just not happened. So I apologize, but I'm still there. I'm still planning to put something up, and certainly with this project, I gotta, post some updates here and try to put together some more educational videos, or just shorts on addressing the point by point some of the stuff that we went through, and many other topics that I think are great for countering, flood geology and other misconceptions about Earth science. So I'm happy to do that, as long as you guys appreciate it, and as long as the raw mats of the world keep giving us,
on a silver platter.
Yes. Yeah. So with that, I will update you within a month when I hope I'm there, and tell you how it goes. But we've got more than enough to cover the trip, and also that lab work. I think that's in and of itself is great. We didn't talk about what we're doing there, like with the laser ablation ICP-MS, just looking at the elemental details, and I hope that gives us a lot of great information. If it does, again, it'll be cited, and I'll definitely share it here. So I guess I better go. Go
Thus
ahead.
ends the third annual year of, who did I steal this from? The Giving Gibbon Grant. We're gonna come up with a great setup for this so that we can do it again a little bit more. I always say this because I live stream so rarely, and then I'm like, next time I'm going to do it, but smoother, and there's going to be good graphics, and I'm going to put my animations in, and I truly hope that next year when we do this, or maybe sooner, I will be able to deliver on that, because I'm hoping, again, my dissertation will be done in December. But that stuff's on the side, right? The most, not the dissertation stuff, but I mean the flair and the bells and whistles are on the side. The real reason why these fundraisers are able to happen is because, again, of the community that's here. I'd love to sit here and say, yes, look at this wonderful community that we have cultivated, that we have managed to create. But that's not really what it is. It's just, this is merely a place for like-minded people to congregate, and that those like-minded people are people who love science, people who affirm science, no matter what kind of background they come from, people who love to learn more about the world around us. And I know I gassed you guys up probably too much. You guys are going to have a big head after this, but I would truly like to extend my thank you to you for being here tonight. I hope that you'll be able to continue to get these updates. I will bump them from both Doc and from Jon when they both get updates for their respective projects and their respective progress. Because part of what I love about this is that science gets to feel transparent, and it's a way for you guys to have your hands in the process and get to see it as it happens, because that's frankly how it should be. And my goal, and I'm sure it's the same with these guys, but once I publish my dissertation, hopefully, if that happens, I would love for it to be open access. And then we'll have a live stream once every couple years where we talk about where the money went and what we discovered and how we changed science, the face of it forever, overturning the paradigm once and for all. And the big joke will be when we show up and we're like, guys, it turns out that the Earth is at 6,000 years old, and I think maybe evolution did happen. Shit. Dang it. So thank you again. And with that, I'm going to end this live stream. Take care, my gentle and, of course, very modern apes. And I want to thank you again for being such curious primates. I'll see you real soon next time. We're ending the stream. Wait, almost done.